thank you for coming to our conference. It's the second international conference of the Charles and Joan Alberto Italian Studies Institute at Seton Hall University. My name is Bill Connell. I teach in the history department at Seton Hall, and I hold the Joseph and Geraldine Lamata Chair in Italian Studies. In addition, I'm serving as temporary director of the Alberto Institute this semester, while the Institute's splendid director, Gabriella Romani, is away on sabbatical. Although the Alberto Institute and Seton Hall are providing what I hope will be a congenial vessel for our work today, the idea for the conference, the lion's share of its organization, has been the work of Brera, who was awarded a prestigious Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship from the European Union for his project. We'll be hearing about it more today, to analyze the Italian language newspapers published by immigrants in the deep south of the United States. Dr. Brera's fellowship is managed by the Department of Historical Sciences of the University of Padua, which has collaborated with us these past 2 years. And that fellowship has provided the lion's share of the funding for this conference. Special thanks are owed Professor Stefano Lucconi in Padua, who's been co-sponsoring Matteo Fellowship. And there's been also helpful collaboration with Seton Hall's Archives and Special Collections. We're very grateful to our Italian Studies Secretary, Barbara Ritchie, who works with us so closely and puts in long hours making our events successes. We've had for years in our program helpful support from Unico National and helpful scholarly advice from the Calandra Institute at CUNY. Our interdisciplinary Italian Studies program came into existence in the year 2000, and it's now in its 25th year. The Institute was founded then in 2004 to provide institutional support and coordination for our cultural programs, which include the Robert Tart Lecture Series and a monthly book club. We also the Institute administers a series of endowed Italian Studies scholarships. And just a few weeks ago, the university announced a $10 million bequest from alumnus Frank Rubino to fund scholarships for students who are STEM majors but pursuing Italian Studies courses. While you're here, I'd like to encourage you to visit our Valente Italian Library on the 3rd floor of the Walsh Library. That's the building with the copper dome that you may have seen as you enter. It is the largest unitary collection of books in Italian and Italian American studies in New Jersey. Unitary meaning all of the books are there, whether they're Library of Congress A or Library of Congress Z. So banking, woodworking, art, music, all in one place rather than top to bottom library, let's say. And we continue to collect rare books, manuscripts, and letters. Most recently, we were given the correspondence of historian William Salamone and his letters to the likes of Gaetano Salvemini and Nunzio Gaston. Seton Hall is a diocesan Catholic university founded in 1856 by Bishop James Bailey, who was a nephew of Saint Elizabeth Seton, the first person born in the United States to be canonized. It's the oldest diocesan university in the United States. That means it belongs to the Archdiocese of Newark and is not affiliated with a religious order, Franciscans. And so, although the university tries to project itself nationally and internationally, the diocesan character gives it a special social mission that's local to northern New Jersey. And so it's no accident that perhaps 20 to 30% of our alumni are of Italian ancestry, and that local support has been a huge factor, a crucial factor in supporting our program. There will be several breaks today. You may wish to visit the library. There's the chapel across the green, which is a charming place to see and visit the heart of the university. There's a Starbucks upstairs. Since the university happens to possess a complete run of the splendid magazine Attenzione, published between 1979 and 1987, about which Marcella Martin will be speaking later today, I've had the magazine put out on a table over there where anyone should feel free to read the numbers of Attenzione. And so now I'd like to introduce Dean Jonathan Farina, Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. He's an accomplished scholar of English literature, as the author of Everyday Words and the Character of Prose in 19th Century Britain, published by Cambridge University Press. He has been supportive of the work that Italian Studies accomplished at the university, and we're grateful for that.
Thank you, Bill and Matteo, and good morning, everyone. I should note that besides the chapel and Starbucks, if you go across the green, we also have an Illy coffee joint as well for this audience. So welcome to Seton Hall and the Charles and Joan Alberto Italian Studies Institute. Since its founding, Seton Hall has served immigrant communities, as Bill said. Lots of Italian Americans in particular, but also Irish Americans and most recently Americans from Latin and South America. And in fact, we just became an HSI last year. Our Catholic mission draws these communities, but so do our mutual commitments to providing both social advancement here in the United States and richer connection to their family culture, language, and history. We do this work through academic programs, of course, but also with centers like the Alberto Institute, the Joseph A. Unanue Latino Institute, and others. These institutes do important work connecting academics to family, to cultural traditions, and to communities outside the classroom that want to keep learning. And such were the functions of the ethnic press: education, socioeconomic advancement, and a tether to homeland news, language, and culture. I happen to be a scholar of 19th century British literature, including its prolific periodical culture. And Britain obviously had a rather important Italian ethnic press that fulfilled these roles, but also accelerated democratic reform in Britain itself. By far the most important Italian publications in 19th century Britain, besides the fashion magazine, were produced by Giuseppe Manzini in London. Apostolato, Popolare, Il Pellegrino, Legislatore, and Pensiero e Azione. Forgive my pronunciation. First 37 editions of the last one were actually produced in London before it was moved to Genoa. To varying degrees, each of these publications sought to provide what Victorians called useful knowledge, to moralize and to economically advance Italian Britons. Il Pellegrino, in particular, was produced for the Free Italian School in Hatton Garden, which was the Little Italy of London, to educate working-class Italian immigrants. And Charles Dickens, the novelist, was a significant donor to that school in Hatton Garden. He believed in Mazzini's mission and was a good friend. That mission eclipsed helping immigrants, of course, and was overwhelmingly attentive to promoting Italian unification and Republican democratic principles. And here the work of the Italian ethnic press intersected fruitfully with the work of the regular British press, which was heavily invested in the Italian question, as it was called, because that was the question. What was the future of Europe, of politics, of working class and middle class Britons? I think many 20th century and 21st century historians and literary critics have mischaracterized Victorian views of Italy because they've been over-influenced by novels and poems. To be sure, this literature more often than not romanticizes Italy as, on the one hand, the origin of all that is beautiful, virtuous, Christian, democratic, and intelligent, but on the other hand, in its Victorian present, a place of superstition, decay, and economic stagnation. Charles Dickens' 1846 travelogue, Pictures in Italy, bolsters this caricature because Dickens deliberately avoided politics. In the preface, he professes to mind his own business as a tourist. But the press back home and Dickens' behavior back home indicate that most literate Britons were deeply interested in Italy's business, and that 19th century Italy was far more vibrant and influential and relevant than the mischaracterizations suggest. The ethnic press in particular shows that 19th century Italy looked to the British a lot like 19th century England, at least to those who paid attention to the lives of the working classes. The 1867 Second Reform Act in Britain, which dramatically increased the electorate, and other political reforms owed much not just to the inspirational unification of Italy in 1861, but also to the Italian ethnic press in London, to the community it fostered, and to the dialogue it produced with other papers. I happen to be the child of two immigrant families, one Italian and one English. One set of grandparents came to Brooklyn from Sicily right before my father was born. My other grandmother and mom immigrated from England when my mom was 21. I have not seen it myself, but my father does recall his parents reading I Progresso Italiano Americano rather religiously in Brooklyn, as much for the news as much as the advertisement. So he joked that they read the advertisements as if they were articles. I can vouch personally, though, that my mother to this day still reads The Guardian, the BBC, even the Daily Mail, not for news or information, but as much for sentimental attachment and belonging to her home. Today, about how the Italian ethnic press in America not only advanced the lives of Italian Americans, but also influenced American culture more broadly, from our politics and economics and intellectual life to the aesthetics of everyday nostalgia and those kind of sentimental attachments to a home country abroad. I thank you for coming to Seton Hall, and I thank Matteo and Bill for organizing, and hope you'll have a great day.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and let me add my welcome to those of Professor Connell and Dean Farina. Thank you both. I'm Matteo Brera. I'm the Sklodowska-Curie Fellow here at Seton Hall University and at the University of Padua, this GEA University of Padua. By now you've heard about endowments, libraries, archives, Starbucks. My task is kind of simpler, to remind us why we are all here, why you traveled through traffic, why we have insisted on gathering in person despite the digital abundance of possibilities that could, in theory, spare us the trouble. We're gathered here because the ethnic press is not a marginal curiosity, but a crucial archive of modern history. It is where immigrants negotiated, as Dean Farina said, citizenship, defined collective identities, memories, and confronted the often stark boundaries of belonging in America. To study it is to recover the voices and strategies through which communities imagine themselves into the nation. As Bénédicte Deschamps has shown, and I thank her for being our keynote speaker today and our guest today, and I thank you all, of course, for being here again, Italian language newspapers in the United States were far more than information bulletins. They were classrooms, tribunals, and at times battlefields. They taught newcomers how to act as civic subjects, how to participate in politics, how to read themselves as part of a transnational cultural tradition. And they also made explicit the lines of exclusion, who counted and who did not. This is where my project, A Darker Shade of Whiteness, funded by the European Union through the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions, seeks to intervene. In the US South, in the post-Reconstruction US South, Italians, as we know, were not automatically accepted as white. And newspapers became survival manuals, instructing readers in the codes of literacy, inclusion, while also reinforcing the racial hierarchies of Jim Crow America. The ethnic press then was both emancipatory and exclusionary. And it is this tension that frames much of what we will discuss today. I wish to acknowledge my supervisors. Professor Luconi in Padua could not be here today because he's got two conferences in 2 days, so it was going to be very difficult for him to be at both, and Professor Connell for their guidance. And I want to express gratitude to Professor Gabriella Romani for shaping the Alberto Institute into the vibrant institution that welcomes us today. I also thank Barbara Ricci for her indispensable work behind the scenes, and Jocelyn just joined us to help today at the welcome and the registration desk. I'm deeply indebted to Seton Hall University for hosting me over the past 2 years with such generosity. It is my hope that this project will strengthen both Italian and Italian American studies here at Seton Hall and enrich the university's digital collections as we are working on. Many thanks go as well to Seton Hall University libraries and the staff, and to their dean, John Bushman, for hosting the digital repository that will preserve and disseminate the sources I've been working on and I'll be working on. The program today reflects the complexity of the field. We begin with politics, education, and ideology, because every newspaper was in its way a civic lesson. We move to digital culture, because preservation is now inseparable from technology. We then consider readership and literary imagination, because the ethnic press was also space for cultural creation. And finally, we return to the fundamental question: what is an ethnic press? A medium in another language, or a laboratory where identity itself was printed and reprinted? This evening, Professor Deschamps will extend the discussion to the larger history of the US ethnic press, situating the Italian case within a broader landscape of American journalism. We're all looking forward to hearing more about this. Before we begin, it's my pleasure to introduce, albeit from remote, Dr. Claudio Pagliara, the new director of the Italian Cultural Institute in New York, who joins us again from remote through a recorded video message. His remarks remind us that the histories we have examined are not only in the past, they continue to inform the cultural dialogue between Italy and the United States, and to sustain the institution that give Italian and Italian-American studies a voice today. Claudio Pagliara, goes without saying, is a leading journalist for RAI, correspondence in New York and Washington, and is here with us today.
Dear Professor Brera, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, institutional commitments prevent me from attending your symposium. Please accept my sincere apologies. As an international journalist by background, I'm deeply moved by the stories of Italians who arrived in a new world and created ethnic newspapers to connect with one another and find a common path to try to overcome the initial difficulties in being accepted by the other communities. It may be of particular resonance here that in the third week of October we celebrate the Week of Italian Language, which this year is dedicated to the Italian-speaking world. As director of Italian Cultural Institute, I'm proud to say that this year we will host 3 concerts of Italian singers who, alongside standard Italian, enrich their repertoire with dialects, reflecting the cultural and linguistic complexity of our heritage. I warmly wish you great success and send you my best regards. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think we can start officially the conference. I'll call Mark Rotella to Mark to moderate the first session. Okay, so I'll leave the floor to you, Mark. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. This one right here.
You know, it's great to see so many people here, so many colleagues I've seen, I've known for years, colleagues I've seen at other symposia, and thank you so much for thinking of me to chair this, Matteo. And Bill, you and I have been talking about doing something together for a long time, so thank you for the invitation here. You know, having grown up, I'm obviously not a scholar in this, but having grown up in around Tampa, Florida, which is home to what was one of, if not the only, trilingual newspaper, La Gazzetta, which was in Italian, Spanish, and English in Ybor City. I am fascinated by this research, by the scholarship here. So I just remember it as a kid, and then more so actually as an adult, as I became more interested in the Italian culture there. Growing up across the bay in St. Petersburg, we did not have as many Italians. In fact, I didn't know many Italians until I went to Catholic school for high school. So anyway, so I'm looking forward to hearing what all of you have to say. So I'm going to introduce first to come up. We're going to do the, Matteo, would you like to do this? I'll introduce everyone, and then Great. Okay, good. So we'll give about, is it 15 minutes? 20. Oh, wow. Y'all got 5 extra minutes.
15 to 20.
15 to 20. All right, great. This is great. All right, good. So first up is Carmen Petruzzi, A Year of Rebellious Words, a socio-educational analysis of Il Martello, 1918. The periodical Il Martello is a political, literary, and artistic publication, began in New York in 1960 under the editorship of Luigi Preziosi. And just a little bio for Ms. Petruzzi is a researcher in the higher history of education at the University of Foggia. Her research and interests include the educational process of early Italian-American communities abroad between the 19th and 20th centuries, migrant stereotypes and self-representations, the history of intercultural design in both formal and non-formal contexts, and the reconstruction of Italian-American educational thought and practice, 1900 to 1950, through archival work in Rome, New York, Philadelphia, Washington. She's got a list of publications, but I think we're just going to let her just jump right in. Right.
Thank you.
Presentation on a thumb
Yeah.
drive here.
Oh, yeah.
We do need to log in though. Presenter.
Hello, good morning. Allow me to express, in addition to my sincere gratitude, a certain emotion at taking part at this prestigious international symposium. First of all, I would like to thank William Connell, Matteo Brera, and Seton Hall University for offering me this opportunity. Heartfelt thanks also go to those who have spoken before me, and a warm greeting to my colleagues who will speak later for the stimulating perspectives they will be sharing. I will now present my contribution, pointing out from the outset that my field of research is education, and that consequently my presentation will necessarily be oriented towards a pedagogical reading of the sources. So I'm sorry if it's just educational point of view. This contribution will not be possible without the period of research I spent in New York as recipients of the James Pericone Fellowship in 2023, thanks to which I was able to study at Pericone incredible, invaluable archive, now preserved at the Rosenthal Library of Queens College, City University of New York. On that occasion, I was able to consult an almost complete collection of Il Martello from 1918 and the first issues from 1919. The research is still ongoing, so I will present just a part of it, but I can already say with some degree of certainty that the 1918 collection in the Pericone archives is the oldest year available both in the United States and in Italy. I will not dwell in detail on the history of the Italian anarchist movement in the United States, both for reason of time and because I'm aware of my limitation in this area. But a few words about Carlo Tresca are, in my opinion, necessary. Tresca was a key figure in Italian-American socialism and anarchism between the late 19th and the early 20th centuries. Through his editorship of three newspapers, La Plebe, L'Avvenire, and Il Martello, he built a political and editorial trajectory that reflects, on the one hand, the main transformation of the migrant labor movement, and on the other, his personal evolution, from revolutionary socialist to anarchist syndicalist to becoming a radical voice of anti-fascism. For Tresca, journalism meant educating, counter-informing, giving voice to a working class that was systematically excluded from the official circuits of culture and knowledge. So, Il Martello, a New York biweekly publication, was not creating directly under Tresca's leadership. It was founded in late 1916 by Luigi Preziosi as a political, literary, and artistic newspaper. With Tresca purchase of the publication between December 1916 and January 1917, the newspaper quickly became one of the most dynamic organs of the Italian-American labor movement and international anarchism until 1946. These slides show the changing of subtitles of the journal, that passing from an educational tool to militant magazine. Il Martello is an extraordinary source not only for the history of the labor movement and political migration, but also for a broader reflection on education as a process of construction and deconstruction of knowledge, for it was on November 24, 1917, when it was announced that starting on December the 1st, the newspaper will become a 24-page serial magazine dedicated to education and intellectual elevation among Italian workers. The language of Il Martello, as you can read in the following slides, is direct and very simple. The newspaper presented itself as a popular publication with the aim of forming, not just informing, a community of critically aware or politically active readers. For example, it's written, "We will spare no effort or sacrifice to ensure that this resounding martello increasingly becomes the symbolic instrument of intellectual liberation for Italian workers in America." And then new columns, new contributors, and a wealth of variety artistic illustration issues of the magazine, which will bring a breath of poetry and beauty, idealism and faith into proletarian homes. So it's something very new. And again, from this perspective, the inclusion of Il Martello in an educational program not only has historical and documentary value, but also offers an opportunity to question the selective logic of public discourse, which voices are included, which are marginalized, and why some are labeled as minor, alternative, or even dangerous. Again, here it's another passage in the first number of 1918, when a letter by Camillo De Gregorio, here he wrote, "Yesterday I received Il Martello, the former anti-religious newspaper that has been transformed into a powerful magazine promoting social culture and the fight for free thought." So it was something very new. The concept of pedagogy of dissent, that is very popular in Italy, is perhaps the most concise and provocative synthesis of this theoretical constellation. It is an approach that values conflict, disobedience, and breaking with the dominant symbolic order as fundamental educational tool. Not only is dissent recognized as legitimate, but it assumed to be a constitutive dimension of the educational process. And again, here, they really want to repeat this to the readers. Il Martello aims to provide comprehensive education. So here Il Martello is analyzed not only as a historical source, but as an informal, alternative, and militant pedagogical tool capable of offering its reader methods for interpreting reality and models of critical political consciousness. So now I'm trying to talk about a little bit of the methodology I'm using for this kind of research. The following analysis is based on the issue of Il Martello published just in the year 1918. Although the collection is not complete, a systematic approach inspired by Berelsonian content analysis was adopted, aimed at describing the manifest content of communication in objective, systematic, and quantifiable manner. The unit of analysis is the individual article, understood as an autonomous unit of content and meaning. And all paratextual components were excluded from the quantitative analysis, but were nevertheless subject to qualitative observation, including illustration, photographs, comics, and recurring graphic elements. However, these components are fundamental to understanding the overall socio-educational and cultural character of the publication, even though they cannot be treated in using the standard content analysis. And here is the spreadsheet for the content analysis of the first number. So it's it's my work time. It's more worksheet. So let's talk a little bit about my tabs. I will show you just 3 tabs. The first table shows the frequency of appearance of the authors who signed the articles. Although there is not always a direct correspondence between the author and the most educational type of content, the recurrence of certain signature is a significant piece of data, even if not exhaustively scientific. Among the most recurring signatures are L'Homme qui rit and Ego Sum. Previous studies hypothesized that Carlo Tresca himself was behind the pseudonym Ego Sum, a hypothesis that I feel confident in confirming, even if definitive source confirmation is still lacking. In many issues, the Martellando column, or Ammartellate, the most provocative column in the newspaper, appeared to be signed by Ego Sum, suggesting that it was authored by the paper's most authoritative contributors, so probably Carlo Tresca. The article bearing its signature range from history to economics, from politics to controversy, outlining multifaceting voice capable of intervening legitimacy in different areas of intellectual and militant debate. Among the recurring authors, I will mention Vincenzo Vacirca, often associated with polemical content, particularly in issues where both L'Homme qui rit and Martellando are absent and Ego Sum are absent. Also interesting is the presence of Clara Palumbo Vacirca and her partner, his partner, active only in the early months of 1918 with the contribution on women's issues, a sign of a gender consciousness that was still in its early stage, but already significant. Another important name is, of course, Arturo Giovanniti, who contributes to the narrative literary section with poems and texts, some of which are also promoted in the advertising section of the newspaper. La Vedetta Rossa appears sporadically, mainly in polemical articles, and while Dr. Romeo Franzoni wrote several scientific contributions, it is unclear whether these articles were taken from other publications or commissioned directly by Il Martello, but they represent for sure attempts to build a comprehensive intellectual educational program aimed at both working class men and women. Another tab is the second one, which analyzes the type of content present in the 1918 issues. The data clearly show that Il Martello pursued an explicit educational program articulating along multiple lines. A significant percentage of the article consists of short stories, poems, tales, and plays, which, while not directly addressing political issues, contribute to the sentimental, moral, and cultural education of the reader. This content is aimed at mobilizing the consciousness of the working class with a transformative but not dogmatic perspective. The section dedicated to notice and advertisements are also particularly relevant, with their frequency increasing significantly towards the end of the year. This informative space allows us to follow the evolution of subscription campaigns, monitor membership, and observe the ways, sometimes ironic, sometimes harshly critical, in which non-payment was stigmatized. In this context, the figure of the local promoter also emerges, often present with a name and sometimes photograph, as in this case, Mr. Grappone, and reflected an attempt to organize a widespread network throughout the territory. The magazine also include anti-religious contribution, popular lesson on physics, world history, nature, confirming an educational scheme that aims to promote the comprehensive training of workers far beyond mere political literacy. No less important is the section dedicated to theater programming, presented as an integral part of the educational project, Theater as a space for informal learning is valued as a vehicle for critical awareness through entertainment and the symbolic representation of social conflict. Il Martello actively promotes shows, companies, and related culture initiatives. However, this second table, again, this one, has an important limitation. Also, it shows the percentage of the different types of content. It does not show the chronological distribution of the article. This data is crucial for understanding the editorial logic, especially in times of crisis or censorships. So, the last one is the table 3. To compensate for this shortcoming, the third table focuses on the time dimension, highlighting significant peaks in production in certain thematic categories. This is, for example, the case with the narrative, which shows abnormal values on April 1st, May 16, and in the 2 August issues. The one with the circle, the black circle. These peaks seem to indicate the absence of current news or available editors, resulting in an expansion of the literary component. In other words, the greater presence of creative content appears to be a compensatory strategy in times of editorial vacuum or external censorships. I invite you also to carefully observe the continuity of the economic and scientific columns in white and bright yellow in the table, which represent an element of content stability throughout the entire year analyzed. So I'm going to conclusion. A brief examination of the content of Il Martello for the year 1918 allows us to outline the periodical as an authentic educational device, not so much for explicit purposes of formal instruction, but for the implicit pedagogical structure that runs through its entire editorial framework. In the context of Italian migration to the United States, Il Martello serves as a space for political and social literacy, offering Italian language texts that translate in complex concepts into accessible language. So my first idea I had is that far from limiting itself to an informative function, Il Martello proposed an alternative worldview capable of deconstructing the stereotypes of the passive, ignorant, or deviant immigrant as seen in the mainstream press, maybe, and U.S. institution. Through articles, editorials, and columns, the newspaper constructed a counter narrative in which the migrant worker was recognized as an active historical subject, a bearer of dignity and knowledge. The second one is the unlike educational institution, often vehicles of assimilation, discipline, and linguistic cultural imposition, Il Martello practices dialogical peer-to-peer education, where autonomy of thought prevails over conformity. And again, the third is that the published content constituted a true form of counter-education, offering tools, of course, for interpreting reality from perspective alternative to the dominant ones. And the last one, Il Martello not only inspired individual reflection, but also fostered collective spaces for discussion and debates, cooperatives, popular schools, public meetings, popular university. There's also one article about it. In short, Il Martello did not just offer educational content, it acted as a tool for cultural resistance, political counter-discussion, and individual and collective emancipation. It did not aim to integrate migrant workers into the dominant system, but to provide them with the coordinates to criticize, reject, or transform it. In this sense, Il Martello did not simply propose an alternative education, but a different education, rooted in conflict, participation, and the possibility of building non-hegemonic models of knowledge and power, generating from the bottom up and not imposed from above. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Mark. Next, we have Matteo Brera,
He specializes in transnational exchanges between Italy and North America, specifically Canada and the U.S. South, which again is a big interest of mine, which is just really wonderful. Just talking with him before, I didn't realize how many Italian enclaves there were in various parts of the South, specifically Alabama. With a focus on ethnocultural press and its role in shaping transcultural identities, he is the Marie Sklodowska-Curie Project. His Marie Sklodowska Project, A Darker Shade of Whiteness, examines the Italian ethnic press of Louisiana and his contribution to racial awareness of the Gulf in the Gulf South, addressing an overlooked aspect of race relations, racism, and the construction of racial discourse in the U.S. South. He's presenting here on schools, societies, and newspapers, education, and the Italian ethnic press in Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Let me open my PowerPoint presentation and let's get this going. Okay, so my paper examines the Italian ethnic press in Louisiana and briefly the wider U.S. South as a privileged arena for negotiating language, education, and racial belonging. Newspapers acted in Louisiana as diasporic classrooms, mobilizing schools, literacy campaigns, and Italian language teaching to position Italians on the right side of the color line and advance civic inclusion. Rather than passive chronicles, these periodicals operated as formative institutions where education in schools, associations, rituals, and print culture was deployed to secure cultural prestige while reproducing Jim Crow hierarchies. From Il Monitore del Sud to l'Italo-Americano and La Voce Coloniale, they function simultaneously as vehicles of ethnic pride and pedagogues of whiteness. We start from Il Monitore del Sud, attempt to give Italians in Louisiana a collective printed voice. It was published in New Orleans in 1849, edited by Augusto Natili, a Tuscan exile and veteran of the Roman Republic. The paper appeared as an Italian supplement to the French Le Moniteur du Sud and was housed in Exchange Alley alongside the Spanish language La Patria. Its location reflected the city's multilingual press culture and underscored Italians' participation in a cosmopolitan arena, even as they rehearsed Republican solidarity in exile. The rhetoric of the newspaper invoked national unity in familial terms. Siamo tutti una sola famiglia, says an editorial, the very first one. This echoed the conspirational idioms of Risorgimento networks and Giuseppe Verdi's Hernani, Siridesti Leon di Castiglia, if anyone is familiar with opera. And to call Italians one family was both exclusionary and an effort to sustain solidarity abroad at a moment of political defeat. Sarah Salter read the Monitore as a rehearsal of white supremacy. While her work rightly situates it in the racialized landscape of antebellum New Orleans, it flattens the rhetorical complexity of Natili's text, which also drew on the idioms of the defeated Roman Republic. The paper thus embodies both the cosmopolitan conditions of the production and the transnational revolutionary context of 1849. Across its 13 issues, the paper defined itself as the organo speciale degli italiani, combining reports on the Risorgimento with appeals to Italians abroad. Its first editorial made education the constitutive principle of nationhood. Senza unità d'educazione e rappresentanza non v'è nazione. This reveals the paper's self-image as a diasporic school, not merely an organ of information. Readers were urged to intendersi e cospirare insieme, to write and read con amore, as a duty towards the patria. Indifference was condemned in liturgical tones, maledetta l'indifferenza e viva l'Italia. Such rhetoric turned the press into a classroom of civic vigilance, where correspondence, subscriptions, and preservation of the paper became patriotic acts. The pedagogical role extended to political lessons. In August 1849, I Francesi a Roma condemned Louis Napoleon's betrayal of the Republic, comparing French troops to barbari, who were paradoxically more generous than the French. This reversal taught readers to decode tyranny disguised as liberation. Similarly, serialized Rimembranze Storiche in issues 10 and 11 reviewed French diplomacy, adopting the tone of a civic teacher. Rammenteremo, we will recall, so that Italians might learn from history. The Monitore also staged racial positioning. Its first issue described Italians as living fra un popolo libero che ci ama, aligning them with the republican virtue of white America and distancing them from enslaved and marginalized groups. At the same time, it demonized foreign oppressors as barbari, crudeli oppressori, and orde, racializing tyranny to claim Italians' place among civilized peoples. By autumn 1849, the pedagogical role converged with associational life. Issue number 9 reported the creation of the Società Nazionale Italiana to maintain unity and raise a fondo rivoluzionario of denaro ed armi for Italy's liberation, linking reading, association, and fundraising in one civic repertoire. Finally, the closure notice of the 28th of October admitted that the Italian page provoked hostility among Francophone readers and could survive only if Italians supported their own press. This confession highlights how language itself was politicized in the marketplace of antebellum New Orleans. If Il Monitore del Sud in 1849 had framed the press as a diasporic classroom, l'Italo-Americano of the 1890s, it was probably founded between 1880 and 1884, shows how the pedagogical role evolved within organized associational life and under the shadow of violent anti-Italian hostility. The decade opened with the lynching of 11 Italians in New Orleans, as we know, and closed with the Tallulah massacre of 1899, both stark reminders of Italians' precarious ethnic position in the South. In this climate, the cultivation of education, literacy, and civic respectability became urgent. The press had to prove to Americans and to Italians themselves that Italians were not criminals, but a people of discipline, culture, and moral capital. The newspaper amplified the educational work of benevolent societies, parishes, and commemorative rituals. A telling example is the 1894 celebration of the Circolo Umanitario Educativo. The press described the small hall adorned with American and Italian colors, where a child recited a patriotic poem. This bilingual ritual staged dual allegiance, Italianità and Americanness, while transmitting political memory across generations. Such ceremonies dramatized the paper's central claim. The education in the broadest sense, through schools, associations, and ritual, was the foundation of civic assent. L'Italo-Americano also connected readers in Louisiana to a national Italian-American community. A detailed report of the violent dispersal of an Italian parade in Boston demonstrates how events in the Northeast were woven into the consciousness of the South. Readers were invited to see themselves as part of a transregional collective, bound together by information flows that anticipated today's social media. Libraries occupied a special place in this pedagogy. Public libraries were generally praised in post-Reconstruction America as schools of Americanization, where immigrants accessed both books and civic virtues. L'Italo-Americano promoted the Libreria Economica, an affordable bookshop and literary service as advertised in its pages. The enterprise encouraged the study of Italian and the purchase of works on history, politics, and literature, reinforcing ties to the motherland while projecting Italians as literate and disciplined. In an era when whiteness was measured not just by phenotype but by cultural practices, the cultivation of refinement and reading was a tactical move towards racial inclusion. The newspaper further reinforced this mission by serializing popular Italian novels such as Carolina Invernizio Satanella. Often dismissed as a lowbrow melodrama, these installments played a crucial role in sustaining language fluency across class lines, making reading a communal and respectable pastime. Accessible yet aspirational, serialized fiction normalized literary consumption and allowed Italians to present themselves as culturally engaged, modern, and deserving of civic trust. Benevolent societies featured prominently as engines of civic education. The 1899 anniversary of the Società di Mutua Beneficenza was reported with flags, festoons, and toasts to both the Statuto Albertino and the President of the United States. Here, dual loyalty was ritualized and intergenerational participation emphasized. The society thus functioned as a transgenerational civic school where patriotism, ritual, and education converged. Religious institutions reinforced this matrix of respectability. The creation of the Sant'Antonio da Padova parish offered Italian worship as in the homeland, but as moral pedagogy and charity, including free funerals for the poor. In a segregated city, the parish's role as a provider of discipline and benevolence bolstered Italians' claim to civic legitimacy. Finally, the Rubrica delle Colonie del Sud extended this pedagogy to Italians in Alabama and Florida. Reports praised industrious hoteliers, artisans, and civic celebrations adorned with flags and consular presents. These vignettes functioned as exemplar of industriousness and loyalty, portraying Italians as respectable whites in conscious contrast to Jim Crow stereotypes of disorder and racial otherness. L'Italo-Americano thus illustrates how the ethnic press became an extended classroom of diasporic citizenship. It taught cultural pride through ritual and language, trained civic loyalty through associations, and negotiated race by portraying Italians as literate, disciplined, and industrious. Through libraries, societies, parishes, and the Libreria Economica, the paper constructed a pedagogy of inclusion, an aspirational curriculum of respectability that sought to secure Italians' place along the American color line. Yet by the mid-1910s, new leaders and shifting context reshaped the press. La Voce Coloniale emerged, inheriting the civic pedagogy of l'Italo-Americano, but recasting it with the ideological and racial climate of the interwar South. And let's move to La Voce Coloniale now, which was founded in 1915 by Frank Habibi in New Orleans, and its first editor was Nicola Ricciuti. But among the most influential voices was Dr. Frank Loria, who under the pseudonym of Ariol consistently linked Italian cultural prestige with education, framing the newspaper as both civic forum and pedagogical tool. By the 1930s, it claimed a circulation of 7,500, reaching Italians across Louisiana and beyond, consolidating its authority as the state's premier Italian weekly. The paper's reach was amplified by its allegiance with the Società Dante Alighieri, the engine of Italian cultural activities in New Orleans, based in the Italian Union building on Esplanade Avenue. The Dante-sponsored lectures, language classes, and a library school complex. The rediscovered library catalog lists 150 volumes, from Risorgimento biographies to children's readers like Alarico Buonaiuti's Italia Lontana and Mondadori's ministerily approved textbooks for Italians abroad. Such holdings reveal a dual mission: preserving language among immigrant youth and elevating Italian as a respectable subject within the city's multicultural landscape. The schools coordinated by the Dante and the Unione Italiana reinforced this agenda, presenting literacy and discipline as civic credentials of whiteness. After the 1929 Concordat, this educational network extended into Catholic parish life. The parishes of the Crescent City, including St. Mary's, the old Ursuline convent, hosted Italian classes and cultural initiatives, further aligning religious institutions with the associational and press-driven project of sustaining Italianità. Attendance was intergenerational, underscoring how Italian schools functioned as both cultural reproduction and public visibility. By the 1930s, however, the Dante's library included fascist text, Achille Starace's Fasci Giovanili di Combattimento, Mussolini's speeches, and volumes on Ethiopia, signaling how cultural humanism blurred into propaganda. Okay, La Voce Coloniale mirrored this shift into propaganda. In 1919, it praised public libraries as schools of Americanization, while by 1921, it cast the Dante's initiatives as proofs of Italian civilization pedigree. Dr. Loria even lobbied through the press for a chair of Italian at Tulane University. Beneath these ambitions, however, lay anxieties about Italians' racial status. In June 1922, the paper warned that without unity, Italians would remain the eternal Dagos, while an article titled Come un negro diventa bianco speculated about medical whitening, reinforcing the urgency of Italians' own alignment with whiteness. The 1930s intensified its racial pedagogy. A March 1930 report detailed the killing of a white medical student by un negro during Mardi Gras, framing black aggression against white respectability. In April 1930, the paper covered plans for a Negro hospital, presenting health statistics statistics in ways that both pathologized black life and reassured white readers of segregation's medical logic. Later that spring, he reported a robbery against an Italian grocer and an assault on a woman returning from work, each emphasizing the assailant's blackness. By 1931, La Voce Coloniale openly aligned itself with segregationist discourse. In August, the newspaper carried the headline, La signorina Josie Baragona, as you see it in the image there, attaccata da un negro si difende uccidendolo. The accompanying editorial comment concluded, ciò ci dà ancora un monito a noi di razza bianca di tenere a dovuta distanza i negri, poiché da ciò che da parte nostra è stata considerata come umanità, da questi è stata interpretata come uguaglianza. Italians were thus explicitly addressed as members of the white race, instructed to safeguard distance and to read humanity not as equality, but as patronizing tolerance. Fraternal societies reinforced the same logic. The Società Terminese and the Società Cristoforo Colombo codified civic respectability through ritualized benevolence, public ceremonies, and provisions for sick benefits, funerals, and widows' aid, presenting Italians as orderly, as disciplined contributors to civic life. The Società del Tiro al Bersaglio, modeled on Italian shooting clubs, went further. Its regulation explicitly barred assistance to members' wives if they were black, as you see it on page 21 at the top, la moglie che non sia negra. This clause reveals how family solidarity itself became a gatekeeper of whiteness, ensuring that ethnic benevolence was racially connoted and conditional. Taken together, these societies projected Italians as respectable and fraternal while simultaneously marking the racial boundaries of belonging. La Voce Coloniale and its associational partners show how Italians in Louisiana deployed education through newspapers, libraries, schools, parishes, and societies as a platform for cultural pride and racial assimilation. What began under the Dante Society's humanistic banner evolved by the 1930s into a pedagogy where Italian language, fascist propaganda, Catholic parish schools, and Jim Crow segregation converged to teach Italians how to belong to the South as whites. And now I move to the conclusions by tracing the trajectory from Il Monitore del Sud in 1849 to La Voce Coloniale in the interwar years. A clear pattern emerges. The Italian press in Louisiana consistently used education, whether through schools, libraries, or benevolent society, as the primary terrain for civic positioning. Newspapers did not simply report events. They taught the reader how to belong. They framed reading and writing as patriotic duties, libraries as schools of Americanization, and societies as civic classrooms where loyalty was rehearsed through rituals, flags, and oratory. This pedagogical function was never neutral. Already in 1849, Il Monitore sought to educate Italians into a Republican solidarity that excluded enslaved and marginalized groups. By the 1890s, L'Italo Americano presented children's recitals, bilingual rituals, and libraries as evidence of discipline and respectability in a climate marked by lynching and suspicion. And by the 1930s, La Voce Coloniale fused Dante-inspired humanism with fascist pedagogy and the logics of Jim Crow, teaching Italians to imagine themselves as part of the razza bianca and to police their distance from African Americans. Now, this is a slide on a small final comparative section with another couple of case studies in adjacent U.S. South states, because the Louisiana experience fits into a broader Southern scenario in which the Italian ethnic press made education the key site of negotiation. In Alabama, the Columbus Balbo Review, which you see at the top right there, turned schools and civic celebrations into a curriculum of belonging, boasting on the one hand Ambassador Rosso's keynote before more than 1,000 teachers at Phillips High School, and on the other listing Fisk University, founded in 1866 in Nashville to educate freedmen and a leading historically black institution, as one of the best schools for Negroes. It was precisely at Fisk that Primo Bartolini, a prominent immigrant poet, and patriot, taught Italian, and from that position he would go on to propose using the language as training for African American students destined for colonial settlement in East Africa. It's Bartolini in his classroom for African American pupils. Such juxtaposition reveal how. Oh, wait a moment. There's the other one, the other case, which is the Yeah, the American Citizen, the only surviving paper, Tennessee Italian-American paper. It's a bilingual paper published in Memphis. This is a 1934 issue. It's in the online repository, which I'll be illustrating this afternoon. The American Citizen in Memphis, of which this only surviving issue we have available, and it's at the Immigration History Research Center of the University of Minnesota. Fused Catholic schooling at St. Agnes Academy with fascist doctrine and American civil ritual, openly presenting itself as an educational newspaper. Its bilingual layout just supposes Catholic devotion with Mussolini's Dottrina del Fascismo and calls for Italians to adopt American traditions like Thanksgiving, blending pedagogy, religion, and politics into a program of ethnic respectability. Such as juxtapositions reveal how the Italian's ethnic press and its figures could both recognize Black educational achievement and simultaneously imagine education as an instrument of whitening, binding Italian culture to fascist colonialism and Jim Crow segregation. In this sense, the Louisiana and the Southern evidence confirms what Benedict Deschamps has emphasized in her broader work on the Italian-American press. These newspapers were never mere chronicles, but transnational elements, transnational classrooms, in this case, where identity, language, and racial positioning were continuously taught and rehearsed. Thank you.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Next, and finally, we have David Ariano. He's the professor of Italian and history at the University of Mount St. Vincent and is the founding director of its BA program in Italian and Italian diaspora studies. He's the editor of the Italian American Review, the peer journal of the Calandra Italian American Institute. Today, he will be presenting Fascism, Anti-Fascism, and the Italian Language Press in Argentina. David? Yeah.
Thank you all, and thank you especially Bill and Matteo for inviting me here. It's an honor to be here. It's such a wonderful collection of scholars you've assembled. Let me just pull up my PowerPoint. This paper examines how both pro and anti-fascist Italian newspapers in Argentina responded to Mussolini's propaganda by articulating their own notions of a diasporic Italian identity. It begins with a look at the fascist regime's use of the press as a vehicle of propaganda through the embassy-sponsored Il Mattino d'Italia, followed by both pro and anti-fascist responses to the propaganda from within the Italian community, with a focus on three newspapers: Folco Testena's pro-fascist Giornale d'Italia, Francesco Frolla's anti-fascist Risorgimento, and the long-standing, most widely circulated Italian daily in Argentina, La Patria degli Italiani. Whether supporting or opposing fascism, each of these newspapers challenged the regime's definition of an Italian identity abroad and articulated in its place their own original understanding of what it means to be an Italian in Argentina. In the end, their responses to fascism communicate a new diasporic sense of identity that speaks to a community in transition, one anxious to integrate fully into the fabric of Argentine society, while at the same time maintain its cultural ties to its ancestral homeland. In doing so, I argue they provide a compelling example of the importance of the local Italian press in shaping public discourse within an ethnic community, as well as their power to challenge from abroad and from below the propaganda apparatus of the Italian state. So what I will detail in my presentation was an intense debate over a 2-year period from 1930 to 1932, in which fascism's national project and its propaganda project in Argentina was openly debated and reconceptualized in a public sphere that didn't exist in Italy at the time. An open debate and exchange of ideas, which ultimately led to the closing of the community's most longstanding newspaper. For those of you not familiar with Italian migration to Argentina, just a very short slide to give you a context. From 1861 to 1914, 2.2 million Italians immigrated to Argentina. That was 40% of all immigrants to Argentina at the time, more northern than southern, as you can see. Also, a steady flow of migration, and this enabled the community to establish roots, one generation to help the next. Since it was among the earliest and largest immigrant communities, it had developed well-developed social networks and mutual aid societies, and it had a well-established political culture. In 1887, half of industrial proprietors and half of the laborers were Italian. And as late as 1930, 21% of Argentine industry was in Italian. 35% of real estate owners were Italian as well, and 40% of organized workers were Italian-born. What do all these numbers mean? The Italian community was well integrated by this point. They weren't an embattled, discriminated against ethnic minority. And that gave the impression for the fascist regime that this would be fertile territory for the spread of fascism and the promotion of its propaganda. In the end, they couldn't have been more wrong. However, Italy, Italians arrived at a time when Argentina was debating its own national identity, so we see two national products also in conversation when the fascist propaganda arrived. In the 1930s, were this key moment of transition in which second and third generation Italian Argentines were beginning to negotiate their own identity, both as Italian and Argentine. So, for the first one, I'd like you to map out the fascist propaganda through the press in Argentina and the ideological orientation that the regime took. Here we have a quote. This actually was from a propaganda book from New York. So Mussolini was very well aware of the political value of the press and the written word as a form of propaganda. The reorientation of Italian propaganda really took place in 1927 with Gino Grande's, as the Italian foreign minister, announcing from now on there will no longer be immigrants, only Italians abroad. Of course, very fascist to eliminate the concept of immigration and redefine it. This short quote is a good illustration of the way in which they sought to promote a national identity abroad. The idea that immigrants would be Italians abroad. They would be promoting the Italian nation. Their loyalties would first be to Italy and by extension to fascism. Piero Parini, who became the Minister Plenipotentiary Director Generale di Italiani all'Estero, produced an actual manual on how to be an Italian abroad, which was circulated throughout the embassies around the world. And he writes, while living abroad among foreign races with other traditions, you must be living representations of the new Italian. Mussolini's Italian who lives beyond Italy's borders is like all Italians living inside the kingdom. A citizen, a soldier, a worker, his personal life must be a model of the traditional values perfected by the fascist education. In short, he must make the foreigner say in admiration, here are the Italians of Mussolini. In one of the propaganda vehicles of the regime, we see this political cartoon which captures this propagandistic agenda. That's on the Legionario, which is the journal of the Fascismo all'Estero, the fascist party abroad. So here you have, they love this old and new, past and present in their propaganda. You see an almost racialized image of Italian migrants and this idea of Italians in the liberal period losing their sense of identity, being and here you see, of course, the new fascist times of today. So this was the not so subtle agenda that the regime sought to promote in Argentina. In particular, given the number of Italians in Argentina, there was even more of an emphasis on Italians remaining Italian and affirming their identity rather than assimilating. It's a different approach than the United States. In the United States, where there's an awareness that there's value to assimilating and integrating, given the context of the Italian community, the regime was even more ambitious for what it was hoping to find in Argentina. Aware of the importance of the press, the embassy sponsored its own newspaper, which it hoped would compete with La Patria degli Italiani to become the main vehicle of Italian news and information in Argentina. Vittorio Valdani, who is an industrialist, the fascist Fascia Italiana Estero delegate of the Fascist Party abroad, was the main financier of the journal, but make no mistake, it coordinated closely with the Italian embassy. Its first editor was Mario Apelius. He was famous for his travel writing, for his journalism, as a bit of a globe-trekker and adventurer. He was sent by Mussolini to be the first editor of Il Mattino d'Italia. He would go on to be more famous as the radio voice of the fascist regime during the war years. And here you see the inaugural issue with auguri from the king. And what would be the centerpiece of much of the detailing events and prominent gatherings and banquets within the community. In Apelius's years, Il Mattino had trouble connecting with readers, had trouble relating to the wider community and competing, at least on an open train. We'll see what happens later. With La Patria degli Italiani, the already long, well-established newspaper of the regime, and Mario Apelius himself brought the journal into debt and then ultimately was ousted after a scandal that had revealed that he actually had a wife and young child that he left behind in Alexandria, Egypt. And the woman claiming to be his wife was actually his mistress. For all those reasons, he was dismissed. And Michele Intaglietta would go on to become the editor in 1933. From his very first issue, he's made clear the new order of the day. We must accentuate its fascist tone as the most important fascist daily abroad. It has a political and propagandistic function, and it must not be forgotten, not even for an instant. And here you see examples of the propaganda pages of Il Mattino d'Italia during this period in the 1930s. Interestingly, because it is not under an authoritarian dictatorship, they did seek to appeal to Argentines with various campaigns to try to demonstrate the support, not unlike perhaps the regime in Italy, trying to show a consensus for the regime, to create the illusion, at least, of consensus of fascism within the Italian community in Argentina. So one of these propaganda plans was to ask the readers to write in, what would they say to the Duce if they had the opportunity to speak to him? In the archive of the Argentine Congress, which investigated anti-fascist activity, I was able to look through over 200 of these responses. Many of them are greetings from the patria lontana, from the distant fatherland, and we're looking in admiration with what you're accomplishing, what you're doing. Part of the initiatives coordinated through the embassy in El Mattino included bringing important cultural figures to Argentina, and Massimo Bontempelli, who went on a cultural tour. It was one of the most beautiful letters I found, with all these telespresso and sort of onion skin paper. I found this beautifully typed letter in cursive blue ink from the secretary of Luigi Pirandello, asking how he could help the regime in its propaganda effort in Argentina. From 1930 to 1932, however, while all these initiatives were taking place, Piero Parini himself goes on a tour of North and South America, and he visits Buenos Aires, And during this period, you have members of the community and other journals openly debating, mocking, challenging what Parini and the Italian regime were up to in Argentina. One such voice, sympathetic to fascism, but pain in the neck for Parini in this one, pestered him with repeated open letters and editorials criticizing what Parini was doing, criticizing the mechanic, criticizing the strategy. And this editor was Fosco Tercena, born Comunardo Brasileiro, from a family of anarchists. He would end up converting to fascism and taking over what was a monarchist journal, a pro-fascist community journal. In his rights, we will follow with love and care the grandiose political economic phenomenon which is renovating our country and placing it again at the head of all nations. Yet, in a series of editorials during Parini's visit, he would criticize his approach, criticize the messages of the propaganda, criticize the people working for the embassy in Latino, saying you're hiring the most corrupt and incompetent members of the community. More substantially, he would write, the governments of Rome have never realized that we Italians in Argentina are the model of Italian patriotism because we have remained loyal in thought and in spirit to the distant patria, of which we ask nothing and are always ready to give. Here we have made our hearths. Here our children have been born. Here everyone has made a fortune or hopes to make one. We Italians in Argentina are something different. Our interests, our sympathies, our identity, we are Italo-Argentine. This is significant because he was well aware of the in-betweenness of Italians in Argentina, of their unique positionality as Argentines, but also as Italians. And he felt like Parini had missed the opportunity with the propaganda promoting Italians abroad, arrogance by the regime, and a lack of comprehension of the community's actual position. That fascist officials like Parini would lament the loss of national identity, the loss of Italianness, was missing the fact that the Argentineness of the community is actually a value for the regime. Now, anti-fascist response, and I'll try to get everything done in the 5 minutes. Francesco Frollo is one of the most important fuoriusciti anti-fascists in Latin America, traveling to Brazil and Mexico as well as Argentina. During the same intense period of public debate, he founded his own anti-fascist periodical, Risorgimento, which presented an alternative vision of Italian identity abroad. Writing Risorgimento because it is Italian and so must be anti-fascist, for liberty against violence, justice against arbitrariness, democracy against dictatorship, republic against monarchy, freedom of conscience against theocracy. So his was an ideational Italian identity, the mirror opposite of fascism. If to be an Italian abroad is to be a fascist, to be an Italian abroad for Frolla is to be an anti-fascist, to believe in the value of liberty, justice. He writes here, Italy signifies thought, liberty, justice, and labor, and a pantheon of the heroes of anti-fascism as the list goes through. I love the political cartoons in his Risorgimento that speak to the way Frolla is trying to wrestle away Italian identity from the fascists. So he wouldn't call fascist Italy, Italy, but Mussolandia. And you have all of these political cartoons by Argentina showing this figurative way that Mussolini and the fascists have hijacked, literally in that image, hijacked Italia and have tried to take over the national identity that he and his contributors are trying to take back. I'll move on to get to the next one, but you see a lot of this in fuoriusciti radical propaganda as well. And as well, this line you'll find in the US as well, Le piaghe d'Italia sul Papa Fascismo Re. And the image in which you have both anti-clerical and anti-monarchical propaganda as well as anti-fascist. The way in which fascism betrays the values of Christianity. And if you can see rats and pigs, the fascist conception of the patria. All of this would come to a climax in September 1931 with an open battle, first on the editorial pages and then off of them, between the long-standing community voice, La Patria degli Italiani, founded in 1876, the most widely circulated newspaper in Buenos Aires, with over 40,000 copies in circulation by the 1930s. As its editors wrote, more than just nation, La Patria is a symbol, a flag among the last sort of the defender rights of the Italians, their liberal traditions, and their Italian. Because of their refusal to accept fascist funding, their refusal to publish fascist propaganda, Il Legionario writes, La Patria is no longer an Italian newspaper, but an anti-fascist Argentine newspaper written in Italian. And in response, La Patria would insist, we want to provide a free and independent newspaper not associated with any sect. Neither slave nor rebel is the motto of every Italian who lives abroad to work and does not play politics. And then they would write anti-fascist negation against steeped in that tradition of liberal Italy in the 19th century. Liberalism and democracy are affirmations. Those principles are the principles of La Patria and its readers. Because of that, Francesco Frola criticized the journal and said, they're not really our type of anti-fascism. La Patria supports anti-fascism, but not our anti-fascism. It's a traditional newspaper of the community. It's old and we're slippers. We can no longer keep pace. We understand it, but we cannot identify it. Since they could not outcompete with La Patria for readers, it was so immersed in the community, what the embassy ended up doing was they bought out its creditors. So Vittorio Valdani and other prominent fascist industrialists in the community bought the newspaper and then ran it closely. Later come up in the war as a fascist propaganda vehicle, but for all intents and purposes, they shut down the voice of the community. And I'll just leave you with two more slides and I'm done. The last editorials of La Patria in its waning days. The enemies of La Patria are false friends of the community, launching their depraved intentions against Italian institutions and newspapers. The ambassador, the councils, the authorities, lackeys are trying to destroy La Patria and at the same time destroy the institutions around it. And this, I think, as my concluding quote, really speaks to the way in which La Patria saw it. So it's La Patria degli Italiani, meaning not Italy, but La Patria of the community of Argentina, of the Italian community in Argentina, and its own sense of identity. And in its last letter to its readers, as it was closing, quote, the immigrant feels it cannot be anything but Italian. If he is not Italian, he is nothing. La Patria, the flag of the immigrants, has suffered and will suffer with them to the last breath. We have become the organ of the indignant, the displaced, who maintain the patriotic faith in the hope of a return to the traditions and unity purpose of Italy and Argentina. This dramatic last quote is sort of the concluding end of this open public debate among the newspapers of the community, a public space, a public forum that challenged, that debated, whether pro or anti-fascist, the notions coming from Italy. And it speaks to the power of community voices to change national narratives from abroad and from below as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we'll all sit here. Yeah. Go here, I think. Fascinating. Ethnic publications throughout South Argentina. I could start the discussion, but I wanted to see if anyone had any wanted to ask any questions or participate right now. Anything? So one of the things, and if you had touched on this a little bit, but I want to hear from you. Did these publications resonate with the readers? And for instance, what was the circulation, and what was the percentage of the population that was, if you don't know, literate enough, and how did some of the impressions? Yeah, go ahead. I'll just go down the line. Yeah. Okay. Can y'all hear us without the microphone, or do we need the microphone for the recording? All right.
Please use the mic because the virtual audience can't hear unless you do a microphone.
Okay, I think so. Yeah, it's on. Yeah. Well, it's not an easy question to answer, because I think well, in my experience, it changes, as we progress through time. If you think of, for instance, well, it's a very good question. If you think of the earlier case that I made, that I discussed today, Il Monitore del Sud, 1849. Language was politicized, as I said, but language was probably also the cause of the demise of Il Monitore, because it was probably too risorgimentale. It was too refined for a community of immigrants in New Orleans, who was, well, not particularly numerous, but we must think of of the majority of which as probably dialect speaking. Not many people could read what Natili was saying at some point. So a very, politicized folio within a French political newspaper, had a very, very short and limited, a great scope, but very, very short, livability, through time, because of these two reasons. As for the other experiences, well, as we progress, as we go further into the 20th century, we get more details, more data as well about circulation of these papers. With La Voce Coloniale, we knew we had lots of Italians in New Orleans in the 30s. Official data, 7,500 roughly were the copies circulating per year in the 1930s. Readers were varied in terms of who they were, where they came from. Most of them were Sicilians, we know that for a fact, but there were lots of businesses coming through, from all sorts of perspectives. We actually created a map of the businesses in New Orleans as they come from the newspapers, and there's people from all over the spectrum at some point. So we have to think of an evolution over time. With Little Americano, we're talking about people who kind of disenfranchise themselves from work in plantations or sugarcane fields, cotton fields. The cotton business was big, between in the tri-state, and then of course in the Delta, and down in New Orleans. So I think lots of work has to be done as far as the as readership is concerned, especially in southern states, because we know there were people there, but it's really difficult to ascertain what their linguistic competence was. In Birmingham, Alabama, for instance, Il Gladiatore, which is another paper, was published by the same publisher, Elviro Di Laura, who published the Columbus Bible Review, which is written in fantastic and beautiful English. Elviro Di Laura was completely illiterate in English, so probably his wife wrote it because she was a local from Birmingham. But Il Gladiatore was, in fact, a trilingual paper. It was Italian, Sicilian, and what they call up in the north broccolino, so a contact language, a language made of contact phenomena, so a mixture. And so it's a very interesting question that that is difficult to address, in such a short period of time. We need a book or another conference about, multilingualism and the Italian press, and who, these readers were, and how could read, a certain type of newspaper and what they couldn't.
Yeah, definitely. And in your research, did you have any idea with immortality?
Okay, so my research is limited to 1 year, so 1918. And yes, there are some data, interesting data, that we can talk about. For example, in the second issue of April 1918, Martello announces that they were they will be published, they will be print, they will print, sorry, 25,000 copies of the Martello for May the 1st, because it was Labor Day, of course. But then we don't have in the archive the issue of May the 1st. Maybe it was censored. So we really don't know the number, but again, thanks to the advice and the small communication that are inside each issue, we know that there were a lot of local representatives of Martello in New York, in New Jersey, Philadelphia. So they collect money for the new subscribers, and we know that the circulation was really good. If you think that there were also other newspapers. About the language, what we can say, of course, it's just in a simple Italian, but with complex ideas. So the target was, of course, the worker, the Italian worker. So.
Okay, that's good. And also, from a linguistic perspective, that what we addressed today as simple Italian was probably the so-called lingua media. So a language that now we perceive as hyper literary, but in fact it wasn't. Maybe the beginning, at the turn of the century, and during the first 2 decades of the 20th century. I mean, if I think of the language of Il Martello that I saw, there's lots of items, linguistic items, pieces of the discourse that are, could be perceived today as hyperliterary, but they perceived as, a language that everybody through their cultural baggage maybe could know and could grasp perfectly. So that's the language of opera, for instance. It's another thing. And today we perceive that as poetry, but it wasn't.
Yeah. And it's a little bit different. It's just judging by the numbers of information, 2 million, north and south. Do we have an idea? Were you able to with that? And I'm assuming maybe erroneously that there was a higher literacy rate.
Yes, there was. First off, it's a misconception that most Italian migrants were illiterate. Newspapers and the press played an important role in the community in the United States as well. In the US, it was, most scholars will say, over 50%, 53, 55%. In Argentina, it was higher. It was 65% in 1915, and perhaps a little bit higher than that by the 1920s and 30s. And it's a very literate, Buenos Aires is one of the most literary cities in the New World. It has a newspaper culture that's embedded in Argentine society, and that's true for Spanish migrants and others. So there are many newspapers, and La Patria happened to be the most mainstream, widely circulated, but there are others as well. So and for every political affiliation and outlook. So La Patria, until they were shut down, had a very wide circulation, approximately 40,000. Il Mattino had trouble competing with subscribers, but they did collect 100,000 signatures in support of Mussolini at one point. So they clearly did have a wider base, especially after La Patria was closed. And they took over some of the roles, like, for example, the Progreso would have in New York, of serving the needs of the community as well as being a propaganda piece. Francesco Frola's circulation was more typical of a fuoriuscito anarchist. So he was not an anarchist, but a socialist. So these are, smaller circulation, short numbers. They were meant to be circulated among people. They went hand in hand with his political speeches. So in the Archivio Centrale dello Stato, following the police folder on him, Here he is in Bahia Blanca again, giving another speech. Here he gives another one of his fiery speeches with a lot of outreach to working class Italian readers. I think that's why the political cartoons are especially effective as well for understanding the messages, even if somebody might be limited in terms of their literacy. But what I found most interesting was this is a community of exiles, and they're all in communication with each other. They're all following each other's careers, intersecting as they're running away from the authorities in one place or another. And there was only one existing copy of the first issue of Il Risorgimento. I was able to track it down in the library in Austin, in the University of Texas. And what do you know? On the address stamp for that issue was none other than Luigi Fabbri, who was in Uruguay at the time. He was the most important anarchist operating in South America, Italian anarchist. So he's reading Francesco Frola's socialist anti-fascist newspaper. So you know that they're in touch with one another, that they're collecting and following each other. So there's a real transnational network highlighted by the papers in that case.
Right. I'm sorry, but it's now you mentioned Fabbri, Luce Fabbri. They arrived in Canada. Frola's paper arrived in Canada as well. So it's true. It is absolutely true that Luce Fabbri operated in Canada, and it's absolutely true that from a historiographical perspective, I believe the importance of the newspaper is also. The unveiling of this transnational, national, transregional web of connection. So also, I mean, this is particularly evident because it was linked to names that were prominent among the anarchists and the radicals, and so there was this kind of radical international network, but also the osmosis between one community and the other. We've always been thinking of communities kind of, as bubbles, as independent bubbles, at the national, regional, and transnational level. But, the newspapers are important to map this deconstructed idea of independence of communities and of, a web of information that circulated freely, and and it's also that's also why it's difficult to answer your question about circulation, because one thing is maybe the circulation within the community, but these newspapers maybe circulated, outside the community. Maybe at a local or regional level mostly, but certainly the news though came from north to south and from North America to South America. I mean, it was an effort.
Yeah, and just the fact that even in the South, there was a significant enough population to produce not one, not two, three, or more papers. So,
way more.
Yeah, in Italian or Sicilian. So I think we have just a minute or two, but I just wanted to open. Oh yeah, there it is. I just wanted to just see if anyone had any comments or questions for our panel. Yes, Donna.
Did all of you in some way mention aspects of what I might call encouraging people toward assimilation? Certainly you see it in the advertisements, right? You have, one of the newspapers had, the Hibernia Bank and Trust. Another one had Roth's shoes, selling women's boots, right? So Carmen specifically mentioned, training and education. So in what ways would what ways would these publications have specifically told people what should you be doing, what should you be saying so that you succeed, fit in? So
I'm trying to remember all the articles I read, because I read the 331 articles, so there are a lot. And there's no direct, way. They don't say you have to do this, you have to do that, but in an indirect way, they try to, elevate the people who read this book and the journal. And also, I can say about the advertisement. For example, there's a beautiful in many issues, there's this advertisement about a book that was, that they were selling about questione sessuale, so sex education in 1918, and it means that okay, you are it's just an advertisement, but you are talking about a hot topic, and just this is the first one I remember, but there are many other topics. For example, all the anti-religious articles about who is God. There's one article written by Mussolini, Benito Mussolini, in 1918. It wasn't the Mussolini, but it was still a socialist, and he was the director of and it was another person. Okay, let's see this thing. And yes. Exactly. So there are many other articles about economics, for example, economy, or for example, also anthropology. But the religious, I think it's the most interesting topic about this topic, because it's related also to physics, to science. They didn't say you don't have to believe. They just try to say we deconstruct the traditional way of thinking. I don't know if I.
So in the Argentine press, and really in all of the community newspapers, you also see, with somewhat the exception of El Matino, patriotic celebrations of patriotic Argentine holidays, Argentine national icons and heroes celebrated, an interesting and strategic celebration of Argentine democracy. I say interesting because Argentina in the 1930s was La Década Infame. It was a period of authoritarianism mixing with democracy and an oligarchy leading to, of course, Peronismo in the next few decades. So it's fraught, but I think strategically this idea of celebrating Argentina's democratic values as a way of also challenging the threat of fascism in Italy. Also, I should mention, it follows with your first question. It's in the 1930s that you see more and more periodicals for the Italian community written in Spanish. And one of the last anti-fascist journals, Italia Libre, was primarily written in Spanish, which is one Italian column. And I think that speaks to the second and third generation of the community that already is educated in Argentina. And they're already more integrated and assimilated into Argentina.
Just conclude briefly about the South, because in the South they were more practical. In the South they were always more practical. So when it comes to this type of things, okay, there were compendiums of, and instructions about, for instance, how to get citizenship. So, and this is very common across the spectrum of newspapers, I think, north to south or whatever. But there were also very practical suggestions or kind of encouragement to lavarsi la faccia, to clean yourself, to have a good personal hygiene, in order not to, to fall victim of prejudice that sees Italians as dirty, so darker and all that. So this is it's probably more of a codified Southern thing, because of the contingency of the times. Right? No?
I don't think this is just for the South.
No.
This is something we find in Boston. Like I said, Massachusetts was giving orders to immigrants, telling them that they shouldn't wander in the streets bare feet, that they should wash themselves, that during the processions they should not talk too loud, they should march orderly, just the way Americans did. And all the arguments they were using were arguments that you could find in the mouth of those who criticized Italians. So it is always very unsettling to see the Italian American newspaper being even harsher on their kind than the Americans were, to protect the community and tell them, well, you must show Americans that we are people that deserve being respected. So I wouldn't say, sorry, but I wouldn't say it's just in the South. Here you have really instructions. I mean, you must not. It's not even something you can understand from what is written everywhere, like was said before. It's really something that is openly said.
I remember specifically Massachusetts Society of the Colonial Names Guide for Italian Immigrants. I think, pretty sure that one, so it was up in Boston or somewhere in Massachusetts. Italians, don't speak too loudly, smile and all of these things that are really too much.
No, and yeah, of course, I wasn't referring only to the South. Also, it's true that they assimilated what the native whites were saying. The Dillingham report, speaks of when they found an Italian community that was exceptionally well educated, or they had the same kind of customs, like in North Tennessee, North Nashville, in the community of Jolton, that established itself in 1880. The people were from Udine, so from the Northeast. They didn't look like the average Italian they had in mind, and they clearly write in the report, well, these people look like us. So there are different types of Italians, of course. So obviously there was this type of.
Let's not forget that at the gates, the American gates, the registers were mentioning Southern Italians and Northern Italians as separate races.
Or Sicilians, even if they wanted to add an additional. Yeah.
That's when they arrived, selling a lot.
All right. Well, thank you. Oh, did you? I'm sorry, Bill. Yes. I thought you were telling me that.
Thanks to all three of you. I've been reading Luca Pattini's very interesting book about the Americanization of Italy, the way Americans come to Italy much sooner than is normally imagined. So from the 1880s, 90s, at least that really seem to come from America, with Italians saying that this is what they're doing in America, these things too. So that's a kind of general thought. And then in particular, I was wondering and struck by the Matteo's discussion of the Jim Crow South. And I wondered whether racial attitudes in Italy owed something to what was happening in the United States. So long before Ethiopia, for instance, there were stories about the Jim Crow South reaching back, and what you might think of that.
Well, certainly there was. I mean, Italians were followed not only by their prejudice. I mean, they brought some of the prejudice that Americans, brought over. I mean, vomited onto Italians at some point in their own rhetoric, came from Italy, and with that probably came, racism, and came this idea of, belonging. A distorted type of belonging to the North, belonging to the South. Positivism probably had its own weight in the whole thing. Lombroso's ideas were probably some, and Lombroso was very popular in the U.S. as well. It was translated here. It was probably more popular in the U.S. than he was overseas, because overseas was seen as not real science, but at some point. But yeah, I think it's a transnational exchange, and so yes, I mean the Italians were followed and brought around, all these, and that's how they assimilated, that way in the Jim Crow South at some point. And of course, fascism played its part, because things heightened up and hotted up in the 1930s when Mussolini's Presa, when Parini started going around, and Italians, North American fascists became more fascist than the Italian fascists at some point. So, so there was this kind of movement. Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you all again for your attention. It's my pleasure to be the chair of the next panel. And we have three speakers on this panel. The first is Marcella Martin from L'Italia Oggi, an analysis of bilingual articles in Attenzione magazine. Marcella Martin recently completed her PhD in Italian Studies at New York University with a dissertation titled Curating Italian Modernity, Art, Fashion, and the View from America since 1945. In 2023, she curated the exhibition Made in Italy, Sold in America, Fashion in Attenzione magazine, 1979 to 1987. An article on this topic was published In the Italian American Review, I'm happy to say, as the editor of the journal, since graduating, she has appeared as a co-host on the Italian American podcast and is currently working on 2 book projects. The first developing her dissertation into a study of Italian political economy and image creation within a transnational context, and the second exploring the global dynamics of Made in Italy brand from the perspective of artisanship. Marcello?
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me here today. So I will be speaking about Attenzione magazine, which I encourage everyone, if you haven't gone and leafed through them, please go look at them. They're an incredible resource. So the topic of Italian American magazines falls into the much broader subject of ethnic revival in the United States in the 1970s. These magazines, I Am, Identity, and Attenzione, were styled after human interests and lifestyle publications such as Life and The New Yorker, but were born from a new ethnic awareness that in turn spurred an ethnic industry. While it is possible to say that such magazines were an example of this ethnic industry at work, it is also true that magazines acted as a repository of broader cultural phenomenon and debate. From letters to the editor to feature articles, the most fervently debated issue was authenticity. What did it mean to be an Italian American in 1970s America? Were the urban enclaves of Little Italy's truly representative of this community? And perhaps the most pressing question of all, who would decide the parameters of Italian Americanhood? Interestingly, the ability to speak and understand the Italian language was not necessarily a prerequisite. As many scholars have noted, by the mid-1970s, physical ties to the homeland, like language comprehension, were fading in comparison to cultural connections that were more widely accessible to Italian Americans of later generations. Therefore, it is noteworthy that I Am magazine included Italian language articles from its inception, and that 5 years later, Attenzione would revive the practice with English translations for its readers. When almost all aspects of Italian Americanhood were being called into question, language seemed to be an untouchable truth. While some letters to the editor lamented that the magazines were too elitist, rarely, if ever, did anyone complain about articles written in Italian, despite their coverage of politics or literary culture in Italy. On the contrary, many readers wrote in to praise the Italian language articles, particularly those in Attenzione that were published with translations, and to express their gratitude since the articles offered assistance in learning or practicing the language. Many of Attenzione's Italian articles formed a sort of propaganda that painted Italy in a positive light for readers and drew connections between Italian American traditions and the Old World. As a whole, Italian language articles in I Am and Attenzione seemed intent on breaking down barriers that often led Italian Americans to feel unwelcome or unwanted by Italy and Italians. At a time when communications about Italy in the US seemed to bifurcate Italians and Italian Americans, these articles made a seemingly final attempt at bridging the gap, while simultaneously revealing the anxieties about ethnicity and modernity that beleaguered both. The 1970s saw a proliferation of mediatic material from movies and TV shows to music and magazines targeting a new market segment, white ethnics. Until recently, most research in this area has focused on film and television, while discussions of the Italian language press have rightfully considered news sheets and papers that had been in circulation since the turn of the century. As Italian American studies and Italian research in general begin to take a closer look at the 1980s, however, magazines like Attenzione have gained new traction. As a lifestyle magazine, Attenzione captured a unique moment in the history of the Italian American community. Italian Americans had reached unprecedented levels of affluence and cultural integration, while simultaneously maintaining close connections with Italian culture and heritage. Furthermore, the magazine, particularly in its early years under the helm of Gino Paolucci and Lita Sanford, did not always reflect the theories of new conservatism that have been associated with ethnic thought leaders. In many cases, Attenzione deftly avoided the trap of harmless reporting that supported such views. An article by Lorenzo Carcaterra, who had previously been a contributor to Identity, took the topic of Italian-American press head-on. Recognizing that the Italian language papers had become outdated in their reporting, Carcaterra wrote that to survive, they would need either radical editorial changes or a return to early 20th century immigration flow and attitudes, concluding saying, "It is a measure of these papers that the former prospect seems as unlikely as the latter." But allow me to zoom out for a moment to answer the question, who were the thought leaders and publishers behind Italian-American magazines? The first Italian-American lifestyle magazine, a specific category characterized by their broad subject matter, was I Am in November of 1976. The magazine's publisher was Albert Schrager, an entrepreneur who had previously established the Institute of International Medical Education, a nonprofit organization that matched American students with medical schools in Europe. He also founded the Italo-American Education Foundation, which had a similar purpose and would charge fees to bring Italian-American students to Italy and help them gain admission to Italian medical schools. Within the decade, both organizations were in litigation in New York State for defrauding students, and Italian medical schools, whose numbers were ballooning, stopped admitting foreign students. Identity magazine debuted 2 months after I Am in January 1977, causing a stir about the appearance of two such magazines in such a short period of time. I just want to say as an aside, in the Miami news, speaking of the South, in January of 1977, there was a blurb about Identity magazine being published, and it said, "It's nice to see another minority get their own paper." Identity magazine, I said that already. Its publisher, Michael Jeffrey Zappola, and its editor-in-chief, Raffaele Donato, were both in their mid-20s at the time, and the magazine only survived 6 months before going into insolvency and facing litigation for defrauding subscribers. These failures cast a shadow over Attenzione, which was first published in 1979. But as the New York Times wrote in March of that year, Attenzione had something that the others did not, a patron named Gino F. Paolucci, the multimillionaire Italian-American entrepreneur. Paolucci had been approached by both I Am and Identity when they were facing financial difficulties, but decided that they were both, quote, too sick to be helped. Realizing, however, that there was a market for an Italian-American magazine, he bought their subscriber lists at auction, hired the accomplished editor Lita Sanford as his first publisher, and invested $2 million to get the magazine into production. Within the first 2 years, it won the National Magazine Award for Design and was recognized by the same organization again in 1982. Sanford writes in her memoir, Pure Moxie, that, perhaps also unlike its predecessors, the magazine did not prioritize hiring Italian Americans, but rather those journalists, graphic designers, and editors who were the best qualified. Advertisements from Saks Fifth Avenue to Alfa Romeo were printed on 60-pound glossy paper, attracting readers from an upscale audience with above-average income and education. Nevertheless, the magazine failed to become profitable, and Paolucci made the decision in January of 1982 to sell Attenzione to Atom Publishing, owned by an attorney, Alan D'Ambrosio. The editor-in-chief would be Ray Forenza, previously head of advertising at I Am. It was after this sale, supposedly facilitated by former publisher of I Am, Albert Schrager, that Attenzione began to feature Italian language articles. The inclusion of Italian language articles was a bellwether. As Carcaterra explained, Italian language publications like Il Progresso no longer connected with a broad section of the Italian American community. On the one hand, they had lost young people whose interests were very different from the, quote, old Italian way of thinking. And on the other, they could not attract the new Italian immigrants who were already well aware of the American way of life, being themselves more cosmopolitan. But Carcaterra also made another interesting point in passing, that perhaps the decline was also related to violence in Italy. Italian Americans read enough about violence in the US that they had less of an appetite for reading about the current political situation in Italy, which during the 1970s and 80s was marked by ongoing political violence and corruption scandals. Therefore, continued negative reporting from Italy produced a kind of fatigue with regards to current events. This fatigue could perhaps explain why Italian language articles in Attenzione differed so much from earlier examples in I Am, as well as the choice to translate them. I Am's articles were highly political, featuring interviews with the Italian Presidente del Consiglio Giulio Andreotti in December 1976 and the Italian Secret Service scandal in February 1977. To underline their newsworthy status, the Dall'Italia section in which these articles were printed was always a gray cardstock insert reminiscent of a news sheet. By April of 1977, the focus of I Am's Dall'Italia section seemed to be shifting from politics to personal interest stories. In May and June, the section would feature letters from Rome and Milan, shedding light on the lives of Italians in those cities. This change seemed to reflect the advice of a reader who wrote saying, "The first issues of I Am, of high literary style, a little too high for some, extensive vocabulary, dignified layout, sophisticated advertisements, the good life, Maserati, expensive clothes and porcelains, give the magazine a lofty launching. In order to secure its future, I Am must reach out to the whole range of potential readers with more digestive material, some shorter articles, and many pictures, as in the article Rosetto Revisited. You must tell and show more of the beauty and warmth of Italy to whet the appetite of the traveler, keep strong ties with the old world." In other words, I Am, and eventually Attenzione as well, had to become more palatable. Under the leadership ushered in by Adam Publishing, Attenzione's new Italian language articles seemed to pick up where I Am left off. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but both magazines inaugurated their Italian language section with articles on Federico Fellini. From that point on, Attenzione's L'Italia Oggi articles, written by Italian managing editor Fernanda Parini, maintained a celebratory tone, painting Italy in a positive light through stories about holiday traditions, family life, young people, and food. It is unclear if the rose-colored view of Italian society was Parini's own perception as an upper-middle-class educated woman living in Italy's capital, or if such a view was suggested by Attenzione's editors. But in either case, their interests dovetailed in representing a certain image of Italy to Americans. Between 1968 and 1994, Italy experienced a difficult period of reckoning. From student protests to government scandals, this era highlighted the country's complicated relationship with modernity. Among the various ways that Italy attempted to improve its international image was under the banner of Made in Italy, which not only included the traditional 4 Fs of food, furniture, fashion, and Ferrari, but also the increasingly valuable tourism industry. All 3 Italian-American magazines, I Am, Identity, and Attenzione, featured advertisements for Alitalia Airlines or Perillo Tours. Therefore, dispelling the assumptions that Italian-Americans might have about Italy and Italians was paramount for all parties involved. Writing L'Italia Oggi articles in Italian and providing them in translation, of course, gave extra credence to Parini's viewpoint, essentially making her articles the mouthpiece of Italian society in general. For example, writing about Italy's regional makeup and potential fiscal changes that could inadvertently weaken the South, Parini quelled concerns, writing, "The experience of the past few years has been, on the whole, positive," and that differences between the North and South were actually improving. With regards to urbanization and the economic boom of the post-World War II era, Parini wrote, "The Italians' behavior, attitudes, and family relations changed, becoming more modern." Writing about feminism, she asserted, "The old customs, taboos, and prejudices that for centuries forced women to submit to the authority of the opposite sex, whether father or husband, do not exist anymore. Everything is great. Come visit. Parini's articles in a way humanized Italians for those readers who were unfamiliar with contemporary Italy or had only bad memories of a war-torn and poor nation. Writing in December 1983, she asserted, "Today in Italy, the family is still, even in the midst of many crises, a living institution." Parini continued writing, "The family, with all its faults, remains for young people an island of security, a font of affection. In short, here in Italy, one leaves the family only when it's time to start a new one, that is, when one marries." Another article talking about the changing role of grandfathers, who had once been a stoic, silent presence in the family, were now an active participant in caring for the younger generations. Parini wrote about how Italians spent their free time dancing, at the movies, or being with friends. She wrote about the evolution of relationships between the sexes in recent years, the interest among young people in American culture, and much more. At times, her articles discussed historic events, such as the economic boom in Italy, making sure to reference Italy's southern regions as she did in other articles. Parini wrote with a marked awareness of her readership, being sure to highlight any differences between the North and South, acknowledging the hardships of migration and the importance of roots. Her final two articles, published in January, February 1987, and March, April 1987. At that point, the magazine had switched to being every other month. And this was right when Attenzione was closing. So I think the last issue was July, August of 1987. These articles took on a different tone. Unlike the rosier view that characterized previous articles, these were styled as exposés on Italian society, drawing attention to problems in the workforce and healthcare. A few years earlier, in a section of Attenzione called Views and Reviews, a short article highlighted the sale of Il Progresso to Sicilian publisher Piero Pirri Artizzone. It was titled "A Political Sale?" And questioned if the change in ownership was connected to an Italian legislative bill that would enable hundreds of thousands of Italian Americans to vote in Italy's national elections. The article suggested that Artizzone believed the bill could pass if all parties had some propaganda access to Italian Americans, which would give Il Progresso prime positioning to appeal for those potential votes. Italian politicians crisscrossed the Atlantic in the 1980s, visiting Washington on state business and New York for parties or events. Although the bill was shelved, the article revealed the continuous world building at play between Italy and the US, the fundamental role of ethnic publications, and hinted at their less glossy and glamorous underbelly, that being the propaganda side. On the one hand, the Italian politicians saw the value in courting Italian Americans if and when they might become a non-resident constituency. On the other hand, Italian Americans were often seen as a foil to Italian modernity. Throughout the second half of the 20th century, Italy continuously sought to project an image of itself as a modern democracy and economy. Indeed, the issue of modernity or modernization featured repeatedly in Parini's L'Italia Oggi articles. But communications about Italy in the US often put distance between Italians and Italian Americans, leading to an official narrative created by consular or cultural institutions that emphasized both historic Italian excellence in the arts and culture and its more recent economic advancement, leaving little room for anything else. This paper has attempted to trace the significance of Italian language articles in Italian American magazines, and Attenzione in particular, at a crucial moment in Italy-US relations. It was in this period that Italy and Italian Americans both seemed to be in the process of determining the image they wished to project to the world. Ethnic magazines became a unique space to test these images, as they were both part of the larger ethnic industry and therefore influenced by the desire to shape a particular perception of Italian American culture, and also a repository of debates about the representation of Italy and the Italian diaspora in the US. While there is considerable research still to be done, I would like to draw some preliminary conclusions about the inclusion of Italian language articles under Atom Publishing. First, the articles represented the transmogrification of Attenzione. Under Sanford's leadership, the magazine appeared to have had a very clear vision of who it intended to reach and how. With Forenza at the helm, it lost that vision, and the articles in translation, rather than bringing the two cultures together, underlined the distance between them. Secondly, Italian Americans were likewise distanced from official representations of Italian culture in the US, prompting the consolidation of a distinct Italian American culture that was increasingly isolated even from the pages of Attenzione. Italian Americans could follow Italian politics and wear made in Italy clothes, but they would never be Italian again.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Fred Gardefay, who will be speaking on 40 Years on the Masthead, My Life as an Ethnic Journalist. Fred Gardefay is Distinguished Professor of English and Italian American Studies at Queens College, CUNY, and the John D. Calandra Italian American Institute. He's been writing for Fra Noi for over 40 years. A Fulbright Fellow, University of Salerno, 2011, he has served as president of the Italian American Studies Association, MELAS, and the Working Class Studies Association. He is co-founding editor of Voices in Italian Americana and co-founder of Bordighera Press. His books include Italian Signs, American Streets, Dago's Read, Mustache Pete is Dead, Leaving Little Italy, and From Wise Guys to Wise Men. His forthcoming study on humor and irony in Italian American culture will be published by Penn State University Press in 2026. Right.
PowerPoint?
No, my point is power, not.
Because of the team's, okay, so it focuses on you.
Very good. All right, now for something completely different. It's funny because I loved Attenzione magazine as much as I hated it. And I didn't just hate them because they wouldn't publish my fiction. I hated them because they didn't relate to the community that I had grown up in. They made us all seem like cafones. And I wanted to do something about it, and this is the story of what I did. My career as a journalist began when I was a kid, reading the adventures of Ernest Hemingway as he turned his newspaper experiences into fiction and his fiction into newspaper stories. Back then, I believed that all I had to do was master the English language, and I could do the same. My first opportunity to do reporting and write news stories came when I took a journalism class at the junior college, and one of my assignments made it into our newspaper, the Trident. One of the most revered policemen of our neighborhood had died unexpectedly of a heart attack, and I wrote a tribute to his career and his important interaction with the youth of our town. The story had made it into every home in our Italian neighborhood where I was born and raised. I'd walk down the street and people would shout out, "Good job, kid!" That was back in 1971 and earned me the moniker, "There goes Mario Puzo of Melrose Park." For it was just a few years earlier that an Italian-American writer's name gained national recognition, fostering local pride of the skill I was trying to master. You see, where I come from, we have aphorisms and proverbs that advise against revealing information that can be used against the self or the family. A chi dici il tuo segreto, doni la tua libertà. To whom you tell your secret, you give your freedom. Di il fatto tuo e lascia fare il fatto tuo. Tell everyone about your business and the devil will do it. Odi, vedi e taci se vuoi vivere in pace. Listen, watch, and shut up if you wish to live in peace. Such cultural warnings don't make for spilling your guts out about life in the hood. especially in a newspaper. My next experience came as a journalist out of an English class I took by Professor Joe, yes, his last name was English, a professor and community activist who turned his lit class into an underground newspaper, which we called the Triton College News. We thought if it had a very establishment-sounding name, people would not see that we were trying to feed underground stories into them. And it wasn't long before I found out what it meant to be an ethnic journalist. One of my earliest stories got me in trouble with those who held power in my town. During this time, Black students were taking over buildings, demanding courses that reflected their culture. And overnight, the security force had been armed with pistols. I didn't see anything surprising about that, as cops always had guns where I came from. But Joe English asked us to find out how people without guns one day could have them the next day. A couple of my friends had been on the security force, mostly keeping an eye on the parking lots at night for break-ins. And so when they showed me their pistols and said, look at what they gave us, I started getting their stories, reported it, and was accused of undermining the authorities who had illegally provided firearms to those who were not trained or licensed to carry them. My reporting had embarrassed the town officials as well as the college administration and earned me the ultimatum: shut up or get out of town. They had made it into an us versus them situation that I could not support, and so I transferred to the University of Wisconsin, ending my career as an underground journalist. 6 years later, with a degree in English education and a few years of high school teaching on my resume, I began studying Italian with the idea of traveling to Italy and perhaps meeting up with our family there. I was the first to return to Italy. I wanted to continue studying Italian, and for the first time since I was 17, I felt compelled to write again. I began writing about that trip and had no idea where to send the writing. After that first trip to Italy, and being the first in my family to return to my mother's parents' birthplace of Castellana Grotte, my writing took on a born-again Italian self-awareness. I began looking for a place to publish it. I had remembered the Fra Noi, a local newsletter for Villa Scalabrini, what we then called the Italians' old people's home. Every month, my grandfather had me read the entire paper, including the ads, aloud to him. The Fra Noi had been founded and edited by Father Armando Pierini, who lived from 1908 to 1998. It was a tiny powerhouse of a priest who used the newspaper to connect the Italian-American community of Chicago for the purposes of supporting Villa Scalabrini, a home for the aged that once was exclusively for Italian-Americans, as they began looking for places outside the home to take care of their elderly relatives. Father Pierini was not a trained journalist and thought nothing of clipping articles that he would rip out of other newspapers that he liked and simply paste them into his publication. He never worried about permissions or legal copyrights. He took whatever he wanted to create the pages that were, more often than not, filled with what we used to call grip and grin photos. These were photos of donors handing him checks. Father would sit in the basement of the building where he had his, quote, newsroom, and with the help of a man by the name of Emil Stubitz, produced this monthly newspaper. I got a hold of a copy at my grandmother's house and sent off a few pieces of writing. Nothing. No response for months. I then decided that if Italian-American culture wouldn't come to me, then I would go in search of it. At my grandmother's suggestion, I called on the priest one day at the villa. Father Perini had known my grandfather well, for he had once found work for the then unemployed hod carrier, building the Scalabrini Seminary complex. 4 beautiful brick buildings on spacious green-filled grounds in the Chicago suburb of Stone Park that featured a Calvary Hill shrine that pilgrims would often frequent, climbing the many steps on their knees. Just like my nono got back on his feet with the good father's help, so I stumbled my way into professional journalism with the man's help. Father Perini put me to work doing the writing he needed, Of course, he didn't pay me. And of course, he never published the writing that I wanted to do, the fiction and poetry that he was never looking for. Once in a while, I would convince him to publish a book review I had done, mostly because I learned that publishers would send you free books if you published reviews. A perfect way for me to feed one of my better habits. When I wasn't hanging around the villa looking for writing to do, I would spend my free time in the library. I often thought about how comfortable I was and fortunate to be doing research in a building that my grandfather helped to construct. What a difference that generation made. A few years later, Father Cozy took over the aging. He lived from 1939 to 99. Yet, ever present was the Father Perini. I had known Larry Cozy since I was a kid. My buddies and I used to play sports against his team of seminarians. When Cozy left his job directing the seminary to take over as director of the villa, he hired James Wysella Jr., a budding professional journalist, to edit the Franoia. Jim had an eye for a good story and the right skills to professionalize it. When he uncovered a stack of writing I had been sending to Father Perini, he invited me to join his newly formed staff. That was back in 1985, and along with my job of teaching college, I was a full-time journalist. And since then, through his editorship, followed by a guy by the name of Joe Cosentino and today the current editor, Paul Basil, I have been professionally writing news and feature stories and reviewing books written by Italian-American writers since 1985. This story is long, and meeting people like Father Cozy, whom I had known since I was a kid, Dominic Candeloro, who helped me understand that there were people who believed that doing cultural work was important, led to the meeting of a man by the name of Anthony Sorrentino, the then executive director of the Joint Civic Committee of Italian Americans. He took me out to lunch, actually read a few of my essays, and the next thing I knew, Picking Chigoria was published in May of 1984. My first criticism came from Father Perini, who told me that when dandelions are in bloom, the weeds are not good for eating. I seem to remember this field of yellow flowers. Of dandelion seeds. You're supposed to pick the chicory before they flower, otherwise they're bitter, but they're bitter anyway. But he was my first critic. He told me that dandelions are in bloom, the weeds are not good for eating. I seem to remember the fields full of yellow plants, but he filled me in on stories then about my grandfather that I had never heard, one of which was that my grandfather was breaking into the church to steal money from the poor box, and that's when he caught him and then offered him a job working in construction for the seminary. Staying close to Father Perini brought me closer to Italian culture and to a past I would better understand through our conversations over anisette-laced espresso. He's the one who taught me caffè corretto. He says, there's a mistake when they make coffee. I go, well, he goes, I'm going to correct it for you. And he would pour some anisette in there. And that's how I learned. I must have been about, 19, 20 years old. I contributed a few pieces that first year, but in the spring of 1985, when Jim Wysella became editor and found my submissions, he called me up, and that began my regular appearance in the paper, as long as my reluctant apprenticeship as a reporter. In April of 1985, we started the paper's first art section, and thus began the renaissance of the Franois, started by Father Perini in the 60s as a community newsletter designed to unite and rally Italian Americans around the building of Villa Scalabrini. The newspaper then became a real voice for Italian American culture. It was then that I was able to put my years of reading Italian American writers to practical use. I started and edited that first arts and culture section. Now, I have many stories to tell of the highs and lows of my career as an ethnic journalist, but today I have time for only a couple that will show how ethnic journalism can be quite different from mainstream journalism. I embarrassed the family of one of the villa's residents who agreed to be Mrs. Rossi was somebody who lived in the Villa Scalabrini, and which was populated by Italian immigrants whose lives had gone from living with big families in large homes that they had provided to squeezing all their remaining possessions into a single room. And I thought, this is a great metaphor for what happens in life. And so I really focused on describing what they had carried with them into these rooms. My story would begin with a description of their room and the objects they had brought with them from their past. Quite often over the course of our interviews, my interviewees would shift into speaking Italian, especially when they talked of their childhood in their homeland. And this would irritate the villa staff, who would complain that the residents I had interviewed would not stop speaking that language for a while after I left, and the staff couldn't communicate with them. The story that actually became my final villa profile reveals the challenge of being an ethnic journalist. I had wanted to interview this old neighbor of mine, Mrs. Rossi, but she kept refusing, accusing me of not being capable of telling the truth that she needed to tell. I promised her, and after I published her version of the truth, I was told by Father Perini that that would be the end of these stories. You see, it turned out that her children were big villa benefactors and had been publicly shamed by the published story in which Mrs. Rossi was quoted saying, "I give my life to those kids, and let me tell you something, they never come to see me." My next story deals with the idea of how shame can interfere with truth-telling. For to be an ethnic journalist, you can't always tell the truth, especially when figura is in play. For nearly 3 years, from April 85 to April 88, I provided the Franoi with a column entitled Mustache Pete. Its origins are best explained through responses to readers' letters that came to the paper regarding the column. While there were many positive responses, it was the negative letters that brought out a defense that I now realize can only come from being an ethnic journalist. So this is a letter that I wrote in response to the complaint. We'll get to the complaint. I'm holding the complaint in suspense. This came from a village president who threatened that if I ever drove through his town, he would have me arrested. Your letter of August 7th has been referred to me for an appropriate response. I would like to thank you for taking the time to write to the Franoi. We appreciate your encouragement as well as your criticism. As arts and culture editor, I have received many compliments and complaints concerning our Mustache Pete. I must admit, I never thought it would stir up as much controversy as it has. As to your concerns, let me first say that if such a column appeared in anything other than an Italian-American journal, the Franoi would certainly be concerned. However, the column as it appears in the Franoi is not intended to be derogatory nor insulting. On the contrary, its intentions are quite humble and honest. Let me give you some history as to its production. 6 years ago, I began recording oral histories of first generation of Italian immigrants. During this time, I became aware of how hard these people had struggled to adapt to America. Very often, because of looks and language, they were discriminated against. This treatment, however, did not stop them from telling the truth and living honest, exemplary lives. They were pioneers who gave their lives to make ours much easier. During this time, I was also reading the more than 100 oral histories gathered by the Italians in Chicago project, directed by Dr. Dominic Candeloro. And I was writing a regular feature column for the Franoi called Villa Profile, which consisted of interviewing the residents of Villa Scalabrini Home for the Aged. Mustache Pete is based on an actual man still alive today. This was written back in the 80s, you remember, who made me see that my past will always be a part of who I am and what I do. Most importantly, he helped me to understand why I was embarrassed when my grandparents spoke broken English and helped me find the music that was in their speech. He agreed to monthly visits to record his thoughts and experiences about life. His one request was that I not change the way he speaks. His comment was, "It's the truth I speak, not the way I speak, that you gotta understand. If I'm going to speak to the people who read this in paper, I wanted them to sound just how I sound." I agreed to honor his simple request because soon Pete's generation will be gone. I believe it's important for us not to deny their existence, broken English and all. I'd be happy to discuss this further if you'd like. Thank you for your interest in this matter. Sincerely yours, Fred Gardape, Arts and Culture Editor. So then, the next column, Mustache Pete, goes like this. When the editor of Fred first is telling me he wants us to talk to the people, I was thinking, what am I going to say? Who want to listen to an old-timer man like me? But over the months, I think I'm having a good time, and I'm not hurting nobody. I say if they want to listen to a story or two, of plenty. Besides, it's no more like the old days, when everyone would sit around and talk. So what I'm talking to you in the paper is like in the old days again. I look forward to when Mr. Fred comes each month and writes it down what I say. I was so surprised last month when Mr. Fred told me I got some mail. I was thinking, must be a bill collector or something, because nowadays no good news comes for me in the mail. Nobody send me the letters no more like they used to. If they got something to tell me, they call me up on the phone, or they see me in a park. Well, I open up this letter, and this is what it says. Dear editor, how can you fight defamation and discrimination in an article on page 1 and publish Mustache Pete in all places on the arts page? That column has got to go. It does nothing but remind us of what we've gotten away from. My family has worked hard to leave the past behind. We don't want to read that trash. Well, I'd be the first one to say that maybe that my words is no belong in the art. Day of my life. But I tell you, Mr. Fred, just to put down, like I say, or nothing. Where they let me talk in the paper is their business. But I got to see, I've seen a lot of worse arts. You know something? I have no idea what is this guy talking about defamation. I don't even know what the word means. So I ask Mr. Fred, and he tells me it means attacking the good reputation of someone or to slander or libel. Then I ask him, what is slander? I wasn't thinking maybe means he's a little skinny or something. He tells me to defamate someone in your speech. You defamate someone in your speech, then you libel somebody in your writing. That was very funny for me because I've been called many things in my life. Dago, wob, ball. But no one ever called me defamation. Then I asked him, Mr. Fred, what does this guy mean? And he tells me he thinks this guy means I ruined the good reputation of Italians. Now, what do you think of that? Then I asked Mr. Fred what I should do. He said, maybe I should write a letter back to you. I say it's a good idea, so here you go. Dear Mr. that called me defamation, let me tell you what is going on here. I was minding my own business one day when Mr. Fred called me up and asked to interview me. Says it wasn't for history. So I invite him over and we talk all day. He's a good man. He listens. He have good questions. Talking is something I like to do. A few months later, Mr. Fred says, how would I like to tell my stories to lots of people? I say, sure, just tell them to come over. When he tells me there's going to be thousands of people, I say, hey, I got no room in my house for thousands of people. Then he explained that, tell my stories to him. He writes them down. He's going to put them in the paper. Now, I was thinking, I never write nothing down. It's too much trouble. What happens if you change your mind about something? It's hard to erase something thousands of times. But he says, we don't print nothing that will get us in trouble. Don't you worry. We're just going to tell the truth. Well, now, Mr. Who write me the letter, I think you got me in some trouble. But you can only get me for the slander. I just say the things. You have to blame the libel on Mr. Fred. But you know, I think you, Mr. Letter Writer, is the one who libeled me. You call me defamation. I'm a no defamation. I'm a just who I am. If you don't like what I say or how I say it, then don't read it. If you don't think I'm a good for the reputation of Italians in this country, then tell me, Mr. Bigger Words, who is. Do I embarrass you? Then I'm sorry. But don't call me defamation unless you got proof. That's what I learned in America. You get a whole lot of trouble for that. When Mr. Fred read me your letter, I say one thing. You sound like you got a pretty good English. You don't know how hard I work just to speak as good as I do, and that's not so bad. How good you speak in Italian. You got to remember one thing, mister. I'm who you come from. You can better that you can't be, you can be better than me only because someone like me go through a whole lot of trouble so that you can be born here. If you want to forget, this is your business. I cannot forget. Maybe when we die, you can pretend we were never here. But what are you going to do about our ghosts? I remain Mustache Pete. Mustache Pete survived 3 years. In August of 1988, a new editor took over the paper, and Pete was the first thing to go. The editor thought it was derogatory trash. And over the past 40 years, there have been many series that have come and gone besides these two. Some were like I wrote a series called All in the Family Business, where I profile businesses that have continued for more generations. All was well until I published one story that members of the particular family accused another of stealing from the business. That was the last story in that series. But despite these ethnic obstacles, I have rung up more than 40 years on the newspaper's masthead as an associate writer, and I look forward to more. Thanks. And I don't know if the Imperial Library has these two books, but if they don't, they do now.
Thank you. Wow. And that was great.
Thank you very much.
This again. Yes.
Okay.
Our third speaker is Stefano Morello, Making the Invisible Visible, Digital Humanities Approaches to Italian-American Ethnic Periodicals in North America. Stefano Morello is Assistant Director for Digital Projects at the American Social History Project Center for Media and Learning, CUNY. His work combines digital and traditional methods to investigate the infrastructure and transnational reverberations of American popular and unpopular culture. His research has been supported by the New York Public Library, the Wellcome Hub, the Italian Ministry for Education, and the Canadian Social Knowledge Institute, among others. He is a founding editor of JAMIT, Journal of American Studies in Italy, a member of the Journal of Interactive Technology and Pedagogy editorial collective, and editor of the Italian American Studies Open Syllabus.
All right, didn't do my homework. Love my slides, but it'll take half a second. Right. First of all, thanks to Matteo and Bill for organizing this symposium and for having me today. I'm going to shift the register a little bit and talk about digital methods. So I'm just going to get into it. Over the past 2 decades, large-scale public and commercial digitization has expanded access to Italian-American periodicals. Resources such as Chronicling America, the Center for Research Libraries Digital Collection, and Redex's Ethnic American Newspapers have been a boon for researchers. But given the vast amount of information that makes periodicals, and especially dailies, difficult to process beyond the issue level, what we can query in those databases and how still rests on imperfect text extraction and thin layers of metadata description. While these remain extremely valuable for discovery, they offer limited possibilities for analysis at scale. In other words, the descriptive metadata usually available on those large data sets allows us to locate a periodical or a specific issue in a repository, but not to systematically search at the article level. For example, for all pieces on a given topic or all works by a particular contributor. Queries for an author's name or a keyword may return partial results, often padded with false matches and missing others due to OCR errors, especially when code switching occurs on the page. To move beyond those limits, I offer 3 brief examples that show what becomes possible when we move from digitized pages you can query to data you can model. All 3 projects build on the same premise, which is something we've seen with Carmen's presentation today as well. That is that as we scale up data structuring and curation and bring collections into dialogue with one another, the affordances for interpretation scale up as well. And to be clear, I'm not suggesting that the laborious process of digitization and metadata creation is anything less than a form of scholarship. Quite the opposite. My approach is informed by long-standing debates in the digital humanities about the relationship between technical building, also known as TAC, and interpretative or theoretical work, aka yeah, or to put it in more familiar terms, between technique and episteme. What I propose instead is that we extend the important digitization work typically led by colleagues in libraries and archives through additional data curation. These interventions allow us to detect patterns that remain invisible to the human eye, even after digital assets have been made available online. And in doing so, to devise new ways of analyzing ethnic periodicals. So the first project that I'm going to present combines social network analysis and microhistory to study the transatlantic literary and cultural networks underpinning the New York-based Italian language magazine Divagante. This hybrid methodology allowed me to highlight previously invisible mediators and market dynamics shaping post-war Italian-American culture. Earlier this year, I published on this in a special issue of Modern Language Notes, so I apologize to those of you who may have read or yap about this specific project in the past, but I promise that what I shared today includes. So first of all, Divagando, rivista settimanale in lingua italiana, was founded by advertiser and editor Andre Luotto. Yes, he is the grandfather of the Andy Luotto who was on Renzo Arbore's Drive. Just thought I'd make the digression and get lost. In the spring of 1943. Over its 2-decade lifespan, it published more than 1,000 issues and quickly became the most widely circulated Italian language weekly in the United States at the time. It features short stories and serialized narratives from celebrated Italian and international writers, poetry by both established Italian and amateur local poets, essays authored by members of its editorial board or occasional contributors, most of whom based in New York City, and reprinted materials from similar Italian weekly magazines. Given its role at the nexus of Italian and American circuits, I decided to analyze the network that is both constitutive of and constituted by Divagando to learn more about how the magazine functioned as a hub of transatlantic cultures. To do so, I used a dual-scale approach that allowed me, on the one hand, to situate the publication's role within the broader infrastructure of transatlantic knowledge and cultural exchanges, and on the other hand, to identify nodes that we may call interstitial for their roles bridging between generations, cultural domains, and socioeconomic classes. To look at the macro level, I use social network analysis, which is basically the process of investigating social structures through the use of network and graph theory. Deploying this methodology allowed me to surface the web of relationships among authors, publishers, and editors, as well as their connections to the broader cultural infrastructure of Italy and the United States. On the other hand, microhistory allowed me to counterbalance this macro perspective by examining the patterns that emerge from the personal stories of the individuals in the network, especially the figures whose names remain largely absent from Italian American cultural history. The first step to map a social network is to create a data set, which is often just a spreadsheet. My data was collected primarily from 4 sources. The Transatlantic Transfers Atlas, which is a collaborative digital project mapping cultural flows between Italy and the US between 1949 and 1972. B, the tables of content from over 100 selected issues of Divagando. And I should note that Divagando, of course, hasn't been digitized yet. So there's a little bit of taking photos of those contents and developing a kind of a pipeline or workflow to convert them into structured data. Wikipedia pages for individuals and institutions mentioned in these sources, and metadata from the Italian National Library Service. After building my data set, I organized my entries into two categories, actors and institutions. And the actors category includes all individuals actively participating in the transfer, such as authors, academics, public intellectuals, business people, and so on. And on the other hand, the institutions category includes both organizations and publishing outlets. Visualizing these relationships allowed me to identify which nodes or actors had the most connections and where Divagando fits in this broader network. Don't have time to get into all the details of the quantitative analysis behind this, but both the data and its visual representation reveal some interesting patterns, and I'm just going to highlight a couple. First is that the magazine stands out as an outlier alongside other nodes, such as the Literary Review, the Italian Cultural Institute, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, all actors that we had heard before in the context of transatlantic exchanges, unlike Divagando. And all of these should say institutions. And all of these institutions acted as bridges between the network and nodes that were otherwise disconnected from both the infrastructure, the larger infrastructure, but also among themselves. The second topic that is finding is that unlike the other outlying clusters, Divagando was at the center of a wide-ranging hub with an extended radiality, meaning that you can see the original data. Well, you can see the other ones here, but the other ones typically have connections in the dozens. And this one is. And this radiality is comparable to that of actors positioned within the heart of the network, who are the usual suspects, such as think of Mondadori importing American books, translator, or other central actors of the American exchanges. Yeah, some of the nodes connected to Divagando extended both relationally and geographically to the broader Italian infrastructure across the Atlantic, while simultaneously fostering new connections disconnected from this. Again, these are the members of New York's Italian community, who themselves acted as bridges between various art worlds, to use an expression coined by Howard Becker. While traditional literary histories often treat ethnic publications as peripheral or parochial, this network actually shows how these periodicals were vital nodes in broader networks that shaped how Italian Americans imagined themselves and the relationship to Italy and their relationship to both Italy and the United States. So, what's next for this project? For once, I encourage you to explore the data set on your own. This is the main new thing compared to when I published the article. I developed a front-end queryable data set that you can explore. And I've also expanded it to include other data points. And I continue to expand it to include other publications. And with a richer data set, my goal is to map out the overlapping and multi-directional flows of ideas across the Atlantic, and also to offer a model for studying other forms of infrastructure. Again, the goal is not to defer interpretation to a computer, but rather to identify patterns that we otherwise struggle to see, given the scale of the data. Project number 2. This is still in its early stages, and I thought instead of including a beta of my front end, I'd include a screenshot of the data set to kind of demystify the process. Being that it's in its early stage, that it's in its early stages and won't be long. This project is a digital map tracing the spatial distribution and movement of Italian language periodicals and their headquarters across New York City over time. Like my work on Divagando, it also draws from both printed and digitized sources and uses digital methods as a form of hermeneutics by transforming previously unstructured data into patterns that we can interrogate. The project began in conversation with Jim Periconi a few years ago when we noticed that Divagando's first headquarters located at 30 Rockefeller Plaza, unusually distant from other ethnic periodicals, and proximate to the city's advertising and entertainment core. For instance, the headquarters of at least 2 radio stations broadcasting Italian programs, WOV and WHON, that only a few blocks north of Rockefeller Center. From there, I began compiling data by scraping masthead addresses from digitized issues available through online repositories and entries from trade directories such as NWA and Sons, as well as various Italian American directories. I've also already begun prototyping a front-end application designed as a queryable time-space index. Users will be able to select a title to visualize its address history over time, or select a period to view the citywide distribution of periodical. By making its infrastructure legible, the map can surface shared production ecologies, such as the one that emerged from Divagando, which I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but it was very much connected to the entertainment world and the advertising world that were booming in the 1950s. B, spatial clustering, C, mobility, D, volatility and longevity. And we may be able to come up with explanations as to why. I return at the end of this presentation to the broader need for a project like this to be collaborative. For now, I just want to say that if anyone is interested in joining and helping to make this a collaborative endeavor, I'd love to talk. The longer-term goal, I think, should extend beyond Italian language newspapers to include other immigrant presses, a direction I had once planned to pursue through an on-image proposal. So this should be available for now. I'll know. Okay, last project. This is the archival recovery and digital publication of the serialized literature of Bernardino Ciambelli. A foundational, if contradictory, he was married to 3 women at the same time. A figure in the Italian-American canon, whose work remains outside the private and institutional market. For those unfamiliar with Ciambelli, he was a seminal voice in the Italian-American public sphere during the 20th century and through the interwar period. A journalist for Il Progresso and several other dailies, a regular contributor to La Follia for decades, a prolific author of serialized urban mysteries, and a playwright whose work circulated in immigrant theaters in mutual aid across the country. We'll talk more about Ciambelli's life and work at the YASA conference in Montclair, but for now, it's important to note that he really was a transmedial node when reporting, where reporting fiction, performance, and ethnic politics. Yet, except for the few excerpts republished by a handful of scholars, Francesco Durante and Martino Marazzi, the very corpus that made him so beloved within and without Italian outlets at the turn of the century, and that has been studied by scholars such as Emilio Franzina, Franca Bernabé, Marina Cacioppo, and Brando Bonsanti now, remains scattered and effectively buried in archives and libraries across the US and Italy. This means that at this stage, we know Ciambelli's work mostly through excerpts and secondhand evidence, not through a consolidated corpus. So what I'm working on is the Omnibus Ciambelli, which is a curated open access edition of his writing in paratexts, designed to address this gap by assembling a large portion of his oeuvre so that we can finally read his work at scale and on his own sprawling terms. The omnibus will include roughly a dozen of his novels. The ones with a star next to the titles were published in serialized form in periodicals, along with hundreds of contributions to La Follia. Over the past 3 years, I've been assembling this corpus from a number of sources, including private collections. But as an early career scholar, I was strongly advised that releasing a fully open access corpus will not be recognized within the incentives structures in academia, which is something that I'll also return to later. I therefore adopted a hybrid strategy. I am currently translating and, alongside Martino Marazzi, critically annotating I drammi dell'emigrazione, which will be published in late 2026. Alongside it, I will be launching the Omnibus as a digital companion with a light critical apparatus that includes critical biographical notes, an interactive timeline, and short introductions for each novel and recurring columns that situates the text in their production and reception. The Omnibus Ciambelli will live in the CUNY instance of Manifold, which is an open source platform for scholarly publishing developed by us, the Graduate Center, and the University of Minnesota. Manifold's built-in annotation tools allow the text to be socially annotated, which means that readers and especially students will be able to have conversations with each other ahead of class or ask questions to the instructor ahead of class. And it also supports multimedia annotations, which means that I can embed the source, can embed resources directly in the margins of the text. For the serialized novel, for example, I can present the work into installments and the original scans so that the material dimension entering the text serialized novel. Okay. I talked with a brief call for action, and forgive me if I'm preaching to the choir. If we want to move beyond the first phase of digitization and data accumulation towards digital projects in Italian American studies that embed interpretive analysis and critical interpretation, we need to band together around three priorities: funding, recognition, and collaboration. We won't dwell too long on the first one. With the NEH no longer available, securing support has become more difficult, but opportunities do exist, including European programs such as the one funding today's Symposium, private foundations, interdisciplinary initiatives, and so forth. Second, we need to work towards institutional recognition of digital work as scholarship. The labor that goes into these projects is immense, and yet many universities and departments, and of course the Italian Ministry of Research, they refuse to count this work as proper scholarship for purposes of tenure and promotion. Yeah, well, sometimes publications, especially journals, accompany this project, but it's good. Basically asking someone who's working on a digital project to do quite a bit of work. That's for the same recognition. So unless one is deeply committed to the cause, there is little incentive to build, which is why we must continue to advocate for the idea that building or hacking is not secondary to interpretation, but is itself. And finally, and perhaps this is the level where we have the most agency, we need systematic collaboration. Many of my own projects were developed solo, of course, drawing on the invaluable work of librarians, archivists, and other scholars, but still in relative isolation within the field. We're not short of scholars engaged in digital scholarship. Off the top of my head, I think of Lina Insana, Laura Ruberto, Cristina Migliaccio, and Matteo Brera is also interested in this. Not to mention younger researchers who may be eager to do it but lack mentoring. So I just close by asking us to consider establishing a working group if anybody is interested in working in digital methods, specifically for periodicals, although it can extend beyond them. Yeah, I'm happy to take a lead. With that, I conclude. And this slide, usually where I have a cat, but I have a photo of my cat, but this La Follia too was just too good to leave out. La Follia, like a Christmas issue, a very rare Christmas issue. Anyways, thank you all. Get my water.
Sure. If the speakers would like to come up for any Q&A before we end the lecture.
That's just Stella in the middle. That's just Stella, the painter.
Are there questions for our three panelists? Yes.
I was struck by something that Marcella said. She hinted at it at the beginning, but then it struck me at her conclusion with attenzione going under. You said that there was also a kind of breaking of contact and Italian Americans being cut off from Italy. And that underlined this kind of problem is we tend to imagine a positive narrative of increasing contact and integration across oceans and across nations, thinking transnationally. Whereas instead you have breaks, and I was struck by a particular break that I witnessed, or an episode of break that I witnessed at a Unicode convention. I was there to speak for the Italian American history that some of us contributed to, and to raise money for it. But I happened to be in the audience while a constitutional amendment was discussed, and the proposal which came from the San Diego chapter was that people who are Italian citizens be allowed to join Unicode. And there was a vociferous debate about this, and the vote was negative. In fact, in the Constitution, which goes back to the 1930s, you have to be a citizen to belong to this largest Italian American charitable organization. And there was a very rational case. We had new waves of immigration. In California, we could bring in new chapters, new members, but it was voted down. And then it occurred to me that many of the people who spoke against it and voted it down would have been from, they would have been in their 20s, 30s in about 1988 or whatever. Yeah, when those point that out.
Yeah. No, it's very interesting. I mean, this is one of the areas that my research is sort of going in, and it's trying to understand these two branches of communication. On the one hand, a form of communication that seems to take on an official narrative, which is from the consulates and the cultural institutes, and then the other side of that, which is, the unofficial. And without magazines like Attenzione, so Attenzione closes in 87, that distance, I think, became even greater. But it is a new area of research. I mean, your point about them voting that down is very interesting. Also, just thinking about the various legislative changes that happened even after that. So that in 92, there was the opportunity to reclaim your Italian citizenship. And then in the early 2000s, the vote is extended to Italians abroad. So there's interesting, now we've just had the new legislation that citizenship is going to be. So, there's a lot of interesting back and forth when it comes to this relationship. But as far as the sort of boots on the ground every day, how are people being spoken to? What is the communication like? I think that the lack of what I call like a repository, like an Attenzione, that sort of covered all the bases. This is me on whether or not it was truly representative of the community, but it did, I think, better than any other similar publication, encompass all the various aspects of the community, and then what happens when that no longer exists. So where this research is sort of going now is into social media, because we've seen this explosion of content online, and I can't say definitively at this point what that means and where that comes from, and what relationship it has to the official communication. But I think that it is sort of what we're seeing online is sort of a what's the word? It's like recuperating. Recovering? That loss. Yeah, reclaiming. That's the word I wanted. Reclaiming that lost branch of communication.
Are there other questions, Benedict?
Yeah, I was very interested by your presentation, Stefano, also because I belong to the old people who started on the Italian American where there was not. I remember coming back from Minnesota with 10 kilos of photocopies from the microfilm rooms that were there. So we have moved into an entirely new world. Thank God for new researchers. And I think what you're doing is very interesting because it gets us to move the lines as well. I was looking at what you showed about the addresses of newspapers. And I know that this has been done also in other contexts, not for periodicals, but for other items. And I was thinking, crossing that information with my own experience of looking at those addresses. And I remember checking the address of L'Eco d'Italia at the beginning by Secchi de Casali, which happened to be exactly where there was two Protestant printers that were publishing Protestant books and Protestant periodicals, which is not surprising at all, because precisely Secchi de Casali being himself Protestant and himself defending Protestant views and being funded by the Protestant Church, it was not surprising. At the same time, it was some sort of a discovery to see the connections there. I was thinking, looking at list of addresses, that it would be fantastic to be crossing those informations, not just having the address itself, but what is around the address, or the institutions which are somehow close to that. I imagine that you thought about it yourself.
Well, you actually tapped into one of my methodological dilemmas. Do I want to do this as a purely Italian thing, which will allow me probably to do that, or do I want to do it comparatively with others? Because I was actually just debating about this as I was revisiting. This is something that I work on at Faces. I can't spend the whole day structuring data, even if large language models are really helpful with that. That's like the ethical use, I think, of those things. But yeah, I returned to the spreadsheet for ahead of this presentation, and I was thinking, I'm gonna have to make a decision. Am I going with the comparative thing, or am I going with the highlighting production ecologists, which is, as Italian American scholars, I think we're more interested in the first. But yeah.
Sure. Some of the addresses show precisely the collaboration with other.
Right, there's that too.
And very often the printers, for instance, were printing not just American stuff, but also Hispanic stuff, the knowledge of another language.
Yeah. Right. No, it's just the question of scale for me. It's like covering all these levels is a lot, but maybe someone in the room wants to work with me on that. But yeah, that's actually what's prompted the project, because with Divagando you also have, when it gets transferred from Duotto to Charles L'Episcopo, who I learned is another one of those names that most of us probably have never heard. He was the largest lithographic printer in New York, and he was printing Divagando and a bunch of other Italian publications, Crociato, which was the Catholic newspaper of the Brooklyn, with massive circulation and so forth. Anyways, that's. I'm glad that I got this feedback, because it's going to, complicate my process.
But now the third piece, just that when Stefano mentioned the radio stations being further uptown, we have to remember that in New York, before the modern era, you were reliant on the transmitters, which in New York City were Rockefeller Center. So if you wanted your radio station to have greater reach, you had to use one of those. But my question, Stefano, is really about access. One of my concerns about digital humanities that are tied to universities is access by the general public. And this is brought on because of the City University. It's becoming increasingly difficult, even for us who are employed there, to access material you have, multi-factor authentication, you have all these identity things you have to cross. One library doesn't necessarily share with another library. So have you thought about how do you get this out beyond the academic communities?
Well, I think it's first of all, it's all in open access, so there's no login required with manifold projects. The real question is like, how do we do outreach and let people know that these things exist? Yeah, I haven't thought that through yet, but
in a lifetime accessing the community, and I can tell you that very few academics, Bill, one who does, very few academics go into the community, want to do the work with the people who are MAGA supporters. They don't want to, you said NEH. I applied to the NEH 12 times. A summer workshop, summer seminar, and we ended up raising the money within the Italian American community. I can tell you that the Italian American community is, if you can convince them that it's a necessity, they will even go against their values to support it. Their so-called spiritual values that they're hiding behind. It's the middle class and the upper class against the working class in terms of Italian American. They're the ones protesting the working class portrayals of Italians on TV. Italian Americans in the working class. Between there, and I didn't finish my talk. I had more to go, but I know it's time. We have to connect academia to the streets at this level of our scholarship. You can't depend on nice people helping you with your. You have to do everything, and if you are not devoted to the cause, the work. Now, that said, it took me a lifetime to be able to get a job that would be able to support this. Now I find that by the time I'm in my prime, it's the end of my career. So, the idea is, doing exactly what you're doing, but going to the people who've been there before and saying, or watching people don't pay attention to the work we do. They don't read our work. They don't, and I'm not being a grumpy old man here. Young scholars today do not, have this fundamental. They don't have the 20 kilos, and it doesn't mean that you have to have that, but you have to do the reading, you have to do the work. There needs to be a big meeting between those who are going out of the and that's usually what
very happy to have that meeting. But I also want to remind you that I started my career in Italian American Studies with an exhibition for the public, which has drawn in many of the people you're talking about. Right. So that's not work I refuse to do it in any way. Okay. Just wanted to clarify. I will do more, and I'm happy to work with you on that.
I'll leave the stuff about public history and accessibility and all that for the afternoon, because you gave me an extra idea on what to do in my bit of the presentation with the libraries, because I tried to put together a project within the project that stemming from the show reached out to the community. Something meaningful, which is the Bartolini project, which has all the elements that we were talking about. So it's the political element, because we're putting together a gemellaggio actually in the city of Fanano through a historical marker, which is connected to my online exhibit, which is a digital thing that starts from the newspaper. So it's something that can be definitely done. Obviously, what Stefano was saying, and this is the only bit that I'm touching now, which is, in my opinion, the most important part. I agree with Fred about the need of for scholars to be out there in the streets, also catching funds, because that's one of our problems. We don't have the money, but it's not only about the money. It's to sell an idea, which is not necessarily for money only, but it's also for the involvement of the community. Maybe at the beginning, the idea is sold properly, but only brings interest in. But from interest, you get something more. And this is what I did also in Canada. I got 2 fellowships thanks to that, because people in the community were interested, and came to me and said, well, listen, if you want to study that, I'm happy to help you. Okay, you need to find the wealthy ones. It's difficult.
You have to raise consciousness before you can raise money.
Exactly, because that comes, you don't target.
Put your hand in other people's
Exactly.
Can I jump in and say, I just wanted to jump in and say that I think, going back to the idea of social media, so Fred and I soon will come out on a podcast together, right? Because I don't know when it's coming out, but it will come out. And I think that, in terms of reaching people nowadays, social media and podcasts are one of the primary ways to reach people. And as much as I, would love to digitize Attenzione, which is one of my goals, I know that going and talking about Attenzione on a podcast and getting 200,000 views on a clip on Instagram is obviously reaching way more people than my digitization project. That's just, I think, reality. But I think that if there's more of an effort to kind of connect, like you're saying, with these people that maybe don't necessarily share our views or don't necessarily come from a similar academic background, but have access to a greater swath of people, that's where conversations, I think, can happen that then spread this information much further than it would otherwise go.
And I wanted to conclude, my second point was on the political side of things, which Stefano was raising. Our problems often come from inside academia, because the fact you're right, when you create a digital exhibit or even just an exhibit, that's not a scientific production according to academia, which is our problem though. I mean, we should sensitize that type of that type of problem. That's why I think, the constitution of a group also could be a political step, in this direction to start, from the inside. So I would be on board to, when it comes to that. I'm not talking about a political manifesto or anything like that, or a revolutionary kind of approach, or republishing La Follia or Martello, but it's something that has to be done at some point, because I think 3/4 of academics don't even understand, what type of work lies behind what you've done, or really an online exhibit. I have 3 in the pipeline, but it's like writing a book or an article. So
I'll just jump in again, just to say about as far as exhibitions goes, I think it's difficult to connect. An exhibition is an incredibly difficult thing to put online, I think. I've worked in museums. That was my life before coming back to academia. And there's a big push to put so much online and to digitize and to bring people into these sort of digital museums. But the whole sort of purpose of the museum and even, something like having the Attenzione magazines here is that you connect with it in a completely different way. When I did the exhibition on Attenzione a few years ago, it was successful, I think, because it showed sort of the materiality of the magazines, and also it attempted to bring to life sort of the content through the fashion that was also on display. So I think that there has sort of like a marriage of these various things, which I know you're trying to do. Yeah. I think digital humanities is a tough nut to crack. It's not an easy, it's sort of the future, but it's a tough road to get to.
We can talk more about that. No, I just want to maybe conclude this back and forth with multiple tangents to say that I think that is not mutually exclusive. It's like this is work that's done in else. Like Ciambelli, honestly, the reason I want to put it out is that most scholars haven't even read it. Most teachers of Italian stuff in America, in Italy even, want to sign it and they can't sign it. So this is what I'm felt like the priority to me at this stage. That doesn't mean that there needs to be an outreach phase at a second level, although that's kind of what the idea of a working group is for. It's like helping each other reach things. I might have more expertise in digital methods. You have a digital project that's at an early stage, but I'm more experienced, attracting funds and so forth and so on. So yeah, these are all good points to raise. And then I also just don't think they're, again, exclusive.
So I think we can continue this lively conversation at lunch. Thank you all for.
So our first paper today is being given by Brando Bonsanti, who is a PhD candidate in North American literature at Roma Tre University. His research project is titled A Matter of Identity, the Representation of Labor in Italian American Literature. And his supervisor is Professor Sabrina Vellucci, and his co-supervisor is Professor Fred Garofei. His interests are focused on Italian American literature, Italian emigration literature, and working class literature and culture. He graduated in Italian literature from the University of Milan with a thesis on literature published in Il Progresso Italiano. He's a member of several Italian American organizations. In 2025, we're still in 2025. Here in 2025, he is having what I would call a banner year, in that he had an article published in Forum Italicum, and he was awarded the Pietro Pete Panto Fellowship by the John D. Calandra Italian American Institute, and he was also a fellow in the Italian Diaspora Summer Seminar Series. So, Brando, please.
Okay, thank you very much for this introduction. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Connell and Professor Berera for having me here. It's such an honor, and thank you everyone to be here. I would like also to thank Professor Martino Marazzi, who is not here today, but he has been my dissertation director in Milan, and he helped me a lot with this work. So, Il Progresso Italoamericano and its public. This paper examines the literature published in Il Progresso Italoamericano, the first and most influential Italian daily newspaper in the United States. I'm sure you are all familiar with Il Progresso, so I'm not going to say a lot of things about it. I will just highlight a few key facts. Founded in 1880 through the initiative of Carlo Barsotti, one of the most important prominenti of the Italian colony in New York, it was the newspaper that, more than any other, marked the transition from an exile press to an emigration press. It surpassed Secchi de Casales L'Eco d'Italia and became, with a circulation that in the 1920s exceeded that of any other Italian newspaper, one of the main points of reference for the Italian community in the United States. Given its central role and success, an analysis of its issues offers a privileged perspective from which to conduct a culturally and sociologically relevant investigation. As I've already pointed out, the chosen lens for this study is literature, which was extensively present in the journal. This abundance in a mainstream paper whose goal was to build a strong readership and sell as many copies as possible is highly significant and allows us to suggest that literature played a role in the newspaper's widespread diffusion. Such a conclusion is supported by the literary selection featured in Il Progresso. Every day, in the lower part of the front page, the readers could indeed find a new episode of a dime novel, by far the most frequently published genre in Barsotti's paper. And here, as you can see, these are all the French authors with the number of novels present in Il Progresso, starting from 1884 until the beginning of the new century. Such a conclusion is supported by the literary selection featured in Il Progresso. This tradition of the dime novels, born in 19th century France, when newspapers, having entered into new specific commercial dynamics, began to use literature as a tool to reach wide segments of the readership. As the French writer René Bazin noted, in fact, and I quote, "In the week following the publication of a feuilleton, a newspaper's circulation would rise or fall from 50,000 to 80,000 copies, depending on whether or not the novel was well received by the public." End of quote. This is particularly important because the first very interesting thing to note is that almost all of the popular literature published in Progresso was French. And the number of French novels is 52 in this time span against 4 5 Italian novels and other short stories, short to long stories. All these issues have been reachable thanks to the online archive of the Center for Research Library. And I won't list all the titles of the novel here because I don't think it's necessary, but I want to highlight a few points. First, the two authors, as you can see, that appear far more frequently than the others are Ponson du Terral and Xavier de Montapin. Their books are classic dime novels featuring long and intricate plots full of twists, and most importantly, concluding with a happy ending that resolves all the tension built up throughout the story. This is relevant because, as we will see, some of short stories published in the newspaper will differ on this point. It is beyond the scope of this paper to explain why this type of literature was so popular among the masses. And for that, I suggest, for example, a book like Umberto Seco's Il Superuomo di Massa, and it's very interesting on this topic. But an important question remains, why in general is there such a disproportion between the number of French and Italian novels? And as you can see, these are the number of the French novels, and these are the Italian ones. It's just 5 authors. There is also Francesco Mastriani, but the book published is not one of his most famous books. And there are some other short stories, for example, one of Matilde Serao, and another important Italian author, but there is a huge disproportion between the French novels and the Italian ones. Actually, and I come back right here, the question is open because I couldn't find a lot on this topic, but my idea is that one of the main reasons is the extreme popularity of French authors among popular readers. In this regard, it is particularly interesting to consider what Antonio Gramsci noted in his prison notebook in his prison notebooks. Still in 1930, responding to an article published on August 1st of the same year in the magazine Critica Fascista, which complained that 2 important Italian newspapers were once again choosing to give space to novels by French rather than Italian authors, in the prison notebook number 3, Gramsci writes, "Why does an artistic popular literature not exist? Newspapers do not plan on disseminating belles lettres. They are politico-financial entities. The serial novel is used to gain circulation among the popular classes that translates into political and commercial success. Therefore, the newspaper looks for the novel, the type of novel that will compel people to continue purchasing the paper." And again, here, why must the Italian newspapers of 1930 publish serial novels from a century ago if they want to increase their circulation? And why is there no national literature of this type in Italy? In Italy, the intellectuals are distant from the people, that is, from the nation, and they are bound to a caste tradition. The popular book, whether it be the novel or any other genre, has been missing in Italy. This is Gramsci's opinion on the topic, and I think this these phrases explain something, not everything, because there were also structural and historical explanations, like, for example, the fact that due to the close connection between this genre, the dime novel, and the expansion of the journalistic industry in France, the production of popular literature developed much earlier and on a larger scale than in Italy, where the difficulties of creating a unified state caused significant delays in industrial development. In fact, Gramsci's analysis doesn't explain also why, for example, in Italy there were some important authors in that period that were very popular writers, like, as I said before, Mastriani, Matilde Serao, and Edmondo de Amicis. However, as you can see, here appear, just as I showed to you before, just few novels, and so I think that we can say that this thing suggests that there were also other factors at play, possibly related to copyright or economic issues, that made it preferable to publish French rather than Italian novels. In any case, I think Gramsci's quote helps us to understand how to interpret the strong presence of dime novels in the journal, that is mainly as a commercial strategy that helps sell a large number of copies. This interpretation, I argue, is supported by the differences among the author and works in the list. For example, the socialist Eugène Sue and his Paris Mysteries, and the deeply conservative Pensons du Terral. And this is an only apparent contrast, as it should be understood primarily from a commercial perspective. But if this is true, I argue it automatically implies that there was a readership among Italian immigrants eager to read this kind of literature. Otherwise, the most widely circulated Italian newspaper in the US would not have devoted so much space to literature and, most importantly, would not have attempted to expand its readership by adding a new literary section to its Supplemento della Domenica, featuring a production that was far more varied. And here is the announcement of this new section. This actually is not on the Sunday newspaper, because it started on the regular newspaper, but after 2 months it started only on the Sunday newspaper. And as you can see here, this is the presentation, and on Il Progresso dell'Americano, 1st of March 1885. Col mese di marzo alle rubriche esistenti se ne aggiungerà un'altra, che speriamo incontrerà il favore e il consentimento presso i nostri numerosi lettori, che riempie una lacuna. Important, this thing that they say that there was a lack in their literature offers. Questa rubrica, la Domenica del Progresso, viene consacrata all'amena letteratura e conterrà bozzetti, novelle, varietà e recensioni, sicché non manchi, almeno una volta alla settimana, la nota esclusivamente dilettevole di un dialetto intellettuale. Inoltre, nella nostra colonia, per la lontananza dalla madrepatria, per il costo ragguardevole dei libri e per altre circostanze, i più chiari poeti e prosatori contemporanei d'Italia sono pressoché ignorati. So they say that basically the most important writers in Italy are not known in the colony. And this declaration is interesting for several reasons. First, the phrase, this one that I told right now, provides further evidence that, in line with Gramsci's thesis, helps explain the preference for French dime novels, because if they didn't know in the colony the Italian authors, they were less. It was far more difficult to sell papers with Italian authors, and it also shows that the editorial board of Il Progresso was aware of the limited presence of Italian literature in the newspaper and sought to address this gap, taking the opportunity to establish itself as a strong promoter of national culture. This is significant, considering that many of Carlo Barsotti's initiatives were designed to strengthen his influence within the colony, often by celebrating Italian cultural heritage. And the classic example is, of course, the series of fundraisers he launched to erect statues in honor of great Italian figures. And so also this thing to present in Il Progresso some new Italian literature for the readers was part of this cultural program, of this broader cultural program. Now I will go very quickly just to show you how this other type of literature, short stories and poetry, is different than the classic dime novels, and so how they try with this literature to expand their readership. We can identify two main tendencies, and I'm interested in the second group, of course. So the group that present a different kind of literary production. Here I got an example of what I'm saying, because there are many short stories on the Sunday newspaper from Gabriele D'Annunzio, from Beatrice Speraz, Salvatore Di Giacomo, Carlo Dossi. These are all authors that are part of that have been part for some of their production of the movement of letteratura verista. So it's nothing similar to dime novels. For example, this is Terra Vergine by Gabriele D'Annunzio. Just looking at the beginning, dall'umidità estuosa del terreno pullulava, scoppiava una forza giovine ed aspra di tronchi, di vergulti, di steli, erti per l'alto, verdi di foglie, simili a colonne di malachite, striscianti in basso, attorciglianti come spidi rettili, insomma. So it's something completely different than dime novels. And also at the end, if you see at the end, just the last line, it's sorry. It's like the final act of love. It's seemingly born from an act of physical violence, and this is another thing that is, as far as one can imagine, from the conventional happy ending of the typical dime novel. I will go very quickly to, yes, this is another author, Carlo Dossi. He writes in first person, and I'm interested in just this part because this short story speaks about a doctor that at the end cannot, at the end his patient inevitably dies, and the surrounding community reacts with outrage. And as you can see, there is a kind of class consciousness here, because they tell him that he didn't do anything because he's not good. He cares only about rich people, and class consciousness and class fighting is something else that structurally you cannot find on dime novels. So here we have another part of a different production. And moving to poetry, this is Giosuè Carducci in honor of Giuseppe Mazzini, and this is a typical example of a classical Italian poetry that was in celebration of an Italian great figure, and there are many of this type of poems in the Progresso, and this was part of the cultural program that wanted to create a community, an Italian community, and a shared consciousness of this community. But I think it's most interesting to look what happens now. For example, this is Neritan Fucio, so Renato Fucini, and this poetry is not in standard Italian, is a regional language. If you say it, got expressions like quasi instead of quasi, un fama niente, er mondo are distant from standard Italian, and the contrast is in cases also in the content, but because it's like he's using this kind of language to do as a funny reproposition of the myth of creation. But this kind of language is something very different, and it probably had the public. And last slide, those other two poetries, other two poems, and the first one is by Riccardo Tordiferro, a very famous author in the colony, and the other one is from an anonymous, and the title is A una donna lontana. Both of these poems speak about longing, distance, love in different ways. And the first one is in original Italian, the second one is in standard Italian. And the point is that these two poems speak about a similar theme, but they address a different public. These are two similar but different works that seem to be directed at two distant audiences. So in the end, this analysis leads to two main conclusions. First, it is possible to assert that despite all the difficulties, Italian immigrants were indeed reading, and when they still couldn't do it, they were genuinely eager to learn. The massive presence of serialized novels in Il Progresso is indeed clear evidence of how these publications represented a significant sales incentive, which naturally implies that there were also an audience capable and eager to take advantage of such an offering. This result is confirmed by other studies on Italian-American publishers and library, such as those by Alexandra Dulese and Jim Periconi. But also, given the literary variety observed in Il Progresso, it's also possible, I argue, to advance a further hypothesis. There was not a single homogeneous audience, but multiple readerships, each with its own characteristics and needs, as demonstrated by the fact that on the same page it was often possible to find authors as different as Mastriani, Di Giacomo, Carducci, and Cordiferro. These elements, radically in contrast, as I have already said, with some of the most enduring stereotypes on Italian immigration, function as counter-stereotypes and show how much articulated and structured Italian-American culture already was.
Our second presenter is James Periconi, Jim to many of us. Jim is an independent researcher and a Verheim Research Scholar at the New York Public Library's Gregorian Center for Research and the Humanities, and he's done this since 2018. That's a very big deal because in New York, if you get one of these positions, you get your own desk at the library. It's a very big deal. He is a private collector of Italian language, Italian-American imprints, now housed in a special collection and archives at Queens College, CUNY, as we heard earlier from Carmen. His 2012 catalog, reprinted by Bordighera Press, accompanied exhibitions at the Grolier Club of New York, Brooklyn College, and here at Seton Hall University. He was a bibliographic editor for the American edition of Italo-Americana, the literature of the Great Migration. He has published an Italian-American book about the Rutledge history of Italian Americans, and he has written on Augusto Bassetti in This Hope Sustains the Scholar, also by Bordighera Press, and that volume was in honor of the late Robert Viscusi. So, Jim, I welcome you to the podium.
Thanks, Don.
No presentation. Light show. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Donna, for that. I didn't publish the Rutledge history, just one little step, just in case, because Bill, who's one of the editors, might take offense, rightly so. He's the one who really published it. Okay, so how the Italian ethnic periodical press in the U.S. was indispensable to the development of a book culture among great migration immigrants. Well, there's a way in which this topic just seems so obvious. And you think, well, of course, newspapers and books and writers, but it's really worth defining it because I think what happened in America among the Italians was much more focused in the relationship between the newspaper culture and the newspaper business and the book publication business we're looking at. All right, so many of the Italian newspapers, not just Il Progresso Italo-Americano, but L'Eco d'Italia before it and during it, and L'Araldo Italiano, maintained bookstores as an integral part of their operations. And they often tried to present it as somewhat separate, but sort of related to it. Here's the amazing thing. Newspaper bookstore, daily advertisements, multiple lengthy columns, 100 to 200 book lists, or there was one book list, but with 100 to 200 books, I should say, starting even before Il Progresso's appearance in 1880. So it was true in Lecco. Italia dominated the market in the 1880s, 1890s, and it continued even after smaller bookstores appeared, like those of Augusto Bassetti, Giovanni Ceredino, and Valdenzi, Francesco Zanellini in the 1880s and 1890s. Bank ownership, I know it was an interest of Bill's actually at one time when we did the Routledge book, the first edition, but there really was much more than I knew at the time, looking more carefully. Bank ownership of the newspapers, starting with the Banca Tocci, buying up the L'Eco d'Italia from Secchi di Sali. And Paolo Bassotti, who I'd forgotten, he'd made money as a banker too. I'm not sure he was still a banker once he started Il Progresso. But there were others, ensure that there was sufficient capital. That's why I'm mentioning the banks, because you really needed capital to start a newspaper business, especially if you wanted a printing operation. I think in the beginning, Il Progresso there was a separate printing operation used, but it eventually had its own. This is not, I should have had it closer to 1880, but this is what I could find in the last week that I had on my computer. I want something, two speakers mentioned something really important early on, Fred being one of them and the dean the other. Fred mentioned something about the reading of Il Progresso, or maybe the Farnoy, reading the ads as much as reading the articles, number one. And the dean also mentioned in the morning, I don't know how many of you remember that, but he said on his, was it his father's side, the Italian side, where there was a reading out loud of the ads as if they were articles. And I don't think that was that unusual. So if you can imagine a reader of Il Progresso, and he opens up Il Progresso, and when he gets to the advertisement page, he finds this is only the beginning of it. I can't fit it on couldn't fit it in one picture. There's a slight overlapping, but there's something like 6 or 7 columns in most issues. Imagine a reader looking at that and trying to make sense out of it. I know it's very hard to read, but there's an extraordinary range of books of every type, as you might imagine. If anybody has a better idea than I do of whether they actually maintained copies of all these books, seems pretty unlikely. And these were all imported. Even after the production by Ciambelli in the 1890s and a few other writers in America, virtually all of the Italian books were imported through the end of the 19th century for sure. But imagine and you can see some of the subtitles, by the way. You see, you got over there, and there's dizionari, vocabulari, grammatiche, edizione, and there's novels, romanzi, and it's quite an extraordinary picture and nothing else existed like this. Now, in 1897, for sure, and I'm going to show you those in a little while, but I wanted to get some of that. Now, the other thing about newspapers, this is a sort of second connection, is that some newspapers had their own publishing operations. That is to say, other than publishing the newspaper. Il Progresso was not one of them, but Francesco Frugone, he had a printing business originally called L'Araldo Italiano Publishing Company as early as 1889. That became the Tipografia del Araldo Italiano. Sorry, I'm missing an O there. And Tipografia del Bollettino della Sera. Oops. The books that Frugone, most of you know Ciambelli at all, that Frugone e Balletto published something like 8 or 9 Ciambelli novels in the 1890s. After they had all, and somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, I think all of them were serially published in that era, certainly in the early 20th century through Il Folia. But in the 1890s, is that correct, Stefano? Where's Stefano? In the 1890s, were they published serially in the bulletin?
Follia, we don't have access to those microfilms. We don't have access to the microfilms for La Follia before 1907.
Right. Okay, well, but pretty sure that they were published serially. But in any event, so Frugone, having started with, L'Araldo Italiano, and then the Bollettino della Sera, as a publisher, again, they're talking about newspapers having their own publishing operations. So Ciambelli in the 1890s, in Chicago, you had Casa Editrice del Giornale L'Italia, that Ciambelli published there, and of course Luigi Carnovale. In San Francisco, Ettore Patrizi's Italia Press Company was part of the newspaper L'Italia, and that published as book publishing the great Paolo Pallavicini and Fanny Van Zin. So newspapers also did that, had their publishing operations. And this is kind of fascinating. I got a lot more of a handle on this in the last month or so. So you had the Libreria del Eco d'Italia. That became the Libreria Banca Tocci. That's after Felice Tocci bought the newspaper from Secchi di Casale. And Tocci called it the Libreria del Eco Italia for a while until the demise of the Eco d'Italia. But in any event, it became in effect a private bookstore, unattached to a newspaper, which I also think is interesting when something starts in one venue like the newspaper and then it really becomes independent. This ended up spawning Francesco Tocci, Felice's nephew, to start his own publication house. In other words, he ran the bookshop probably through the 1890s of his uncle that was connected to the L'Eco d'Italia and then not connected. And then Francesco Tocci in about 1904 or 05 started Francesco Tocci Editore. Again, this linkage between having started in the newspaper business and then becoming either a publishing house, as we discussed a minute ago, and then becoming separate from the newspaper. And why is he particularly important? I think he's very important because he then joined forces a little later at the end of the first decade of the 20th century. He joined forces with 2 independent booksellers to form the most important Italian publisher, the Società Libraria Italiana, or the Italian Book Company. The names were used interchangeably. The other 2 he forged the relationship with were Angelo de Gaudenzi, who you remember had one of the earliest grammars in the 1890. Was the first copyright date. And he also had his own book-selling operation, which we will see in a minute. And also Angelo De Martino, who really began to run the place after Francesco died or passed on otherwise. So again, all started with the newspaper business, gradually worked its way into separating from the newspaper business, but became, the rock solid core of the American Italian book publishing industry. So obviously indispensable for that whole process. The next thing is that the book writers among the Italians often got their start as newspaper editors and newspaper reporters. Some of them were already trained writers, and I found that more of them were trained than I had remembered. And they supplied material either as reporters in the most obvious level or as editors editing the work of the reporters. And in some cases, like, again, our friend Bernardo Ciambelli, actually providing the fictional material for the letteratura d'appendice. And so, but just to go through some of them, most of these names will be obvious to many of you, but some not, perhaps. So to start really back in the 1860s, or no, actually 1880, if it was Il Progresso, Luigi Palma di Cesnola, his biographer, Luigi Roversi, wrote for Il Progresso and L'Araldo Italiano. Paolo Pallavicini, as I mentioned before, he published novels both in Italy and in San Francisco, but he worked for L'Italia in San Francisco, having earlier worked for Il Progresso as an editor and for Il Corriere di America. Augusto Di Biasi, he was a reporter for and then editor of Il Progresso and then L'Araldo Italiano. And then a few years later, he's most famously known for, of course, as having founded the monthly Carroccio, the most important pro-nationalist and then, for a time, the most important pro-fascist periodical, displaced later by Il Grido della Stirpe. Corrado Altavilla was a reporter for or editor for Il Progresso and Il Corriere della Sera. Italo Stanco for L'Araldo Italiano, Corriere d'America. Alberto Pecorino, editor of Il Cittadino. Cesare Crespi, another super important writer, and as are some of the others we mentioned so far. La Voce del Popolo of San Francisco. Luigi Carnovale, who I mentioned briefly before, he was a founder of Il Pensiero newspaper in St. Louis, and he also wrote for Blank and Blank. I don't know what I had in mind there, that's a mistake, but he published a number of books, and he had strong opinions about the Italian-American periodical press. He called this, anybody remember the details? This stinking mess. It smells putrid, and he had all these wonderful things that he said about it. Ernesto Valentini, L'Araldo Italiano, Il Bollettino della Sera, and Il Martello before he founded the magazine Zarathustra, and Eugenio Branchi, who wrote for Il Carroccio, Alfredo Bozzi, Corriere d'America. So I probably could have found a few more names, but basically any of the book writing scribblers in the Italian-American community, there's almost none of them, I can't think of any of them really who didn't have some strong connection to the newspapers, either on their way to becoming book writers or sort of parallel with their book writing experience. So again, if we're talking about the big issue of identity formation and how the newspapers played into that, it also led into the book culture, and that's what has been in my particular interest for some time. Now, I showed you the ads in Il Progresso, and you could find them also in L'Italia and elsewhere. Multiple columns of books sold by the newspaper bookstores, but I did want to also show you some ads and talk about, and again, this culture that's kind of created by the combination of ads. So some of the images I'm going to show you have multiple ads for bookstores or bookstores and printers, large and small, some of whom had other businesses like Francesco Zanolini also, like a lot of them, you know, was in the shipping business, 2 or 3 other businesses, Tayo. I think that could not have failed to make a powerful impression upon Italian immigrants and the images themselves. I hope will speak better of this even than I can. The wording of ads appealed to the desire of immigrants. By the way, this is on the grammars and dictionaries, to learn English, senza maestro, to write letters, to appeal to their imaginations through entertainment of the sort that their Italian family members back in Italy were enjoying, and that's the letteratura d'appendice. Alexandra and I are taking a course right now on letteratura d'appendice in Italian newspapers. 5 minutes left, thank you. And it's very interesting. The proportion of French to Italian is the same in Italy, just 1. and some of the same authors, though different works, oddly enough. So there's a lot of great work that, where's Brando, that this guy can do, and others can do, linking that up and trying to figure out why were certain French novels published in Italian newspapers, but not in Italian-American newspapers, and vice versa. Mastriani, of course, was important in Italy, but not for the book that was published here, but instead for City di Napoli and other work. So a lot of interesting stuff in the relationship between the newspaper literature and the books has yet to be done. And then the concatenation of these ads side by side was replicated and reinforced in the directories that often summed up the accomplishment of Italian businesses, showing, again, competing bookstores and book publishers. All right, so here are some of the ads we're talking about, and you see at least two. You see Giovanni Cereghino, Libreria Italiana, 60 Mulberry Street, and then below that is my guy, Augusto Bassetti, and his Libri d'Oro, bookstore of sorts, really, at his house. He was a super interesting guy who I wrote about in the book for Bob Viscusi at length about it. So there's at least two. There might be a third one there on the right. Now here you have Zanolini, who was important a little earlier in the 1890s. But note that he has a bank connection, Banca Lombarda. He's on Spring Street. And God, you got to look hard to see the books. Yeah, at the bottom it says Libreria Economica Italiana, same address, but he has all these other businesses going on. Ufficio Notarile e Legale. And then to the right of that is our friend Giovanni Cereghino. And now De Gaudenzi, who wrote this important grammar, one of the important early grammars, and who became one of the officers, the treasurer, I think, Italian Book Company. He gave out one of these, prizes at Strena for 1901. He's got a variety of different names. I think I copied a few of them, but see that one there. The final thing, and then I'm at the end of my talk, is about publishing French, Italian, and sometimes other European fiction in serial form. The newspapers developed a new appetite among their readers for long-form fiction, and that too obviously was important for people who were reading transitory literature like for them eventually to become book buyers or even borrowers of books from the Italian libraries, which were up in New York. And the American Italian newspapers, I think, took up the same practice as the Italian newspapers had for probably the same reasons, to, in effect, trap, I say, non-discretionary consumers, which by which I simply mean people didn't make a decision every day, am I going to buy the newspaper or not today? They usually just did it or had a subscription. So again, they kind of got pulled into the marketing for fiction, long-form fiction, that then led to their being interested in books. And a larger story for another day is how these stories, and in my view, so many of these stories kind of build on the oral tradition that most immigrants were really heir to, that the French novelists paid particular respect to, namely novels about lovers, about bandits, about royals, about chivalric tales. I Reali di Francia was a popular. And so the newspapers and book culture, lots of connection. Thank you.
For those of you who don't know Manhattan Island, I mean, all of the addresses we're talking about, except for the ones at Rockefeller Center, are all at the very bottom, the very tip, right? All what we would say below 14th Street, right? So, they're very, even though you may not realize it, yes, one may have been in Little Italy, one may have been what we call Soho, but they're all within a few blocks of each other, right? So it's not very far anyway.
So our third speaker at this session is Luigi Ceparone, who teaches Italian literature at the University of Bergamo. His research explores Italian literature from the 18th to the 20th century through an anthropological lens. His main areas of interest include migration literature, European modernity, the city, industrial literature, and 19th century educational writing. He has published on a wide range of authors, and in recent years he has focused on the works of Edmondo de Amicis, offering a new interpretation of his oeuvre. He has published several important monographs, and he has also edited De Amicis La Vita Militare. So welcome, Luigi.
Bene. Salve a tutti, grazie per la presentazione. Sono contento di essere qui con voi e ringrazio Matteo e Bill per avermi invitato in questo bellissimo e importante convegno. Nella mia relazione ho studiato la funzione della letteratura nel processo di costruzione dell'identità della comunità di emigranti italiani di New Orleans attraverso l'analisi dell'italo-americano. Prevedo di estendere in futuro il mio lavoro ad altri giornali presenti nella raccolta messa a disposizione da Matteo. Due intanto sono i motivi della scelta di occuparmi dell'italo-americano. Da un lato l'importanza del ruolo che il giornale ha svolto nella Louisiana e dall'altro la mancanza di studi specifici ad esso dedicati, tanto che finora non è stato possibile tracciare le linee essenziali della sua storia. Pochi dubbi sulla sua importanza, testimoniata tra gli altri da Alfonso Lo Monaco, che nel 1897 visitava la Louisiana e nel suo Da Palermo a New Orleans dà conto del ruolo significativo che il giornale svolgeva nella comunità degli emigranti italiani e ne parla come l'organo ufficiale. Lo stesso giornale, d'altra parte, si presentava come giornale dedicato agli interessi delle colonie italiane degli Stati del Sud, organo ufficiale della colonia di Nuova Orleans, e in un occhiello si autopromuoveva come il più antico, il migliore, il più diffuso giornale pubblicato in lingua italiana nel Sud, capace di raggiungere quasi tutte le case e le aziende italiane. La situazione documentale del giornale, che risulta molto lacunosa, non ci permette di farne la storia senza ricorrere a notizie prese da fonti a partire da vari repertori sui giornali statunitensi e italiani. Il lavoro di Matteo è senz'altro meritevole proprio perché ci garantisce la conservazione di questa testimonianza così importante. Vista la scarsità di notizie sul giornale, mi sono sentito in dovere di ricostruirne per quel che mi è stato possibile la storia. Mi permetterò di darvene solo qualche breve notizia più rilevante, mentre riserverò il resto delle informazioni al testo scritto della relazione. Fondato nel 1884, veniva pubblicato a New Orleans 2 volte alla settimana e poi invece ebbe una periodicità settimanale. Nel 1897 era stato venduto a Giambattista Cipriani, che era già editore della Gazzetta della Nuova Orleans, e le due testate da quel momento formano un unico giornale. L'esistenza della Gazzetta è documentata da fonti indirette, quali varie gazzette di diverse regioni italiane che la citano nel primo decennio dell'Ottocento, già a partire dal 1816, e ne riportano articoli utilizzandola quindi come fonte per le notizie americane. Nel 1898 risulta direttore Enrico Cavalli, il quale, nella veste appunto di direttore del giornale, fece un'indagine sul lingiaggio di Telula del 1899. In questo periodo la tiratura del giornale era di 2500 copie. Enrico Di Aglio afferma che la tiratura era di 4000 copie, però non cita le fonti da cui ha preso queste notizie. Si succedono una serie di direttori, ma con una sostanziale continuità nella linea politico-culturale, fino al numero del 12 novembre del 1921, quando il direttore Vestri avvia una riforma del giornale che si presenta con una nuova veste. La testata ha un carattere gotico e un nuovo sottotitolo. Adesso il giornale si presenta come politico commerciale marittimo finanziario, organo ufficiale della Camera di Commercio italiana. Il giornale, nato negli anni '80 dell'Ottocento, è espressione dei nuovi bisogni culturali e delle nuove prospettive politiche che emergono nella fase storica che si apriva per gli italo-americani all'indomani della conclusione del processo di unificazione italiana. Nella fase risorgimentale, i giornali italiani pubblicati negli Stati Uniti, spesso animati da esiliati politici, si facevano portatori di valori che alimentavano le battaglie politiche per la realizzazione dell'unità. La continuità con i temi culturali e i problemi politici della madrepatria era forte, tanto che alcuni di questi giornali venivano fatti circolare clandestinamente in Italia, anche per superare la censura attiva negli stati preunitari. In questa nuova fase storica, nel quale si afferma quella che alcuni studiosi hanno definito stampa prominente, i giornali diventano lo strumento dell'integrazione degli emigranti nella realtà del paese ospitante, ma anche lo strumento per elaborare la nuova identità. Lo sguardo è sempre più rivolto alla propria comunità piuttosto che a quella di origine. Il nome scelto per il giornale che stiamo esaminando mi pare già indicativo di questa nuova fase. La testata del giornale indica già una prospettiva politico-culturale. L'integrazione tra i due elementi etnici, l'italiano e l'americano, che sono separati da un trattino che presto sarebbe caduto per creare questo particolare gruppo etnico dalla precisa fisionomia culturale destinata a durare, l'italo-americano, unito in una sola parola e senza più trattini. Richiamo l'attenzione sul fatto che l'elemento italiano nella testata è affidato a un aggettivo, mentre il sostantivo è l'americano. Questo a indicare che si fa riferimento a un americano, appunto, caratterizzato dalle origini italiane. La prospettiva è chiara: diventare americano pur non dimenticando, anzi valorizzando, dove era possibile, le proprie origini etniche. Anche il sottotitolo del giornale è indicativo di questa nuova prospettiva, giornale dedicato agli interessi della colonia degli Stati del Sud. E a suggello della via indicata dalla testata e dal sottotitolo era stato messo un motto che diceva labor omnia vincit. Ecco, la concretezza del fare quotidiano e della realtà economica, sociale e politica della comunità diventava il focus dell'informazione e della riflessione del giornale. Questa sempre maggiore attenzione agli interessi economici viene sancita da quella sorta di svolta del 21 di cui ho parlato prima, quando appunto il giornale diventava organo ufficiale della Camera di Commercio italiana. Nella pubblicistica risorgimentale la letteratura aveva una funzione militante come strumento di elaborazione e di diffusione dei valori culturali e politici che servivano per fare gli italiani. Non era infrequente che i giornali proponessero testi letterari dei nostri classici, coerenti con il canone che esprimeva i valori letterari del nostro risorgimento. In questa prospettiva la letteratura assumeva anche una funzione pedagogica. Realizzata l'unità, scema il riferimento al valore ideale della letteratura e viene vista addirittura con diffidenza l'articolazione dei dibattiti politici e culturali che si svolgevano nel nostro paese, percepiti ora dai migranti come un pericoloso attentato all'unità della comunità nazionale. Questa diffidenza era coerente con lo sforzo politico praticato dagli emigranti di superare la frammentazione della loro comunità, che spesso era influenzata dagli interessi delle relazioni che facevano riferimento alle città di provenienza. I cosiddetti prominenti si sforzavano di coordinare le attività delle associazioni proponendo festività, simboli e iniziative che intendevano superare i confini angusti delle comunità locali. In questa prospettiva fu considerato positivo l'avvio del fascismo, che da qui veniva visto come il tentativo di superare fazioni e partiti politici allo scopo di esaltare l'unità della patria. Un valore prioritario per quei leader che ambivano a presentarsi alle istituzioni del paese ospitante come rappresentanti di una comunità estesa, forte ed omogenea. Il miglioramento della condizione economica di molti emigranti rendeva possibile la promozione sociale verso la condizione di borghesi e o di piccoli borghesi. E il giornale sostiene questa nuova fase e la rappresenta. La tipologia delle pubblicità presenti nelle pagine del giornale, come quelle rivolte alle cure delle signore, la presenza dell'orario ferroviario, per dire, ci danno conto di questi cambiamenti della condizione del pubblico dei lettori. In questo nuovo contesto la letteratura non è più veicolo di diffusione dei valori risorgimentali, ma diventa espressione di un contesto culturale che tende a soddisfare e a legittimare i bisogni di un pubblico nuovo, più esteso, ma meno ferrato culturalmente. Coerente con questa prospettiva socioculturale è la presenza dei testi e degli autori di letteratura nel giornale. L'appendice letteraria presenta a puntate, accanto a rubriche di carattere umoristico o ameno, romanzi della letteratura di consumo. L'obiettivo principale del redattore è quello di assecondare il gusto del pubblico allo scopo di garantirsi una maggiore diffusione del giornale e farlo diventare appetibile per le inserzioni pubblicitarie, capaci di garantire la sopravvivenza del giornale. È il caso di segnalare che erano presenti repertori di giornali che certificavano nel modo più veritiero possibile il numero di copie vendute dai giornali, come un servizio per le ditte che dovevano trovare i canali migliori per pubblicizzare i loro prodotti. Questo non significa che il giornale avesse rinunciato a portare avanti una propria linea politico-culturale e una precisa prospettiva ideologica per indirizzare la comunità e contribuire a elaborarne l'identità, ma che lo strumento principale non era più la letteratura, come avveniva nei giornali risorgimentali. I testi letterari che troviamo nell'appendice del giornale sono soprattutto testi narrativi lunghi, in modo particolare i romanzi della letteratura di consumo. Tra questi primeggiano quelli di Carolina Invernizio, fra l'altro l'unica rappresentante della letteratura italiana. Di questa scrittrice si susseguono i romanzi Il delitto della contessa, romanzo storico-sociale, Satanella, Anime di fango. Sono romanzi pubblicati prima in appendice e poi in volume e riproposti sull'italo-americano in un arco temporale che va dal 1894 al 1911, quindi di poco posteriore all'uscita delle loro prime edizioni in volume avvenute tra il 1887 e il 1898. Venivano quindi riproposti sull'onda del successo tra il pubblico italiano. Non possiamo leggere le motivazioni che hanno indotto i redattori a proporre questi testi, seppure motivazioni delle loro scelte sono state offerte ai lettori, perché mancano i numeri del giornale in cui vengono pubblicate le prime puntate di tutte e tre i romanzi. I redattori contavano probabilmente su quello che poteva essere considerato un marchio di fabbrica, che garantiva il favore del pubblico per lo stile semplice, quasi trascurato, per le sue trame complesse e per la capacità di soddisfare curiosità morbose nell'ambito di relazioni sentimentali complicate. ma anche per le sue aperture verso temi propri di generi quali il poliziesco e l'horror. Probabilmente però, come è stato evidenziato, il favore dei romanzi di Invernizio nel pubblico femminile era alimentato anche dal fatto che nelle sue storie, sotto un velo di perbenismo borghese, si cominciava a proporre un nuovo modello di donna. Questo aspetto doveva corrispondere alle aspettative delle donne della comunità che, pur nel rispetto della tradizione, nella vita quotidiana conquistavano nuovi ruoli sociali ed economici che portavano a una progressiva emancipazione della loro condizione. Viene confermata anche nell'italo-americano l'amore del pubblico degli emigranti per la letteratura popolare francese, già evidenziato negli studi sul progresso italo-americano. Si vede infatti registrare la presenza di un gruppo di romanzi della letteratura d'appendice di Xavier de Montepin. Di questo scrittore vengono proposti in traduzione italiana Il medico delle pazze, in originale era Le médecins des folles, La gobba, titolo con il quale era presentato in italiano Le chevalier de la robe, che era stato presentato in puntate anche sul progresso italo-americano. Sono presenti in tutto l'arco temporale studiato solo 2 testi narrativi brevi. Si tratta di 2 racconti umoristici in dialetto siciliano di Giovanni de Rosalia, Corna di Curaddu e Un pitturu latru. Occasionale risulta la presenza di solo 2 testi poetici, Terra di Adanegri e All'America in armi di D'Annunzio. Quando abbiamo detto finora conferma che nel giornale la funzione della letteratura era di mero intrattenimento, mancano gli autori del canone che il dibattito letterario, ma anche il gusto del pubblico in Italia aveva selezionato, ma manca anche l'idea di un possibile canone letterario coloniale che il giornale ci possa consegnare. Si potrebbe discutere sull'assenza di molti autori che contemporaneamente in Italia avevano successo, di critica e di pubblica. Voglio segnalarne solo una che mi sembra significativa per un pubblico così etnicamente omogeneo, visto che in Louisiana sappiamo che gli emigranti erano quasi tutti siciliani. L'assenza della narrativa verista, direi soprattutto della novellistica, che nel giornale avrebbe potuto trovare spazio adeguato. Questa assenza conferma la funzione di intrattenimento che doveva avere la letteratura nelle intenzioni del redattore del giornale, visto che la novellistica verista avrebbe suscitato discussioni sulla condizione del popolo in Italia. In questa situazione viene meno qualsiasi legame con il dibattito culturale e letterario italiano e si privilegia la lingua come elemento che permette alla comunità di italiani di riconoscersi come tali. In questa prospettiva mi sembra significativa l'insistenza della pubblicità ai corsi di lingua italiana della Dante Alighieri nel 1921, quando forse il legame con la lingua rischiava di indebolirsi o addirittura di rompersi. Fatevi soci della Dante Alighieri, si leggeva, la lingua è il vincolo più sacro che ci unisce lontani dalla patria. Gli autori canonici di cui sono stati esclusi i testi sono invece evocati in alcune situazioni in quanto italiani illustri e quindi funzionali alla costruzione dell'identità italiana della comunità, basata sull'orgoglio di una prestigiosa civiltà e che in quanto tale non deve temere il confronto con altre nazionalità. Negli anni '20 diventa significativo l'uso della figura di Dante, di cui viene riproposta più volte l'immagine in un articolo che ricorda la sua infanzia. Nel 1911 la letteratura serve per nobilitare la guerra di conquista della Libia e a spostarla su un piano mitico, il titolo del giornale era Nel nuovo campo da Gramante, con chiari riferimenti ad Ariosto. Nessun riferimento, credo sia il caso di notarlo, al testo pascoliano La grande proletaria s'è mossa, con il quale Pascoli appunto appoggiava la guerra. Sempre in occasione della stessa guerra, nella prospettiva di costruire una narrazione dell'identità italiana, collegandola alle glorie passate, è significativo il richiamo alla precedente conquista di quei territori da parte dei Romani, rivendicando così una continuità con il popolo romano. I primi conquistatori della Tripolitania è il titolo di un articolo del febbraio 1912 e il 4 maggio del 1912 il giornale usciva con questo titolo. All'Ebda, dove signoreggiavano le aquile romane, regna oggi sovrano l'Italo tricolore. Pure questa letteratura di consumo così deideologizzata ha una funzione importante nel delineare l'identità dell'italo-americano, perché contribuisce al passaggio da una cultura popolare, orale, tradizionale, regionale, a una cultura scritta, nazionale e per alcuni aspetti internazionale. Perché riesce a veicolare il passaggio dal dialetto all'italiano. Assistiamo così al passaggio da una cultura popolare a una cultura di massa, a modelli di vita e di consumo culturale cittadino. È in questa fitta trama di elementi socioculturali che si delinea l'identità di questa figura antropologica nuova che è l'italo-americano. Grazie.
Brenda, you want to come on up? Long day. So, first questions. I mean, I have several questions, so I don't know how to spotlight. So, questions that people want to raise initially? Matteo.
For Luigi, in inglese, concludo parlando del ruolo del passaggio dal dialetto all'italiano, no? Secondo te, questo giornale, no? Che appunto nel sud c'è questo, soprattutto la presenza del siciliano, qual è il ruolo del dialetto, se c'è, della letteratura o anche nella lingua, insomma, degli articoli che tu hai potuto notare?
È curioso che i due unici racconti presenti. È curioso, dicevo, che si sente? Che i due unici racconti che sono presenti nel testo sono due racconti umoristici e in siciliano. E questi racconti prendono un po' in giro il siciliano, che viene presentato come analfabeta, impacciato, ma proprio imbranato. E la cosa mi è sembrata interessante proprio dal punto di vista del discorso che ho cercato di fare, cioè sull'identità che si stava creando. Cioè, se i lettori riescono a ridere di questo personaggio analfabeta, imbranato, ridono perché lo vedono distante da loro, ormai loro sono un'altra cosa, si guardano indietro e vedono questo nello specchio quello che loro erano, e quindi se possono ridere vuol dire che sono molto distanti, il salto era avvenuto. Quindi è interessante questo scarto, ma in alcuni casi c'è il richiamo a qualche elemento dialettale, un po' anche per motivi, affettivi. È curioso un'altra cosa, che c'è un articolo in dialetto che si intitola "Non pari italiano", cioè come dire non sempre italiano, ma lo dicevano quindi il ruolo era un po' doppio.
I'm going to ask in English so everybody understands what I'm asking, and then we can speak in Italian if you want.
Preferire italiano.
Sì, sì, vabbè, vabbè, ma senti, l'identità degli italo-americani che leggono tutti questi giornali, eccetera. C'è una differenza di prendere l'identità per gli italo-americani in questi giornali contro gli italiani in Italia che prendono l'identità dal giornale. The process.
Allora, il discorso è complesso perché io di questo ho parlato anche in un mio studio precedente, cioè il luogo dell'emigrazione è un luogo in cui le persone acquisiscono l'identità degli italiani, cioè il siciliano arriva negli Stati Uniti che non ha un'identità italiana e il siciliano o il piemontese che arriva in Argentina, ne parlavo prima, lo vediamo quando va di Amicis le descrive queste cose, cioè non hanno la consapevolezza di essere italiani, cioè la consapevolezza di essere italiani, l'italianità, l'acquisiscono in questo luogo di emigrazione, col confronto con altre persone, ma anche perché per loro acquisire questa identità italiana gli permette in qualche modo di interagire con le istituzioni locali e, come dire, dialogare per avere maggiori diritti. Cioè, dal punto di vista del siciliano non erano nessuno. E quindi proprio per questo, quando succede appunto alcuni momenti storici, loro si appoggiano al successo degli italiani. E qui è chiaro nel giornale che trovano sempre le occasioni per far capire come gli italiani e l'America vanno insieme di conserve, cioè sono
relationship between literature and news has obviously changed, and the way you get news has changed. I can remember about a decade ago when the French version of the New York Times was on its deathbed. That they decided they were going to print not a serialized novel, but a whole novel. So when you bought the paper, it was tucked into the novel. And I remember the first one they did was Great Gatsby. Right? And it was
One issue, the whole novel?
yes, it was
I don't remember this thing.
the Sunday Times used to be like this, and that was, but to me, it seems like a great loss. Like the separation of literature and poetry from the daily reading and news. Yeah, and of course, people still watch serialized things, right? We just have different media. So that instead of reading something, though, you're watching White Lotus. You're watching Stanley Tucci go through Italy. So we know that the White Lotus, we know that Stanley Tucci have had a great effect on how people think about Italy today. So maybe you want to reflect a little bit about what you think was important about having literature and newspapers. Could we still be doing more of this in direct places where people get their generalized news rather than travel and leisure? I mean, this is a great book, right? The separation of literature from other subjects, right? And we see it most vibrantly in the sciences. I mean, the fields of sciences have suffered tremendously as they have broken away from the humanities, right? So maybe just what is the loss of it?
Well, I'm thinking of the quotations from Gramsci that Brando put up about the difference between the kind of literature that the industrial capitalist newspaper wants its readers or wants to pull it in with as to real literature. So I think we got to bear that in mind. It's not as if, the great writers of America, or maybe they did at one time publish, maybe there was certainly more poetry. We had poetry in longer time even than fiction. But I think having capitalism seeks its own kind of level as to what it needs. So I think I haven't, and your point would be a good one if I think it would be heard in other places. So it's very good to raise these, but it's interesting to me that I don't think I've heard other people say that lately, but maybe I just missed it. So that makes me wonder about whether the need is really, but I don't know.
I mean, especially someone who's studying literature.
I agree. That literature in the newspapers just sell and for example, it's clear in the like literature people wanted and people wanted to read. Of course, they needed to learn how to read for practical reasons, to read articles and to read announcements. But literature played a role. But beside dime novels, there were short stories, poetry, and both in Italian and in the regional Italian in dialect. And through literature, they could find also a common and shared identity. There are some poems about important Italian figures as Giuseppe Mazzini, and Il Progresso Italo-Americano was sharing this shared and common identity also through literature, and was very important. But it's also true that for it was something useful to the capitalistic system. Right now, probably it is not. So that's why we don't have literature in the papers. At the same time, I totally agree with the fact that it would be important for other aspects of our society, but the reason why it's not.
I mean, Jim can certainly speak to the fact that we know that in the United States, the people who read is diminishing greatly, and the purchasing of books is diminishing greatly, right? So this, of course, reflects on whether or not you have a literate and critically thinking society. So, I mean, I think that these things are very valuable. We have a couple of hands up.
I just wanted to add something which is specific to the Italian American press. Dime novels were published everywhere. They were published in Germany and France and wherever in the world. What is special there is that part of the novels that were the dime novels, we're thinking about our god Bernardino Ciambelli. You know, everyone has his name, his mind. Ciambelli was born in that serialized thing. And what he did was something Italian-American. He was not something Italian-American. So what the newspapers were doing at the time with that fiction, as much as with poetry, was create something new that talked to the readers of their reality. Ciambelli, if you look at his novels, in reality, is injecting the news that was published in the newspapers. So it's not just fiction, it's fiction that introduces things that were talking to the readers, because when he was mentioning a fire, it was a fire that had been dealt with in the same newspaper, maybe weeks before or months before. So I think the relationship a reader might have to such fiction. I'm thinking about another example of published in the Corriere di Boston. It's entitled Bicicletta. And it was referring to the question that was rising among Italian Americans for that sport. So this would definitely appeal more to the readers. And I think this specificity needs to be emphasized in the way it's sold also those fiction and those.
Good point. Thank you so much. Fred, you wanted to add?
I just wanted to say that, Gramsci was speaking to exactly what I was trying to get to today, and that is that the disdain of the working class and the ruling class and the is very strong. And this idea of what media appeals to each social class. It's a way of keeping the kind of funding that Stefano was looking for away. I mean, gosh, hits the nail on the head right there. And it's a lesson that we haven't learned in terms of uniting for the good of everyone. This popular culture that Gramsci was talking about is certainly, it's a difference between the kind of literature that sells and literature that is studied. Very rarely is literature that sells studied. Very rarely it's study stuff. So, this is a very interesting observation. Actually, I'll pay.
David, you want to give us a last thought here?
Oh, no. What I just found fascinating was this interest in progresso, and it tracks with what I got. In fact, Franco Cervetini, who is a famous cultural critic in Italy, traveled to Argentina. That was his biggest lament is you go to Avenida Florida and you see all these works of French literature. Where's the Italian? And this popularity of French literature, and I think it's interesting that was also true within the Italian communities as well, if not also in Italy. So I wonder if you could, any of you, because you've all touched on it, could think more about what is this interest? Is it just that the French literature and this type of genre was popular, or there's something interesting about immigrants to identify their taste in literature and that necessarily with France?
Well, I mentioned very briefly, but perhaps not clearly, that our teacher, Alexander's my teacher, mentioned that in Italy itself, French influences were the most important non-Italian influences. Number two, unlike in Italy, where, so much of the creative energy in 19th century Italy went into writing operas, not into writing novels, frankly. So there was sort of a gap that needed to be filled. One thing I didn't get to here is that there was a continuing interest. If you look closely, as I've started to look more closely over time, at the catalogs, the book catalogs, the one I have, and I didn't stick it in the presentation, from 1919 of the Libreria Banca Tocci, after Felice was gone, after Francesco moved on to his own publishing operation. The French still persists. The lists of Dumas or Montépin and several others, especially Dumas, was like unbelievably popular. And so it's not something that was just for the 1880s and 1890s in that transition from the old country. It persisted well into the 20th century, suggestive of the fact that force of French literature continued for whatever, but it's certainly a good reason as to know why.
Yeah, if I can say something about this topic, I think that there was a lot of French literature because of its popularity, but at the same time, I think that there was a reason if this literature was that popular, and Umberto Eco explains it in one book, and actually it starts from a quotation of Gramsci again, because Gramsci in the same book, in his prison notebook number 3, says something, the common idea of superhumanity that was very popular in those years don't come from Nietzsche, but from Alexandre Dumas' Il Conte di Montecristo. And we were speaking about working class. One Umberto Eco calls this literature a literature that was letting people dreaming with their eyes open. So it was very useful. It was. And if we think about the Italian colony, at the situation in the Italian colony, the working class people that were reading a literature in which the main character maybe was from was a normal person that could just, of course, in literature overreach all his enemies and could satisfy all his dreams. And people that were reading it probably were very satisfied about this kind of literature. And it's interesting because 100 years ago, maybe it was like this. Right now, it's more useful if working class people just scroll Instagram. I don't know. Maybe in Instagram they find what they would like to have and they cannot. And if I can say another thing about what Benedict Deschamps was saying about.
I apologize for my name.
I watched Bernardino Ciambelli. I didn't say anything about it in my presentation because I wanted to remain on literature. But in Il Progresso there was a rubrica every week or at some point every day, I think, from Bernardino Ciambelli, and the name was Su e giù per la colonia, and he was speaking about all the facts that were happening in the colony, and with his style. It was a piece of journalism, but it was with his style. Mm-hmm. So this is another example of how this type of journalism or literature was helping build a community, because he was speaking about Italian American facts inside the colony, and people that were reading it were reading what was happening around them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, on that note, may we have a big hand for our speakers? Thank you, everyone.
Welcome again. It's getting to be a little long over the day, but the things are about to become very exciting, I promise. We now have a panel devoted to two digitization projects. First will be a Seton Hall project. We were approached by the Newark Public Library of the Italian Tribune, a newspaper established in about 1934, 1935, that still is published as a weekly. And the microfilms that they have are about a 60-year run. It's fascinating stuff from the Depression, from World War II, from then the Newark riots, especially, where the Italians took a very fierce, had a very fierce attitude in response to the riots by $1,000 that Fred knows about from Unico to fund the nation. So good to show you what we have. We have Quinn Christie from Special Collections at Seton Hall University, who also manages many of the artifacts and manuscripts that have come to for Italian things that are Seton Hall. So, Quinn Christie.
Thank you, Bill. Buonasera. Did I say that right? Thank you. As Bill said, I'm Quinn Christie. I'm the Public Services Archivist here in the Archives and Special Collections at Seton Hall. We are in the Walsh Library on campus, and we are very happy to partner with Matteo on this project with digitizing some Italian American newspapers. Bill mentioned We have the Italian Tribune from Newark that we are now hosting on our website. And we are also hosting digital copies of the Italian American newspapers that Matteo has been working on from the American South on our website as well. So it will live on the library's website. In addition to the copies at your institutions, there are different ways that people can access these newspapers online. So they are very welcome additions to our collections here at Seton Hall because we have, as Bill mentioned, a lot of Italian American and Italian resources in terms of archival collections and in our rare books, and indeed upstairs from us in the Valente Italian Library. Just in archives and special collections, we have several collections from Unico chapters. We have an Order Sons of Italy collection from the early 20th century. We have small runs of various print newspapers from Italian American communities all over the United States. And of course, all the collections upstairs in the Valente Library. So why is it so useful to have these digitized newspapers? From an archivist perspective, really, it's all about access and preservation. Because they're online now, people can access them from anywhere. You don't have to make an appointment to go to a library and wait for somebody to pull them out of the back and set them up for you and watch you while you're turning the pages. Some of them are OCR compatible, which stands for optical character recognition. Just a fancy way of saying you can search for words and they will show up in the document. So it makes it a lot easier if you're trying to find a specific person or keyword. You can just quickly skip to that in the text. They are not all OCR, but some of them are, and it's a great help. When the newspapers are OCR, it also helps from an accessibility standpoint, because for people using screen readers, they'll be able to access the material. So people who are visually impaired, who need to use screen readers to read the content aloud. Yes.
Materials are OCR.
Well, if you try to search for something and it doesn't work, then it's probably not OCR.
And you search in a PDF differently from like in a Word doc. You don't put, Control F.
And that's what I do. I just do.
I never find anything when I do it in the PDF.
Well, then
it doesn't exist.
Yay. Well, it may not be OCR optimized. Yeah, and there are third-party programs where you can import a PDF and it'll try to make an OCR for you. So if it wasn't done the first time around from the physical document, it's not the end. You still can.
If you don't mind, I don't mean to take you away from your meeting, but just for those of us who are something smart on these things. When you get something from some of the big trust, are those OCR or not?
I mean, it depends. A lot of them are, but
It's not automatic. I mean, they might be digitized, but not yet OCR ready because it's a further step, right?
Yeah, it sort of depends. And I don't know, because personally, I don't work a lot with outside companies that are doing scanning, so I don't have a great answer for you on that. But even if, yes.
The University of Michigan.
Michigan, yeah.
Yeah, and those are great. Those are usually in our library catalog findings and Happy Trust because they're accessible from anywhere, and it is a great resource. But I have turned PDFs into OCR for people who need them for courses if they need an accessible version. So it is possible to do. But if you're working with a database of hundreds of newspapers and they're not OCR, it's going to be a little tricky. So yeah, access. We want our newspapers digitized so that people can read them from anywhere. You can zoom in, you can get close up. It's great. Everyone loves digital newspapers. Students, especially, they don't want to do anything physical. They just want to use materials that are available on the computer. If you tell them they have to go to the library to get it, they're not going to. They're not going to do it. Maybe not all students. Okay, I don't want to say all students, but I've definitely noticed that if it's digital, it's much more likely to be used. So that's why we like it. digitized newspapers. And then the second point from an archival standpoint, of the importance of these digital collections is preservation. Newspapers were not meant to last. They were meant to be thrown away. They're ephemeral. They were produced very cheaply and quickly so that they could get into the hands of as many people as possible. You know, if you've read a newspaper, the ink comes off on your fingers. You have to fold it and unfold it. Every time you do that, you're weakening the fibers of the paper. So if we're accessing the newspapers online, then the physical copies can stay preserved. Nobody's touching them or messing with them. So they'll last for many more years to come. Usually our priorities in archives for digitization end up being newspapers because they are so acidic and they degrade quickly. We also have, since we're hosting these files here and at your institution, we have different copies digitally. So if there's an outage at one place, you can still access them elsewhere. So we are preserving them and digitally. They're also a really useful teaching tool. I do a lot of teaching in the archives in my role as public services archivist, and students really respond well to materials from their own community or culture. So having Italian American newspapers help to open up conversations with students in the classroom. So we love to have as many cultural and ethnic press newspapers as possible. Now, I'm not going to take up very much more of your time, but I do want to show you how we have the newspapers hosted here at Seton Hall. We have two ways that students or any researchers can discover them. The first is that we post them on our e-repository. This is our library website here at Seton Hall. So if you just go to Find and e-repository, the e-repository is where we host all materials that are published by Seton Hall. So we have student work, you can see dissertations, annual reports that come out from departments. We have journals that are published here at Seton Hall. They live here on the e-repository. And it's great because we can track, if you see the map, we can see how many times things are downloaded, where people are downloading them from all across the world. So it's a great way to get statistics on what we have. So under archives and special collections, these are everything that we're hosting from my department. Side note here, we also have the Ace Alagna photograph collection. He was a photographer and the editor of the Italian Tribune. So this is a great collection full of photographs of Italian American life in the New York area, which we already had as part of our collection. So then under Italian American newspapers, where these newspapers live, you can just scroll down and they're organized by the newspaper name and then the year. So for example, if you wanted to look at a newspaper here from 1938, they're all listed on this page. Looks like we just have April and October from this year. Each page for the actual issue will have some additional information that can be helpful, like a recommended citation down here, and it tells you the volume number and the publication date, and then you just click and you can read it right in your browser. And that is our e-repository. So the eye strain days are here again. So if you want to search OCR, you can just Control F. I'm just going to write tribute because I see it here. So it just makes a little highlight where the word shows up. You can click through. It'll take you to all the times that word is mentioned in the text. So that's OCR. That is our e-repository. The other way that you can access these newspapers from our website is through the archives and special collections site, which you can get to from the main library website. And we have digital exhibitions. We have a little button here right on the front page. You can also go up to our collections, digital exhibits. Sarah, my colleague, Sarah Ponectera, who's not here today, she created this little exhibit just as an entry point for people to discover that we have these resources, because it can get buried, in the e-repository. This is a little exhibit that she made that's a little more visual, where you can scroll down and see where each newspaper is from on the map, and then a small description of what each newspaper is. Now, this one links to the issues on Matteo's website, so we can see the partnership between the two institutions. And I'm actually going to just use this as a great transition for Matteo to take over. So thank you. We're very happy to have the partnership.
Thank you. I'll be very quick because I don't want to take much of your time. I've already expressed my gratitude this morning to Dean Bushman and to all of you who have contributed to, so greatly, I think, to this project, because one important part of a European project of this kind is also the dissemination. Open access issues are there all the time. There are open access issues, even when we try to iron them out with, people or institutions not giving consent to publish and to, so it's important to have the collection. It was important for me, at least, to have the collection as spread out as possible, also because potential is there for different types of ventures. As Quinn said, the collections here at Seton Hall will be way more exposed than mine, and I'll show you mine, than my project websites will ever be to students, for instance. And that would lead to, for instance, different types of exhibits stemming from the collection. Once a teacher, an instructor, a professor takes their students to look at these materials and maybe make the students work on them. So that, this is a different type of exposure that we get from these newspapers and the collection here. There will be a third collection, basically, in Padua, which will probably lead to another digital venture. The Columbus Balbo is an Alabama periodical published from 1933 to 35, of course, Columbus and Balbo. And it was interesting because from that collection, from that newspaper, from one copy of that newspaper, number 0 of that newspaper, not even 10, I found out more about that Primo Bartolini guy that I was telling you about earlier, because the guy was mentioned in the Columbus Balbo review as a leading poet of the South. So Bartolini has been a long-term love of my life, research-wise, and Bill knows, because Bill and I will go down to Nashville to oversee the inaugural ceremony, the unveiling of the historical marker devoted to Primo Bartolini, poet and patriot, who built his house on the foundations of what used to be the house of William Driver, Captain William Driver, the guy who named Old Glory the American flag. So Bartolini became an American-Italian patriot. He was the first non-Nazi to serve in First World War as a volunteer. He never went to the front. He ended up in Washington State instructing, teaching French to soldiers who were sent to the front. But it gave me a good, inspiration. It was a good inspiration for a good story, a good online exhibit. There was a first public analogic exhibit in the archives of in the Nashville Metro archives in 2019 for a Veterans Day, because of course Bartolini was a veteran. The family came over from North Carolina. They donated the papers of Primo Bartolini, who wrote more than 600 poems to the archive. So that's when I thought about the potential of using Bartolini's story as a digital/public initiative in terms of dissemination of history. And this is what came out. So from the analogic exhibit to the online exhibit, which is enriched by many other things. I mean, we have this is the more kind of classical exhibit type of thing. We have all sorts of information about him. This is his own place. We have information about the historical marker project itself. The historical marker, as I said, will be linked to this. This is the text of the marker. We'll put here the picture of the marker once the marker has been inaugurated. This is side A of the marker. Side B will have a picture of Primo Bartolini and his house on Fifth Avenue South, formerly Fifth Avenue South. That's the guy. There's, of course, other historical / present information pertaining to the present. This is the house as it looked like before being raised in 2015. That was the last picture of the house standing, and this is the house now. So this is where the marker to William Driver has been planted. So Bartolini will have his own marker next to William Driver with the QR code sending passers-by. This is Fifth Avenue South. Broadway is a couple of blocks west, and people will get connected to the exhibit where we have Primo himself here. Okay, and this is an avatar. Of course, it's been animated, and you can ask him, who was Primo Bartolini, and he told us. Of course,
I was an Italian-born man, moved to the United States in 1908 and settled in Nashville, Tennessee. I was a poet, educator, and a significant figure in the literary scene in the South.
So, yeah. You can make up things as well, and he will. I mean, you can play for a while with him, and he never gets tired. But so that's the interesting thing. So this is what I've been spending my time, and my European money with. But yeah, no, I mean, in terms of doing public history, I think this is a kind of a significant. I mean, if you see how the urban appearance of the city has been changed and our history has disappeared from Nashville. I believe this is not a non-significant project, and it's very much linked to the newspaper landscape. I told you this morning very briefly how Bartolini was himself a teacher, and he participated in the kind of whitening of African Americans through language. So it's a very interesting kind of project. And passers-by in Nashville, I mean, now there's joggers going by all the time, can use the QR code and connect to Italian American history. So this is one bit. The other thing that I wanted to, and I think this ties up nicely with what we were saying this morning about. Now, it was unlucky that Primo Bartolini's family isn't particularly wealthy, to the point of donating, I don't know, a Primo Bartolini scholarship or something like that, or they simply had different interests. But this could open up possibilities to scholars and to sell the product. I mean, people see a product like this and they could be interested in having something developed similarly, in another context. I'm going to start working on a similar type of thing for the lynchings of 1891 in New Orleans, for instance. So the next marker, which has been sponsored by Padua, by Seton Hall, both the Alberto and the La Motta Chair, and the archives in Nashville. So this becomes also a kind of an entrepreneurial initiative, which leads to the Sindaco of Fanano, the mayor of Nashville, the Italian consul, honorary consul in Nashville will be at the ceremony. This also creates, bilateral, transnational ties, also financial, economic importance, relevance for for Fanano, for Nashville himself, and it's an exposure, an important exposure for Italian American history at large. I think there's one last thing that I wanted to show you about the newspapers. We talked about the newspapers. We are very much into sharing information and repositories between institutions. So we have a series of hyperlinks sending back not only to the e-repository, but also to the institution that have the originals, because there might be interest to see the original for some, and it's important to know exactly where we got them from. About New Orleans and about La Voce Coloniale, if I can open it up. Now it's still in a beta version, but we have developed this thing thanks to the help of Dr. Jamali, who has worked on the project for a while. We have created a map of New Orleans ourselves. This is in Google Earth, so it's very basic. And we put an overlay on top of modern New Orleans map, and this is the historical New Orleans map, because of course the name of the streets changed. As I was saying before, the only problem with this is that my GPS has been contaminated by this. So when I drive around New Orleans, it sends me to a grocery store that doesn't exist anymore. And it existed up until 1927 or something like that. So that's a problem. But it's the interesting part of this map is that, if we, this is Conti Street. So we took all the materials. This is Filippo Parrino, importer of Italian products, 129 Conti Street, New Orleans. Now, we published the newspaper where he took that from, so we have a contextual view of what was on that page. And of course, now this is a very small, but we're trying to expand a bit more on the single addresses that we have published. Now, this is 17 Decatur Street. Luigi Dell'Orto was an avvocato. And then again, as we saw before, sometimes these, in Jim's paper, these avvocati, lawyers, notai, had other interests. Sometimes they publish their own books, and this is the work that we have done so far. And this ideally would lead in the future, I don't know when and with what money, but because funding remains a problem, even within the context of significant grant from in monetary terms. The idea is to use this and the future developments as a point and click type of video game that would lead to the possibility for the rendering of the story of an immigrant arriving into New Orleans and being able to explore the city throughout the streets of the city as it used to be. And of course, this could lead to urban history projects and other things. So this is what I've been doing again with the European money, aside from preparing papers and all that. But I think this is aside from it has an interest for the remapping of Italian experience the present city, but it could lead at least to future project. And in any case, I believe it's one way to tie in historical material like the digitized newspapers and maybe the digital realm, which remains opens up several and incredible possibilities. These days. So this is all I have to say, because I don't want to keep you too long. We still have lots to do. Okay, thank you.
We can take over now with our discussion. Yeah. David and Larry and me.
Qui dobbiamo staccarlo solo, no?
Thank you. So we'll have a round table now, right? And especially to introduce my wonderful learned colleague, Larry Alfonso. Matteo and David have already been introduced. You've heard from them before. But Larry is professor of history in the department at Seton Hall University. He teaches in the Africana Studies program. He co-chairs the Board of Associates at the New University Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. He was Fulbright Fellow at the University of Münster, conducting research in the SS newspaper Das Schwarze Volk. He was areas of specialization are Civil War, Reconstruction history, the Harlem Renaissance, World War II, and African American history. A central theme in his research is the self-image and goals of African Americans in the Black press and their perceptions then in the white press. A few examples of his studies: New Jersey during the Civil War and Reconstruction, Jersey history, a history of the Garden State, race in the Reich, the African American press writing about Nazi Germany, Germans and African Americans, 2 centuries of exchange, and Langston Hughes, Russia, and the African American press in Russian American. The way we've organized this discussion, the idea was to bring in other perspectives, having focused and discussed the Italian press in the United States. So David will speak first, addressing Latin America, and also this magnificent issue of the Italian American Review, just published, arrived a month ago in my box, and I've read it. Really 4 excellent articles, including one by Marcella, whom we have already spoken, or who has already spoken to us here. And then Matteo, who has taught in Canada and done research there, will discuss the Canadian Italian press, and Larry instead will the African American press as a comparison, many points of if each of them might give a few minutes of discussion and background, and then we could have a broader discussion and open the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for staying with us all day. This really is a wonderful conference put together. My comments are twofold. To some extent, as Bill mentioned, to talk more about the context of Latin America for the Italian diasporic press, but also especially in amplifying some of the comments and observations many of you have already made in the various panels, to use examples of those dynamics from the contributions to our recently published special issue of the Italian Review. So I would like to use those as maybe bring something new to the discussion. Most importantly, I would like to stress the relationship of the press to the community and the diversity of voices that shape the world views of Italian migrants and their children, and the ways in which the press was used to understand and make sense of their new environments. And I think it was a comment Donna made that I'd like to speak more about, this idea of the importance of the printed word and of newspapers as a medium of communication and as a way in which people got not just information, but also culture, literature. And I think that's something undervalued, again, with that misconception that immigrants, one, thinking monolithically that immigrants as workers and immigrants as predominantly illiterate or not interested in culture, which is just not true. And I think the number of periodicals and the diversity of periodicals, both in the United States and in Latin America, speak to the importance of the press and the written word in shaping the world of migrants. For many, the formation of Italian identity, Italy and the imagination of many migrants, both in Latin America and here, is formed through the word. It's an imagined place through the print media that communicated that. And similarly, what Italians in the Paese knew of America was through the printed word, whether it was letters from home or newspapers. In a fascinating regional study I reviewed on Tuscan migrants, they knew more about the news and events of Sao Paulo in some of the remotest hotels in Tuscany than they might have known of what was going on in Milan or Rome. because these were where the satellite paese were. And these are networks, as John Jaspers, these were paese diasporic networks with their satellite communities, and the ways in which news and information, the ways in which bonds were created was through the print media, through the written word. So in many ways, you have an especially literate migrant community that you see in creating Italy and in creating their idea of America. And I hope my example in the morning conveyed, La Patria degli Italiani was the newspaper of the Patria of the immigrants. It is the Patria of Buenos Aires, the Patria of the local community. It's the way in which identity is shaped and formed. It both as a self-appointed mouthpiece of the community, but also the reflection of the anxieties of the community. And I think, as what was mentioned, the literature, health and hygiene that comes up in the newspapers as well, ways of interacting with the local culture or not interacting with the local culture, and what that tells you about each individual editor. So I don't take up too much time. I'd like to show how different contributions to the special issue highlight different dynamics that we've touched on today. So one of our first articles is by John Galante, and he writes about visual culture and ridicule in Sao Paulo's Italian language press in Brazil, focusing on Il Fascino Coloniale. And he talks about caricatures and political cartoons and the ways in which they were used, one, to communicate, especially to working class audiences. He speaks to the popularity of these types of illustrations and caricatures, and also the role of humor and how important that is. And I think when we think about the humor of migrants, their way of viewing the world, I think it speaks to the full humanity of migrants. And the ways in which they laugh, they cry. It's in some ways an adventure, as Camilla Catarullo once said in talking about Italian migrants in Latin America. And also a way of critiquing the prominenti and the elite from below in a way that can poke fun at the more dominant voices in the community. The second is also in Latin America, Genio Latino, an anti-fascist interpretation of the concept of Latinidad. And Daniel Goldstein, the author, writes about Nanni Leone Castelli, this fascinating transnational figure, a journalist who redefined Latinità. Just like Italianità, as I talked about in the morning, the fascist regime tried to create a sense of Latinness to propagandize and appeal to fascist sympathizers in Latin America. Castelli kind of redefines Latinidad from Mexico, funded by the French embassy and incorporating sort of a broader French concept of Latinidad and tying it with civilization, democracy. And I think it's important here because his piece talks about what about peculiar journals with small circulations that may not reach the large audience, they can still be significant for their intellectual contributions, sui generis, in their way of changing discourses, revealing particular voices and perspectives that are unusual, that you don't usually get to hear. The next one by Roberto Dolce on Educational Horizon, the editorials of Peter San Martino and Atlantica, speaks to a theme we've all touched on a lot, education and the press, and the role of the press in education. And also to this moment of transition in the Italian American community. His editorial was written in the 1930s in English in a journal called Atlantica, talking about the need for Italian language for the second generation of Italian migrants to learn the Italian language to get a better sense of their own self-worth and self-esteem at this pivotal moment of integration for the children of the Great Migration. He's also writing in the 30s, so of course there's a fraught relationship here with the fascist regime. And in the article, Roberto Dolce does a very good job navigating how is the regime viewed, not in terms of a propaganda or counter-propaganda, but how does it play in the Italian American communities around the world, and how do they navigate the fascist regime as the regime in power, and how do you see the propaganda filter or not through their material. And the last article by Marcella Martin, you've heard her speak on a related topic today. She talks about fashion in Attenzione magazine. And what I wanted to highlight from her piece is the importance of the 1980s, which came up from Fred's talk as well. And we tend to focus a lot on the period of the Great Migration and the periodicals of the Great Migration. And then we don't think about other waves of migration and how Italian identities are shaped and reshaped in across generations and time, not just spatially in different parts of the diaspora. And I think Marcella Martin's work does a great job in filling some of that void and thinking through the creation and reimagining of an Italian American identity, not necessarily linked with the Italian language or with migration, but with other cultural markers, and the redefining of Italianness for 1970s and 80s Italian Americans, focusing in this article, of course, especially on Made in Italy branding and style in the magazine. So I think all of these, and I'm happy to talk more, and I know there'll be follow-up questions as well, to talk more about all of these, or to talk more specifically about my own research with the Latin American press, but I'll leave it there.
I think that this is a few slides for to support this brief set of notes on my research on the Italian Canadian press, because you mentioned the cartoons and all that, especially linked with the left-wing periodicals. That's where satire emerged more strongly in my research and in my experience of the press. But it's in any case interesting to to continue probably your discourse about kind of intertextuality. We saw interlinking, in a web environment, but I think the way in which these papers educated, we said it a lot today, their readers did not happen only through their, the articles or the editorials. It was a narrative that they put together, and a part of that narrative was not only the article, not only what the matter of the newspaper per se, but adverts. We talked about adverts this morning, cartoons, and even texts that were produced in the context of a specific newspaper, or a latere of a specific newspaper. This is perhaps the most evident case that I happened to study was the case of Tommaso Mari, this editor of the Bollettino Italo-Canadese, a fascist, strongly fascist newspaper published in Toronto in the interwar period. Tommaso Mari was the editor-in-chief at some point. He was one of the most clear examples that you can get of a prominente during the fascist period, who was also a teacher, was also a school teacher, and he produced under the aegis of the Sons of Italy in Canada the Lezioni Pratiche di Italiano, which was giornaletto, a pamphlet, which is sold as a handbook for the teaching of Italian language in the Italian schools in Canada, which were between the years 38 and 39, especially at the center of the political agenda in Canada, and they were the battlefield where left and right, crossed swords. The left, la voce degli italo-canadesi, or Il Lavoratore, which was the most, was the paper that was particularly interested in defending workers' rights. Of course, Il Lavoratore vouched for and strongly vouched and urged the government of Canada to close all the fascist schools, because they realized the synergy between newspapers, especially the Bollettino, the teaching of Italian in schools, and in particular fueled by someone like Tommaso Mari, was the perfect alignment of stars to create the most fertile, or one of the most fertile environments in the world for fascism. And in fact, in Canada, I said it this morning. We had Arcon in Montreal, the Canadian Hitler, And Canadian Italian Canadian fascists were, were stern followers of and thorough followers of Mussolini at some point. So this triad between the newspaper, the teacher, and the handbook that Mary managed to create in the years 34, 38, where this now I wish I had my PowerPoint because I could have showed you how this booklet worked. It was all propaganda in disguise, of course, through the teaching of, for the verbo cantare, for instance, in grassetto, in bold, you had io canto, I sing, and what did they sing? Giovinezza. So obviously, which was there in disguise, or the animals, pictures of the animals. Can you imagine? Can you think of the animal that came out in the picture? More evident than the others, the Aquila Littoria. So there was the eagle, the pig, the chicken, and then the aquila in the middle of the page. Okay, so this was the type of propaganda that came, to fruition for the readers in Canada. And I have to quote here and to make a clear reference to my friend Angelo Principe, who is the author of The Darkest Side of the Fascist Years, and who was generous enough to share his papers with me and to decide to let me co-author with him a second book, which is I would like to say in the pipeline, but is really not, because there's lots of work to do on the anti-fascist press in Canada, which is soon to come, and we'll talk about the Lavoratore and La Voce degli Italo-Canadesi, La Vittoria, another very interesting newspaper edited first by Augusto Bersani, a Protestant minister who was also an RCMP informant and spy, and probably the root of the problem when it came to the Italian internment. He was the one who reported all the Italian Canadians and who were interned after the declaration of war of the 10th of June 1940. After Bersani's demise, for obvious reasons, he had lost. People had lost trust, and the community had lost trust in Bersani. Ennio Nudi took on the editorship of La Vittoria. You probably heard of Ennio Nudi as the first mayor of liberated Bologna, communist, first mayor of liberated Bologna. So all these dynamics were at stake in the Canadian ethnic press, which was. Again, if you want to talk about education, yes, it was an education to politics at some point, where the very same concept of Italianness was at stake from Bersani's La Vittoria, Nudi's La Vittoria. The manifesto was the Canadesismo for Bersani, so becoming Canadian, and Nudi brought it back to Italianità. So the very same essence of Italianità, of Italianness at some point was at stake in the Canadian ethnic press. And then one last thing, the narrative within the papers, not only created outside of it with through other dynamics, is in the case of always in the Bollettini Italo-Canadese, so back to the fascist Italian Canadian press, where Liborio Lattoni, the first Italian Canadian poet, did what we saw other men of letters do. He did it on purpose because he was still alive. It's not literature that was reused from centuries past. He was still alive and very much fascist, and embracing the imperial dream of Italy and the racial and the racist imperial dream of Italy that created these poems put on the first page of certain precise issues of the Bollettino, especially the ones around the conquest of Addis Ababa, where he was from near Recanati, so he had absorbed the poetry of Giacomo Leopardi, he creates this language which is rooted in Leopardian poetry, but it comes out with this incredibly racist remarks about, for instance, La Negra Mandra of the Ethiopians killing Tito Minniti, which becomes a martyr of fascism. So there's this incredible narrative that goes through centuries of literature and kind of resemanticize literature into a message of political propaganda and racial propaganda, not only ethnic propaganda, but racial propaganda.
What I'm going to do is give you a kind of brief overview of the Afro-American press, its development in the 1800s, and then bring us into the 20th century. I would like to concentrate on three themes that I took away from what David's talk. One is the diverse voices within the Italian American community. You have diverse voices within the African American community. So they're not going to all speak as one. Also, the formation of identity is very important in the African American community because they viewed the white press and white society as defining African Americans stereotypically as mentally, physically, morally inferior. So part of the press, and also literature, African American literature, novelists and poets, is to redefine themselves with the hope of changing the American image of African Americans. And we find that in the press. And also the third point, I see, is the role of the press in education. And that can be seen in the fact that the African American community viewed education as something very, very important, which they were denied as slaves, but also denied in terms of free blacks access to integrated education in the North as well. So the idea of education is to educate themselves about their own history and in the process educate America. So the first African-American newspaper comes in 1827, founded by John Russwurm, Afro-Caribbean person to the U.S., to America, and Samuel Cornish. And the free black press that gradually develops from that point on has essentially two goals. One is anti-slavery advocacy, and the other is equal rights advocacy in the post-Civil War period. Okay. Many of these newspapers were family-owned businesses, and I think that's important to keep in mind. The African American experience can be viewed through the community's newspapers, which contained a variety of positions regarding immigration, even Black Caribbean immigration, European immigration, Native Americans, and naturalized citizenship. Most were generally progressive and accepting, albeit very wary of immigrants in terms of what that might mean for them as competing labor. For competing jobs. And I think it's instructive to take a look at one of the most foremost African-American orator, abolitionist, and world traveler, Frederick Douglass. What's often forgotten is that Douglass published 3 different newspapers. Okay, North Star, Frederick Douglass paper, and another paper in Washington, D.C. So he was a newspaper man. And Douglass took a very progressive position on women's rights, voting, and office holding. He was, in fact, as early as the 1840s, an advocate of that, following the Women's Conference. And he was a supporter of naturalized citizenship for all immigrants. And in 1869, he gave a famous speech, it's been reprinted, called The Composite Nation. And in that speech, he makes the case that America should be an asylum, a welcoming country for all immigrants. And it comes out a year after the 14th Amendment establishes birthright citizenship. But there's also a movement in California to ban Asian Americans from entering. They don't succeed for quite a while. Finally, in 1882, they do succeed in getting this exclusion act. The Asians that came in, the Chinese that came in, could not become American citizens because the 1790 Naturalization Act restricted that to Europeans. Douglas opposed both in this composite nation speech. So at a time of increasing nativism in the late 19th century, Douglas envisioned a multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-racial, and religiously diverse America. Now, I'd like to just move briefly into the 20th century to talk about the rise of the NAACP in 1909 and the National Urban League in 1910. Both were civil rights organizations. They were a product of the great migration in African American histories, the redistribution of the black population from the South to the Northeast, New England, Midwest, and West. 90% had been in the South. Now, what that does is give blacks not a sanctuary from racism exactly, but certainly greater freedom in self-expression. This leads to the creation and flourishing of black newspapers. And the big three would be entitled the Chicago Defender, the Pittsburgh Courier, and the Afro-American, which was a 5-city newspaper chain on the East Coast. They were national in circulation. They embraced those three themes that we talked about, but also they were global. They had foreign correspondents, Japanese, Chinese, Indian, talking about their respective societies and the impact of colonialism. So that's important. One of the founders of the Chicago Defender, John Senzaki, was also concerned, as many were, well, how does race operate in Latin America? So Senzaki, in the 1920s, went to Brazil. The Pittsburgh Courier is also very important. I'll talk about them later. But the Afro-American newspaper is very interesting. It's founded by Carl Murphy, Murphy's family. Now, Murphy starts out as an academic before death and so forth. The family needs to take over the Afro-American. I say an academic. He has a master's degree from Harvard in Germanic literature. He taught German at Howard University. When the family called on him to take over the family business, he left his position at Howard, devoted his life to that. Now, interesting, a reporter for the Afro-American will make a trip to Brazil in the late 30s to compare race relations with that in the United States. And he and Senzaki come to different conclusions. One sees Brazil as a racial utopia. The other one says, no, it doesn't work that way. I won't go into all of that. Also, the black newspapers are foreign. It's very difficult for blacks to get access to white publishing houses. The 20s, that's another story. There's novelists and poets, but that's another story. What happens is that black academics will find positions in the African American press to write of their experiences, such as Du Bois, W.B. Du Bois, first African American PhD from Harvard in history, Carter G. Woodson, founder of the Journal of African American History in 1916, also PhD from Harvard. And E. Franklin Frazier, the first black president of the American Sociological Association, they will have articles that will appear in the black press. They are the public, the African American public intellectuals of that period. Now, let me just sort of move to the final part. Okay. The Depression in World War II, which is what I tend to write about. The African American press is also and has continually been in the forefront of the civil rights movement. It was they who, an African American woman, Ida B. Wells, who was a newspaper editor, who began the Black anti-lynching campaign. In the 1930s, the African American press develops what is called the Nazi Jim Crow analogy. This is pre-1939. So they are, and particularly Murphy, who gave you his background in Germanic literature, is very much alarmed by what's going on in Germany. And the Nazi Jim Crow analogy is that the Nazification of Germany is very similar in many ways to the Jim Crow South. That the plight of Jews in the Jim Crow, the plight of Jews in Germany and blacks in the South, subject to discriminatory and racist laws, are very similar. That picks up with the passage of the Nuremberg. And so the black press is actually posting them side by side, looking at the similarity. Now political theorists will talk about the South as a kind of dual state thing, going into that. So that's very, very important. From that, once World War II gets started, the black press, particularly under the Pittsburgh area, will initiate what is called the double V campaign. That is victory over fascism abroad, victory over racism at home. The other black newspapers pick that up. Okay? It is the black press that will begin this campaign in 1941, prior to Pearl Harbor, for a march on Washington for fair employment practices. Create a fair employment practices committee to weed out discrimination in wartime industries, which is ending the Depression. They succeed without the march. Roosevelt is so fearful he capitulates, and you get the first federal intervention into creation of employment discrimination. Okay. Now this becomes a kind of multi-ethnic thing, although it starts with blacks. I also did work, by the way, I should say, in the Newark Jewish Chronicle. I read that newspaper from 1932 to 1942. Anton Kaufman, who's the head of the Newark Jewish Chronicle, makes the point that they will support the FEPC because it's not only blacks, but blacks, Jews, and Italians that are not getting their fair share of the job. And that's in an editorial report. Right. He's a very interesting fellow and a long history in journalism, and I hope to do something on him soon. So this is the Double V campaign. And let me just conclude with this, because post-World War II kind of current events to me. I'm a 19th century, first half of the 20th century guy. So, but I will say this. We give credit to Rosa Parks as we should with the Montgomery bus boycott in 55. But the background of that is that it was led by black that were already at work, along with the Women's Political Caucus, black women. So that's very interesting. We think of the 54 Brown decision. But Earl Warren had a sort of, we might say in the black church, come to Jesus moment. Because he had won, was not an opponent of World War II and Japanese Americans. What happened to Earl Warren that made him decide that he wanted in 1954 to declare Plessy versus Ferguson unconstitutional and open up the whole civil rights? I would suggest that it was the Holocaust. And he saw what racism could potentially lead to. So, as my students say, you sent us everything in terms of World War II. That's true. Okay, thank you.
Have you three wonderful examples of the ethnic press mattering in the history of a nation? Pro-fascist and anti-fascist journalism in Latin America, very strong fascist tradition in Canada, and a very important voice in African American publishing. It's striking to me the number of times the newspapers are called the voice or the cry. It makes me think of the way Michel Foucault talks about parésia. The society is richer if there are voices that speak out, that may be wrong, but that add to the range of opinions. And make actual rational decisions better because there are more options that are laid out. In the Italian American Review number that David was referring to, there's a quote on the first page from Robert Viscusi, the late Viscusi, Italian America is a land of newspapers, and we've focused on a few that survive substantial numbers, but there were, again, according to the same number, of more than 1,000 U.S. Italian periodicals. So, got to remember that there's this world that's been lost. A world, though, that has left memories. I'm happy to welcome back Dean Farina and to let him know that his anecdote of reading not just the news stories but the advertisements have been returned to several times in our discussion. But I'd like to open up the floor to questions. Fred, maybe?
What does the African American press say about integration of African American soldiers during World War II? Let's say the attempts.
They were advocates for it. Yeah, and that goes back to actually World War One. And so they're a major advocate for it. Promote the black officers. They will not get that until 48.
But the integration took place always with Italian regiments, Italian American soldiers. And Italian American newspapers do not report on it. But with the Italian American soldiers, like Felix Stefanile, who wrote about it, it's his poetry. But there's no accounts. I don't know, all of you who are here, or two, the African American and Italian American integration. Who knows about it? Very few people.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm just wondering if you have the newspaper.
Well, not much, because they tended to be in separate units. What happens is the 761st Black Tank Battalion, because of the shortages of it and Patton's Third Army, are attached to Patton's Third Army, but they're a separate unit. Yeah, they're a separate unit. The African American, the Tuskegee Airmen, right, otherwise known as 332nd Fighter Group, go to North Africa, and that's their first combat role. The long story on how Eleanor Roosevelt pressed her husband to do this. And then they fly out of Italy. They fly out of Ramatelli in Italy, flying the deep fighter cover for bombers into the Balkans, bomber raids into Ploesti and Romania, and deep penetration all the way to Berlin. While I was on my Fulbright in Germany, I brought a Tuskegee whose autobiography is written, published by Fordham University Press, and brought him to Munster for this conference that we had, in which I edited one of the volumes on African Americans in German. And he spent a year in German POW camps because the 332nd flew support for the secondary invasion into southern France, the one later in the summer, not Normandy, but and he was shot down somewhere over there by German anti-aircraft. And he was in the Luftwaffe, and the SS had that would have been it. So, but that's an interesting story. I like about that.
Yes. By the way, if you come to my college, York College in Jamaica, Queens, you will see our permanent exhibit on the Tuskegee Airmen, which was given to us. And before they passed, they came to the college several times. We had always had multiple events honoring them because we are the college of the city university that has the Aviation Institute.
Oh.
So, but the question I wanted to ask, you kind of reminded me, Professor Green, that one of the things we haven't really discussed is sometimes the big influence of local newspapers, right, rather than national newspapers. Because when you started speaking, of course, I thought of the Amsterdam News, which, despite the fact that it's a New York City-based paper and small, it covers something, it's important. So I kind of want to open it up to everyone. I mean, because in New York City, we have dozens of local newspapers that still cover stories and still do things. I don't know, I guess the thought is just kind of brewing in my mind. What kind of influence these local papers have that beyond their own communities?
I'll start, and it follows up on a comment I made earlier. The ways in which the local news is known abroad through these transnational networks. And there's always a cronica coloniale, or however it would be called, community news event that would spread through these transnational networks. And then you're absolutely right, when they're dealing with issues of wider significance, they also will get a wider coverage, and from seen as through the local perspective, that it's that global and local connection that you see. And it shows you, I think it's like brilliant beams of light, the way in which the printed word spreads from one community to another, whether it's through the anti-fascist press or through the migrant presses, where something that happens in one area then resonates in another. The lynchings in New Orleans and what that sparks throughout the diaspora. These news stories spread, and sometimes the local becomes of wider significance. I'm thinking about the African American press, and maybe you could talk about it. Thinking about the Ethiopian part in the African American press and the ways in which it has an intersection of the Italian diaspora and the African American news from Ethiopia, and how that becomes a local issue in Harlem. An international issue.
Yeah, the African American press in the North actually acts as a recruitment mechanism for local Black community. And actually, if you look at the northeastern African American population, it basically comes from the South. Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. But in Chicago, the population comes out of Mississippi, Alabama, so there are these roots north, and they are inviting African Americans to come leave the repression of the South, the political repression, the economic stagnation repression, and come north. Southern planters actually try to interdict these to recruit what they call anti-enticement. The railroad recruiters are sending people down because European migration during World War I is interrupted and they need workers in the north. So now you get these kinds of things going on. The Italian-Ethiopian war is very interesting. Obviously, the African American communities support Ethiopia and Ethiopian independence because there are only two independent sub-Saharan African countries, Liberia on the west coast, Ethiopia on the east coast. So there is this, and there is some tension there. It's clear part of the African American editorship of the Amsterdam News, the New York Age, which is the other Republican but fallen away Republican black newspaper, are aware of the fact that there is an anti-fascist attack. Political, they are aware of. The black left, which I haven't even gotten to, affiliation of the Harlem section of the Communist Party, okay, is quite aware and makes a distinct effort to make that clear and to join with them in anti-fascist efforts. So this is now this leads me to some other things that I haven't gotten into, which is Vito Marcantonio, Peter V. Caccione, and also Ben Davis. And their
Very briefly, you see the same dynamic in Brazil, where you have the state doing everything they can, in this case, to keep Italian migrants on the coffee plantations, in the early 20th century. But throughout the community, there's news about the opportunities in the city, Sao Paulo, and going against what the coercive mechanisms of the state. The presidential reports from Brazil are all lamenting they're leaving the plantations. That's where our profits are. But the migrants, through their network and through the press, saw the opportunities in the city, and they ended up being the first entrepreneurs to help the industrialization of Sao Paulo. So you have interesting dynamics, and I think this is many questions for you. I'm sorry, I don't want to take Mateo's time away either, but I think you see parallels with the domestic great migration of African Americans with those same networks, the same recruitment, but transnationally in Italy and diaspora.
Don't have much to say about this except for the fact, well, the tensions are clearly confirmed because the press did the African American press had a position oftentimes where the institutions had very different views. I mean, the Fisk University case, fostering the teaching of Italian to African Americans to be sent to the Horn of Africa, I mean, speaks, to a very different type of official position of a board of the university was essentially white, as a matter of fact. So obviously there is this dimension. In terms of Donna's question, and you're absolutely spot on about, talking about the New Orleans incident being kind of transmitted up north, the tannoy of the Voce Coloniale arrived up in, I think it was l'Italia of Chicago, that title, the 11 Italiani scannati a New Orleans, and that was the first title. And imagine the resonance of a title like that, and the recollection of a fact, the account of a fact like that. What a question that I have always asked myself, thinking about the migration of return. I mean, the newspaper. I mean, how these local, because in fact anything and everything can be local at some point, depending on the perspective, can impact the home country when these papers return home somehow. with the migrants. So that would be an interesting research question as well, to see how, the local news coming from Sicily were re-imported there, for example.
Thank you. We've done a nice job of treating political issues, and there's a major issue of advocacy, which is often stronger than a function, surely, of simple reporting. I was talking to Brad, who gave us a wonderful account of his work for the Chicago newspaper magazine Fra Noi as a cultural critic. One of the great things that's come out of this conference is the balance between treating the political dominanti versus working class, and then the vast part of the newspapers too that treated cultural issues, religious issues which haven't even been discussed, festivals, but we did treat publishing, novels, the writing of books, and that too is an important part of the ethnic press that we cover. So with that, our Italo-America, the land of newspapers, as Bob Viscusi said, maybe we should end for now. We have a keynote coming up at 8 o'clock from Professor Deschamps. We're all looking forward to that. Thank you, cari amici.